Miss Wonderful, Carsington Family Series, written by Loretta Chase. Prologue. London, late autumn, 1817. The Right Honourable Edward Junius Carsington, Earl of Hargate, had 5 sons, which was 3 more than he needed, since Providence, with some help from his wife, had early blessed him with a robust heir and an equally healthy spare. He'd rather the last 3 infants had been daughters. This was because his lordship, unlike many of his peers, had a morbid aversion to accumulating debt, and everyone knows that sons, especially a nobleman's sons, are beastly expensive. The modest schooling aristocratic girls require can be provided well enough at home, while boys must be sent away to public school, then university. In the course of growing up, properly looked-after girls do not get into scrapes their father must pay enormous sums to get them out of. Boys do little else, unless kept in cages, which is impractical. This at least was true of Lord Hargate's boys. Having inherited their parents' good looks, abundant vitality, and strong will, they tumbled into trouble with depressing regularity. Let us also note that a daughter might be married off quite young at relatively small cost, after which she becomes her husband's problem. Sons, well, the long and short of it was their noble father must either buy them places, in government, the church, or the military, or find them wealthy wives. In the last 5 years, Lord Hargate's 2 eldest had done their duty in the matrimonial department. This left the Earl free to turn his thoughts to that 29-year-old, baffled to all human understanding, the Honourable Alistair Carsington, his 3rd son. This was not to say that Alistair was ever far from his father's thoughts. No, indeed. He was present day after day in the form of tradesmen's bills. For what he spends on his tailor, bootmaker, hatter, glove-maker, and assorted haberdashers, not to mention the laundresses, wine and spirit merchants, pastry cooks, etc., I might furnish a naval fleet, his lordship complained to his wife one night, as he climbed into bed beside her. Lady Hargate laid aside the book she'd been reading and gave her full attention to her husband. The Countess was dark-haired and statuesque, handsome rather than beautiful, with sparkling black eyes, an intimidating nose, and a strong jaw. 2 of her sons had inherited her looks. The son in question had inherited his father's. They were both tall men built along lean lines, the Earl not much thicker about the middle now than he'd been at Alistair's age. They owned the same hawk-like profile, and the same heavy-lidded eyes, though the Earl's were more brown than gold and more deeply lined. Likewise the father's dark brown hair bore lines of silver. They had the same deep Carsington voice, which emotion, whether positive or negative, roughened into a growl. Lord Hargate was growling at present. "You must put a stop to it, Ned," Lady Hargate said. He turned his gaze full upon her, his eyebrows aloft. "Yes, I recollect what I told you last year," she said. "I said Alistair fusses overmuch about his appearance because he is self-conscious about being lame. I told you we must be patient. But it is 2 years and more since he returned from the Continent, and matters do not improve. He is indifferent to everything, it seems, but his clothes." Lord Hargate frowned. "I never thought I'd see the day we'd be fretting because he wasn't in trouble with a woman." "You must do something, Ned." "I would, had I the least idea what to do." "What nonsense," she said. "If you can manage the royal offspring, not to mention those unruly fellows in the House of Commons, you most certainly can manage your son. You will think of something, I have not the smallest doubt, but I urge you to think of it soon, sir." A week later, in response to Lord Hargate's summons, Alistair Carsington stood by a window in the latter's study, perusing a lengthy document. It contained a list of what his father titled Episodes of Stupidity, and their cost in pounds, shillings, and pence. The list of Alistair's indiscretions was short, by some men's standards. The degree of folly and notoriety involved, however, was well above the norm, as he was most unhappily aware. He did not need the list to remind him. He fell in love quickly, deeply, and disastrously. For example, when he was 14, it was Clara, the golden-haired, rosy-cheeked daughter of an Eton caretaker. Alistair followed her about like a puppy and spent all his allowance on offerings of sweets and pretty trinkets. One day a jealous rival, a local youth, made provocative remarks. The dispute soon escalated from exchanging insults to exchanging blows. The fight drew a crowd. The ensuing brawl between a group of Alistair's schoolmates and some village boys resulted in 2 broken noses, 6 missing teeth, 1 minor concussion, and considerable property damage. Clara wept over the battered rival and called Alistair a brute. His heart broken, he didn't care that he faced expulsion as well as charges of assault, disturbing the king's peace, inciting a riot, and destruction of property. Lord Hargate was obliged to care, and it cost him a pretty penny. At age 16 it was Verena, whom Alistair met during summer holiday. Because her parents were pious and strict, she read lurid novels in secret, and communicated with Alistair in hurried whispers and clandestine letters. One night, as prearranged, he sneaked to her house and threw pebbles at her bedroom window. He'd assumed they would enact some variation of the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet. Verena had other ideas. She threw down a valise, then climbed down a rope of knotted sheets. She would be her parents' prisoner no longer, she said. She would run away with Alistair. Thrilled to rescue a damsel in distress, he didn't worry about money, transportation, lodging, or other such trifles, but instantly agreed. They were caught before they reached the next parish. Her outraged parents wanted him tried for kidnapping and transported to New South Wales. After settling matters, Lord Hargate told his son to find a trollop and stop mooning after gently bred virgins. At age 17 it was Kitty. She was a dressmaker's assistant with enormous blue eyes. From her Alistair learnt, among other things, the finer points of women's fashion. When a jealous high-born customer's complaints cost Kitty her position, the outraged Alistair published a pamphlet about the injustice. The customer sued for libel, and the dressmaker sought redress for defamation and loss of trade. Lord Hargate did the usual. At age 19 it was Gemma, a fashionable milliner. One day thief-takers stopped their carriage en route to a romantic rural idyll and found in Gemma's boxes some stolen property. She claimed jealous rivals had planted false evidence, and Alistair believed her. His impassioned speech about conspiracies and corrupt officials drew a crowd, which grew disorderly as crowds often do. The riot act was read, and he was taken into custody along with his light-fingered lover. Lord Hargate came to the rescue once more. At age 21 it was Aimée, a French ballet dancer who transformed Alistair's modest bachelor lodgings into an elegant abode. They gave parties that soon became famous in London's demi-monde. Since Aimée's tastes rivaled those of the late Marie Antoinette, and Alistair wouldn't dream of denying her anything, he ended up in a sponging house, last stop before debtor's prison. The Earl paid the astronomical debt, found Aimée a position with a touring ballet company, and told Alistair it was time to take up with respectable people and stop making a spectacle of himself. At age 23 it was Lady Thurlow, Alistair's first and only married paramour. In the haut ton one pursues an adulterous liaison discreetly to protect the lady's reputation and spare her husband tedious duels and legal actions. But Alistair couldn't hide his feelings, and she had to end the relationship. Unfortunately, a servant stole Alistair's love letters and threatened to publish them. To protect his beloved from scandal and an outraged husband, Alistair, who had no way of raising the enormous ransom demanded, had to ask his father's help. At 27 came his worst folly. Judith Guilford was the only child of a wealthy, newly knighted widower. She entered Alistair's life early in the new year of 1815. He soon vanquished all rivals, and in February the engagement was announced. By March he was in purgatory. In public she was lovely to look at and charming to talk to. In private she fell into sulks, or threw tantrums when she didn't get exactly what she wanted the instant she wanted it. She expected all attention always to focus on her. Her feelings were easily hurt, but she had no regard for anyone else's. She was unkind to family and friends, abusive to servants, and fell into hysterics when anyone tried to soften her temper or language. And so, by March, Alistair was in despair because a gentleman must not break off an engagement. Since Judith wouldn't, he could only wish he'd be trampled by runaway horses, or thrown into the Thames, or stabbed to death by footpads. One night, en route to a seamy neighbourhood where a violent death was a strong possibility, he stumbled somehow, and he still wasn't sure how, into the comforting arms of a voluptuous courtesan named Helen Waters. Alistair once again fell madly in love, and once again was indiscreet. Judith found out, made appalling scenes in public, and threatened lawsuits. The scandalmongers loved it. Lord Hargate did not. The next Alistair knew, he was being hustled onto a ship bound for the continent, just in time for Waterloo. That was the end of the list. His face hot, Alistair limped away from the window and set the documents on the great desk behind which his father sat, watching him. Affecting a lightness he didn't feel, Alistair said, "Do I receive any credit for not having had an episode since the spring of 1815? You stayed out of trouble only because you were incapacitated for most of that time," Lord Hargate said. "Meanwhile, the tradesmen's bills arrive by the cartload. I cannot decide which is worse. For what you spend on waistcoats you might keep a harem of French whores." Alistair couldn't deny it. He'd always been particular about his clothes. Perhaps of late he devoted more time and thought to his appearance than previously. Perhaps it kept his mind off other things. The 15th of June, for instance. The day and night he couldn't remember. Waterloo remained a blur in his mind. He pretended he did remember, as he pretended he didn't notice the difference since he'd come home. The idolatry that made him squirm inwardly. The pity that infuriated him. He pushed these thoughts away and frowned at a speck of lint on his coat sleeve. He resisted the urge to brush at it. That would seem a nervous gesture. He was beginning to perspire, but that didn't show. Yet. He prayed his father would finish before his neckcloth wilted. "I detest talking about money," his father said. "It is vulgar. Unfortunately, the subject can no longer be avoided. If you wish to cheat your younger brothers of what they're entitled to, then so be it." "My brothers?" Alistair met his father's narrow gaze. "Why should I—" He trailed off because Lord Hargate's mouth was turning up into the barest hint of a smile. Oh, that little smile never boded well. "Let me explain," Lord Hargate said. "He gives me until the 1st of May, Alistair told his friend Lord Gordmore that afternoon. "Have you ever heard anything so diabolical?" He had arrived while his former comrade in arms was dressing. Gordmore had glanced but once at Alistair's face and sent his manservant away. Once they were private, Alistair described this morning's meeting with his sire. Unlike the majority of noblemen, the Viscount was perfectly capable of dressing himself, and did so while his guest talked. At present his lordship stood before the glass, tying his neckcloth. Since the process involved not merely tying a proper knot, but arranging folds with excruciating exactitude, it usually demanded that one spoil at least half a dozen lengths of starched linen before achieving perfection. Alistair stood by the dressing-room window and watched the passing scene, the arrangement of neckcloths having lost some of its allure since this morning. "Your father is an enigma to me," Gordmore said. "He tells me to wed an heiress, Gordie. Can you credit it, after the debacle with Judith?" Gordmore had warned Alistair at the time to be careful. An only child didn't know what it was like to share parents' affection and attention with other siblings, and tended to be overindulged and under-disciplined. Now Gordie said only, "There must be at least one heiress in England who isn't bracket-faced or ill-natured." It makes no difference, Alistair said. I can't think of marrying until I'm quite elderly and enfeebled. 45, no better, 55. Otherwise I shall make another catastrophic mistake, and be forced to live with it forever. You've merely had bad luck with women, Geordie said. Alistair shook his head. No, it is a fatal flaw of character. I fall in love too easily and always unwisely, and then disaster follows upon disaster. I wonder why my sire doesn't simply choose a rich wife for me. His judgment is sure to be better than mine. Still, it would rankle, Alistair knew. He would bring his bride nothing. It was hard enough depending upon his father for funds, to depend upon a wife, to feel beholden to her family. The prospect made his skin crawl. He knew other younger sons wed for wealth, and no one thought the less of them. It was perfectly acceptable, but he could not quite bring his pride to this point of view. I wish he'd let me stay in the army, he growled. Gordmore took his eyes off his neckcloth long enough to glance at Alistair. Perhaps, like some of us, he felt you had used up your quota of battlefield luck. Frankly, I'm glad he blocked that route. Apparently Waterloo had tried very hard to kill Alistair. He had learnt that the foe had shot 3 horses out from under him, slashed him with sabres, and stuck him with lances. A body of friendly cavalry had ridden over him, a couple of fellows had died on him, and looters had robbed him. Given up for dead, he had lain in the muck among the corpses for hours. He was nearly a corpse when Gordmore found him. Not that Alistair remembered. He only pretended to. He'd assembled the general picture from others' remarks. He wasn't sure it was all true, or if it was, it might be greatly exaggerated. He was sure Geordie knew, or at least suspected, that something had gone awry with Alistair's brain box, but they never spoke of it. My father could have let me continue serving king and country, Alistair said. Then he could not complain of my frittering away my life in idleness. But a gentleman is supposed to be idle. Not this one, Alistair said. Not any longer. I must find a way to earn my keep by the 1st of May. 6 months? Gordmore murmured. That should be time enough. It had better be. If I haven't found an occupation by then, I must woo and win an heiress. If I fail to do either of these, he punishes my younger brothers. This had been Lord Hargate's coup de grâce. The earldom and all its other titles, honours and privileges, along with most of the family properties, would go to Alistair's oldest brother Benedict, when their father died. Great estates were usually entailed this way to keep them intact over generations. But this only shifted the younger son's upkeep from father to eldest son. To spare Benedict this burden, his lordship had acquired certain properties, intended to be wedding gifts for his boys. Today he'd threatened to sell one or both of the younger men's properties and arrange an annuity for Alistair from the proceeds, if Alistair failed to find an occupation or a well-dowered bride in the stated time. Only your inscrutable father could devise such a scheme, Gordmore said. I think there is something oriental about his mind. You mean Machiavellian, Alistair said. I dare say it is uncomfortable to have so forceful a character for a parent, Gordmore said. Yet I can't help admiring him. He's a brilliant politician, as all in Parliament know, and tremble, knowing. And even you must admit his strategy is excellent. He struck precisely in your tender spot, those great louts you think of as your baby brothers. Tender spots have nothing to do with it, Alistair said. My brothers annoy me excessively, but I cannot let them be robbed to support me. Still, you must admit your father succeeded in unnerving you, which is no small accomplishment. I recall that when the surgeon proposed to saw off your leg, you said, what a pity we had grown so attached. There was I, blubbering and raving by turns, and you, trampled nearly to pulp, as cool as the Iron Duke himself. The comparison was absurd. The Duke of Wellington had led his armies time and again to victory. All Alistair had accomplished was to endure long enough to be rescued. As to his cool demeanour, if he'd taken it all so calmly, why wasn't it plain and clear in his head? Why did the scene remain shrouded, out of his reach? He turned his back to the window and regarded the man who'd not only saved his life, but made sure he kept all his limbs. "You lacked my training, Geordie," he said. "You'd only the one older sister, where I had 2 older brothers to beat and torment me from the time I could walk." "My sister finds other ways to torment me," Gordmore said. He shrugged into his coat and gave his reflection a final scrutiny. He was fair-haired, slightly shorter than Alistair's 6+ feet, and a degree burlier in build. "My tailor does his best with the material at hand," Gordmore said. "Yet spend what I will and do what I will, I always contrive to be a shade less elegant than you." Alistair's leg was twitching for rest. He left his post at the window and limped to the nearest chair. "It's merely that war wounds are fashionable these days. No, it's you. You even limp with a dress. If one must limp, one ought to do it well." Gordmore only smiled. "At any rate, I must do you credit," Alistair told his friend. "If not for you, I should be lying very still at this moment." "Not still," said his lordship. "Decomposing. I believe it is an active process." He moved to a small cabinet and took out a decanter and glasses. "I thought we were going out," Alistair said. "Presently." Gordmore poured. "But first, I want to talk to you about a canal." Chapter 1. Derbyshire, Monday, 16 February, 1818. Mirabell Aldridge left the stables and started up the gravel path toward Aldridge Hall. As she was turning into the garden, the footman Joseph burst out of the shrubbery and into the footpath. Though Miss Aldridge had recently passed her 31st birthday, she didn't look it. At the moment, her red-gold hair wind-blown, her creamy cheeks rosy, and her blue eyes sparkling from exercise, she appeared quite young. None the less, to all intents and purposes, she was the senior member of the family, and it was to Miss Aldridge, not her father, the servants turned when difficulties arose. This, perhaps, was because her parent so often caused the difficulties. Joseph's abrupt appearance and breathless state told her there was a difficulty even before he spoke, which he did in a rush and ungrammatically. "If you please, miss," he said, "there's a gentleman which he came to see Mr. Aldridge, also which he has an appointment, he says, which he does, Mr. Benton says, as master's book were open, and Mr. Benton seen it plain as day and in the master's own hand." If Benton, the butler, said the diary entry existed, it must. Impossible as this seemed. Mr. Aldridge never made appointments with anybody. His neighbours knew they must arrange social visits with Mirabell if they wished to see her father. Those who came on estate business understood they must deal with Mr. Aldridge's agent Higgins, or Mirabell, who supervised the agent. "Will the gentleman not see Higgins instead?" "Mr. Benton says it isn't proper, miss, Mr. Higgins being beneath the gentleman's notice. A Mr. Carsington, which his father is the Earl of some place, Mr. Benton said what it was. A something gate, only it weren't Billingsgate, nor none of them other London ones." "Carsington?" Mirabell said. "That is the Earl of Hargate's family name." It was an old Derbyshire family, but not one with which she was on visiting terms. "Yes, that's it, miss. Besides which, this is the gentleman what was trampled so heroic at Waterloo, which is why we put him in the drawing-room where Mr. Benton says with respect, miss, but it won't do to leave him cooling his heels like he was nobody in particular." Mirabell glanced down at herself. It had rained off and on all morning. Globs of mud clung to her damp riding dress, and thanks to the walk to and from the stables, thickly caked her boots. Her hair and the hairpins had long since parted ways, and she'd rather not contemplate the state of her bonnet. She debated what to do. It seemed disrespectful to appear in all her dirt. On the other hand, putting herself right would take ages, and the gentleman, the famous Waterloo hero, had already been kept waiting longer than was courteous. She picked up her skirts and ran to the house. Derbyshire was not where Alistair wanted to be at present. Rural life held no charms for him. He preferred civilization, which meant London. Aldridge Hall lay far from civilization, in a god-forsaken corner of Derbyshire's god-forsaken peak. Gordmore had aptly, if hoarsely, described the charms of the peak from his sick-bed. "Tourists gawking at picturesque views, and the picturesque rustics. Hypochondriacs guzzling mineral waters and splashing in mineral baths. Ghastly roads. No theatre, no opera, no clubs. Nothing on earth to do but gape at the view, mountains, valleys, rocks, streams, cows, and sheep, or at rustics, tourists, and invalids." In mid-February the area lacked even that degree of animation. The landscape was bleak shades of brown and grey, the weather bitterly cold and wet. But Gordmore's, and thus Alistair's, problem lay here, and could not wait until summer to be solved. Aldridge Hall was a handsome enough old manor-house, greatly enlarged over the years. It was, however, most inconveniently situated at the end of a long stretch of what was humorously called road hereabouts, a narrow rutted track, where dust prevailed in dry weather, and mud in wet. Alistair had thought Gordmore exaggerated in describing the condition of the roads. In fact, his lordship had understated the case. Alistair could imagine no area in England more desperately in need of a canal. Having examined the drawing-room's collection of pictures, which included several superlative paintings of Egyptian scenes, and studied the carpet pattern, Alistair walked to the French doors and looked out. The glass doors gave out onto a terrace, which gave way to a profuse arrangement of gardens. Beyond these lay rolling parkland, and farther on, the picturesque hills and dales. He did not notice any of these landscape features. All he saw was the girl. She was racing up the terrace stairs, skirts bunched up to her knees, bonnet askew, and a wild mass of hair the colour of sunrise dancing about her face. Even while he was taking in the hair, a whirling fireball when a gust of wind caught it, she darted across the terrace. Alistair had an unobstructed view of trim ankles and well-shaped calves before she let the hem drop to cover them. He opened the door, and she erupted into the drawing-room in a whirl of rain and mud, taking no more heed of her bedraggled state than a dog would. She smiled. Her mouth was wide, and so the smile seemed to go on forever, and round, encircling him. Her eyes were blue, twilight blue, and for a moment she seemed to be the beginning and end of everything, from the sunrise halo of hair to the dusky blue of her eyes. For that moment, Alistair didn't know anything else, even his name, until she spoke it. "Mr. Carsington," she said, and her voice was clear and cool with a trace of a whisper in it. Hair, sunrise, eyes, dusk, voice, night. "I am Mirabelle Aldridge," the night voice went on. Mirabelle. It meant wonderful. And she was truly— Alistair caught himself in the nick of time, before his brain disintegrated. No poetry, he told himself. No castles in the air. He was here on business, and must not forget it. He could not allow his thoughts to linger even for an instant upon any woman, no matter how lovely her skin, or how warm her smile, like the first warmth of spring after a long, dark winter. No poetry. He must view her as a piece of furniture. He must. If he stumbled into another disaster this time, and disaster was inevitable if a member of the opposite sex was concerned, he would not merely suffer the usual disillusionment, heartbreak, and humiliation. This time his folly would injure others. His brothers would lose their property, and Gordmore would be, if not utterly ruined, then left in greatly embarrassed circumstances. That was no way to repay the man who'd saved his life, not to mention his leg. Alistair must prove himself worthy of the trust his friend had placed in him. He must prove as well to Lord Hargate that his third son was not an idle, useless fop of a parasite. Praying his face told no tales, Alistair casually drew back, bowed, and murmured the usual polite response. "You wanted my father, I know," the girl said. "He appointed to meet with you today."
"I collect he has been detained elsewhere."
"Exactly," she said. "I have considered engraving that as his epitaph. Sylvester Aldridge, beloved father, detained elsewhere. Of course that would truly be the case, would it not, were he in need of an epitaph?" The faint colour rising in her cheeks belied the coolness of her voice. It was instinctive to incline toward that hint of a blush, to see if it would grow rosier still. Rather hastily she moved away and began untying the ribbons of her bonnet. Alistair came to his senses, straightened, and said composedly,
"Since you imply he is not yet in need of it, one may safely assume he is detained only in the usual sense, not the permanent one."
"All too usual," she said. "If you were a moss or a lichen, or possessed stamens and pistils, or any other uniquely vegetative quality, he would remember the smallest detail about you. But if you were the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the eternal disposition of my father's soul depended upon his meeting you at such and such a time, it would be exactly the same as this." Alistair was too much occupied with stifling inconvenient feelings to absorb her words. Luckily her attire finally caught his attention, and this promptly purged his brain of poetic drivel. The riding dress was of costly fabric and well made, but in a dowdy style, and a shade of green unflattering to her colouring. The bonnet likewise was of superior quality, but frumpy. Alistair was baffled. How could a woman who obviously understood quality have no acquaintance whatsoever with taste or fashion? The contradiction annoyed him, and this, combined with stifled feelings, perhaps explained why he grew so unreasonably irritated when, instead of untying the bonnet ribbons, she proceeded to tangle them. "And so I ask you to overlook my father's absence as a quirk or ailment of character," she was saying, as she tried to undo the tangle, "and not take offence, drat." She tugged the ribbons, which only tightened the Gordian knot she'd created.
"May I assist you, Miss Aldridge?"
Alistair said. She retreated a pace. "Thank you, but I do not see why we should both be aggravated by a stubborn bit of ribbon."
He advanced upon her. "I must insist," he said. "You're only making it worse."
She clutched the knotted ribbon with one hand.
"You can't see what you're doing," he said.
He nudged her hand. She brought her hands to her sides and went stiff as a board. Her blue gaze fastened on the knot of his neckcloth.
"I must ask you to tilt your head back,"
Alistair said. She did so, and her eyes focused above and somewhere to his right. Her eyelashes were darker than her hair, and long. A wash of pink came and went in her cheeks. Alistair forced his own gaze lower, past her over-wide mouth, to the knot, which was very hard and very small. He had to bend close to look for a likely opening in it. Instantly he became aware of a scent that wasn't wet wool, but woman. His heart gave a series of hard thumps. Resolutely ignoring these disturbances, he managed to get one well-manicured nail into a sliver of an opening. But the ribbon was damp, and the knot gave way not one iota, and he could feel her breath on his face. His pulse picked up speed. He straightened.
"The situation appears hopeless," he said. "I recommend surgery."
Later he would realize he should have recommended she send for her maid, but at the time he was distracted by her lower lip, the corner of which was caught between her teeth. "Very well, then," she said, still looking at the spot above his head. "Rip it or cut it, whatever is quickest. The thing gives more trouble than it's worth." Alistair took out his penknife and neatly sliced the ribbon. He longed to tear the bonnet from her head, hack it to shreds, throw it down and stomp on it, then hurl it into the fire, and, by the way, have the milliner pilloried for making it in the first place. Instead he withdrew to a safe distance, put away his penknife, and told himself to calm down. Miss Aldridge snatched the bonnet from her head, stared at it for a moment, then carelessly tossed it onto a nearby chair. "That's better," she said, and beamed up at him once more. "I was beginning to wonder if I must wear the thing for the rest of my life." The billowing cloud of fiery hair and the smile knocked Alistair's thoughts about, as though they were a lot of ninepins in his skull. He firmly put them back to rights.
"I sincerely hope not," he said.
"I do apologize for bothering you with it," she said. "You endured trials enough, I dare say, coming all this way for nothing. Not that I know where you came from."
"Matlock Bath," he said. "Not a great ways, by any means. A few miles."
At least 20 it had seemed, on filthy roads, under skies spitting icy rain.
"There is no harm done. I shall come another day, when it is more convenient."
When, he fervently hoped, she would be detained elsewhere. "Unless it is convenient for you to come as a paw tree, it will be another wasted journey," she said. "Even if you should happen to find my father at home, you shan't find him at home, if you take my meaning." Alistair didn't quite take it, but before he could ask her to explain, a pair of servants entered, bearing trays laden with enough sustenance for a company of light dragoons. "I beg you to partake of some refreshment," she said, "while I withdraw for a moment to make myself presentable. Since you've come all this way, you might as well acquaint me with your errand. Perhaps I can help you." Alistair was certain it would be fatal to spend any more time alone with her. The smile muddled him horribly.
"Really, Miss Aldridge, it is no great matter," he said. "I can come another day. I plan to stay in the area for some time."
As long as was necessary. He'd promised to take care of the problem, and he would not return to London until he'd done so. "It will be the same no matter what day you come." She started toward the door. "Even if you do run Papa to ground, he won't attend to anything you say." She paused to direct a questioning look at him. "Unless you are vegetative?"
"I beg your pardon?"
"Botanical," she said. "I was aware you had been in the army, but that doesn't mean you haven't another occupation in civilian life. Are you botanical?"
"Not in the least," Alistair said.
"Then he won't attend." She continued to the door. Alistair was beginning to wish he'd let her choke on the bonnet ribbons.
He said, "Miss Aldridge, I have a letter from your father in which he expresses not only a strong interest in my project, but a clear grasp of its implications. I find it difficult to believe that the man who wrote this letter will heed nothing I say."
That stopped her in her tracks. She turned fully toward him, blue eyes wide. "My father has written to you?"
"He replied to my letter immediately."
There was a longish pause before she said, "It is about a project, you said, but not connected to botany."
"A dull matter of business," he said. "A canal."
She paled a little, then her animated face hardened into a polite mask. "Lord Gordmore's canal."
"You have heard about it, then?"
"Who has not?"
"Yes, well, there seems to be some misunderstanding about his lordship's plans."
She folded her hands at her waist. "A misunderstanding," she said. The temperature in the room was rapidly dropping.
"I've come to clear it up," Alistair said. "Lord Gordmore is ill at present, the influenza. But I am a partner in the enterprise and acquainted with every detail. I am sure I can ease your father's apprehensions."
"If you think we are merely apprehensive," she said, "you are labouring under a grievous misapprehension. We, and I believe I speak for the majority of landowners on Longledge Hill, are inalterably opposed to the canal."
"With respect, Miss Aldridge, I believe the proposal has been misrepresented, and I am sure the gentlemen of the Longledge area will, in the interests of fairness, grant me an opportunity to correct and clarify matters. Since your father is by far the largest landowner hereabouts, I wished to speak to him first. His good opinion, I know, will carry great weight with his neighbours."
The corners of her wide mouth turned up a very little, creating a shadow of a smile disagreeably reminiscent of his father's. "Very well," she said. "We shall search for him. But perhaps you will allow me a few minutes to don something cleaner and drier." She gestured at her riding dress. Alistair's face heated. He'd become so agitated about smiles and skin and scent that he'd forgotten she was wet and probably chilled. He'd kept her standing about all this time when she must be longing to be free of her damp attire. He absolutely would not think about what getting her free of it involved. The buttons and tapes and corset strings to be undone. No. He fixed his mind on canals, coal mines, and steam engines, and apologized for his thoughtlessness. She coolly dismissed the apology, asked him to make himself comfortable and take some refreshment, and still wearing the smile that wasn't one, exited the room. The conservatory to which Miss Aldridge, wearing a different but no more attractive frock, took Alistair, rivalled the Prince Regent's at Carlton House. The Regent's, however, was used primarily for entertaining, and plants were moved in and out as necessary. Mr. Aldridge's plants were far more numerous and less mobile. This was not quite an indoor garden either. It was more like a museum or library of plants. Each specimen was carefully labelled, with extensive notes and cross-references to others. At intervals, notebooks lay open in the dirt, containing further notes in Latin, in the hand Alistair recognised as Mr. Aldridge's. Neither the flesh-and-blood hand, however, nor the gentleman attached to it appeared in the conservatory. The same held true outside of the house, in the greenhouses and gardens. At last, one of the gardeners told them Mr. Aldridge had been absorbed in studying moss life in the higher elevations. The gardener was fairly certain his master would be found upon the Heights of Abraham, one of his favourite spots of late. Alistair was well aware that the Heights of Abraham rose in Matlock Bath. Even had he somehow failed to notice the wooded slope with the great mass of rock jutting up from it, directly behind his hotel, he could not help knowing, because the place abounded in signs and cards advertising the fact. He could not believe he'd come all this way on the damnable road, while the man he sought was back in the village he'd come from, possibly falling off a cliff and breaking his neck at this very moment. He looked at Miss Aldridge, who was gazing into the distance. He wondered what she was thinking. He told himself her thoughts were irrelevant. He was here on business. It was her father's views that mattered. "Your father must be unusually dedicated to his, hobby," he said. "Not many people will climb mountains at this time of year. Don't mosses go into hibernation or whatever it is most plants do in winter?" "I have no idea," she said. An icy mist was falling, and Alistair's bad leg was taking note of the fact in the form of spasms and shooting pains. She, however, continued walking away from the house, and Alistair limped along beside her.
"You do not share his enthusiasm," he said.
"It is beyond me," she said. "I am so ignorant as to imagine he could find mosses and lichen enough on his own property, instead of tramping all the way over to the Derwent River to look for them. Still, he always contrives to be home in time for his dinner, and I dare say the walking and climbing keep him limber, and at least he isn't— there he is." A man of medium height and slender build emerged from an opening in the shrubbery and ambled toward them. He was well protected from the elements in a hat and overcoat of oilcloth, and his battered boots were sturdily made. As the man drew near, Alistair discerned the family resemblance. Most of Miss Aldridge's features came, he surmised, from the maternal side, but her hair and eyes seemed to be a younger and more vivid version of her father's. Age had dulled rather than greyed his hair, and faded his eyes to a paler blue, though his gaze seemed sharp enough. His countenance offered no sign of recognition, however, when introductions were made. "Mr. Carsington wrote you a letter, Papa," Miss Aldridge said. "About Lord Gordmore's canal. You made an appointment to meet with Mr. Carsington today."
Mr. Aldridge frowned. "Did I indeed?" He thought for a moment. "Ah, yes, the canal. That was how Smith made his observations, you know. Fascinating, fascinating. Fossils, too. Most enlightening. Well, sir, you will stay to dinner, I hope?"
And away he went, leaving Alistair staring after him. "He must visit his new specimens," came the cool, whispery voice beside him. "Then he will dress for dinner. In the winter months we dine early. In summer we dine fashionably late. The one place you can be sure to find my father is in the dining-room, punctual to the minute. Wherever he may ramble, whatever botanical riddles might fascinate him, he always contrives to be home in good time for dinner. I recommend you accept his invitation. You'll have at least 2 hours to make your case."
"I should be honoured," Alistair said. "But I came unprepared, and have no suitable attire for dinner."
"You are more elegantly dressed than anyone we have dined with in the last decade," Miss Aldridge said. "Not that Papa will notice what you are wearing, and I don't care in the least." It was true that Mirabell Aldridge cared little about the minutiae of dress. She rarely took any notice of what others wore, and found life simpler when they treated her the same way. She dressed plainly to encourage the many men she dealt with to take her seriously, to listen rather than look, and keep their minds on business. To her great discomfort, however, she had taken excessive and repeated notice of Mr. Carsington, from the crown of his sleek hat to his gleaming boots. He had not been wearing the hat when she first saw him. As a result, she was aware that his hair was a rich brown, with golden glints his deep-set eyes seemed to reflect. His face was angular, the profile patrician to the last degree. He was handsome in a brooding sort of way, tall, broad-shouldered, and long-limbed. Even his hands were long. When he had offered to help with the knotted bonnet strings, she had looked at his hands and felt giddy. Matters did not improve when he'd stood so near to work on the ribbons. She'd caught a whiff of shaving soap or cologne. It was so faint that she couldn't be sure what it was, or whether she'd simply imagined it. But she'd become confused because she was nervous, she told herself, which was perfectly reasonable. She'd been uneasy because she'd been caught unprepared, which was as unpleasant as it was unusual. One near catastrophe years ago had taught her to keep informed of everything having to do with her father. That way, no one could take advantage of him, or confuse, manipulate, or bully her. That way she would never be at a loss. She would know exactly what to do at all times. For instance, she read all her father's correspondence and dealt with it. All he ever had to do was read what she'd written and sign his name. In any event, he appeared to read. There was no way to be sure his mind was engaged. He was too busy trying to unlock the secrets of plant reproduction to pay attention to his relatives' letters, or his solicitors, or any other materials unconnected with botanical pursuits. Not having opened any letters from Mr. Carsington, Mirabell had no idea what he'd written, and couldn't begin to guess how Papa had answered. If she wished not to be caught unprepared at dinner, she had better fill the gap in her knowledge. This was why she wasted no time in turning Mr. Carsington over to the servants, who'd see to drying and brushing his unsuitable attire, and provide whatever else he needed for his toilette. Yet Mirabell stood for a moment, watching him limp away, only to wish she hadn't, because her heart squeezed, as though it winced for him, which was foolish. She'd seen and even helped nurse men with worse injuries. She knew men and women who'd suffered as much or more than he had done. She knew of some who'd acted bravely, too, and received not a fraction of the admiration showered upon him. And anyway, she told herself, he was far too elegant and self-assured to need anybody's sympathy. Mirabell thrust the limp to the back of her mind, and hurried to her father's study. As Joseph had reported, his master's diary lay open to this date, and the appointment was duly noted. She ransacked the desk, but found no trace of Mr. Carsington's letter. Most likely Papa had stuffed it in his pocket and scribbled field notes on it or lost it. A copy of his reply had survived, however, because he'd written it in his memorandum book, instead of on a loose sheet of paper. The letter, dated 10 days ago, was as Mr. Carsington described. Her father expressed interest, clearly grasped the implications, and seemed most willing to discuss the canal further. The words made Mirabell's throat hurt. In the letter she saw the father she'd known once, who took an interest in so many things, so many people, how he'd loved to talk, and listen, too, even to a little girl's prattle. She remembered sitting on the stairs listening to the voices below during the frequent dinners and card parties and other social gatherings. How many times had she heard him and her mother in conversation at table, in the library, the sitting-room, this study? But after her mother's death 15 years ago, he had grown increasingly preoccupied with plant rather than human life. On the rare occasions he did emerge from the realms of botany, it was only for a short time. Mirabell had missed the most recent occasion. He must have taken notice of the everyday world during the few days she'd spent visiting her former governess in Cromford. During the visit, Mirabell had bought the bonnet with which she'd nearly choked herself this afternoon. She could not believe she'd let the man unnerve her so completely. It was not as though she'd never encountered his kind before. During her 2 London seasons, a lifetime ago it seemed, she'd met countless men like him, elegant in dress, polished in all the social graces, never at a loss as to what to do or say. She'd heard the cultivated voices, the drawls and lisps some fashionables affected, the laughter, gossip, and flirtation. Surely she'd heard voices like his, so low-pitched as to make every commonplace utterance seem of the deepest intimacy, every cliché a delicious secret. "I have heard and seen them all," she muttered. "He is nothing remarkable, merely another London sophisticate who sees us as provincials and bumpkins. We are all ignorant country folk who don't know what's good for us." Mr. Carsington would soon discover his error. Meanwhile, his dinner conversation with Papa should prove vastly entertaining. Chapter 2. While Alistair made no pretence to intellectual brilliance, he was usually capable of putting 2 and 2 together, and fairly quickly. Circumstances this day, however, conspired against him. By Miss Aldridge's abysmal standards, he might seem dressed elegantly enough for a country dinner. He knew better. Thanks to conscientious servants and a good fire, his clothes were brushed and dry, but the clothes were for afternoon wear, and could not be transformed into acceptable dinner attire by even the most diligent servants. Furthermore, the staff could not instantly launder and starch his linen. His neckcloth was limp, and creases had formed in the wrong places, which made him wild. Meanwhile, his leg, which hated damp and ought to have lived in Morocco, was punishing him for the ramble in the icy mist by tying itself into throbbing knots. These annoyances contributed to his failure to realize what any idiot would have divined hours ago. Miss Aldridge had spoken of stamens and pistils and asked if he was botanical. Alistair had seen the conservatory, the notebooks, the acres of hothouses. But when he wasn't in a fit over his clothes or being tortured by his leg, he was completely distracted by her. As a result, it wasn't until they met in the drawing-room before dinner and Mr. Aldridge acquainted him with Hedwig's observations on the reproductive organs of mosses that the truth finally dawned. The man was in the grip of a monomania. Alistair was familiar with the malady. He had an evangelical sister-in-law and a cousin obsessed with deciphering the Rosetta Stone. Since such people rarely of their own accord abandoned their chosen place of mental residence, one must take them firmly by the elbow, figuratively speaking, and lead them elsewhere. Accordingly, at the start of the second course, when his host ceased lecturing to concentrate on carving the goose, Alistair charged into the gap. "I envy your having so many facts at your command," he said. "I wish you had been able to advise us before we first presented our canal proposal. I do hope you will advise us now." Mr. Aldridge continued dismantling the fowl, but his mouth pursed, and his brows knit. "We will gladly alter the route, if that is the primary concern," Alistair persisted. "Can you alter it to another county?" Miss Aldridge asked. "Somersetshire, for instance, where they have already despoiled the countryside with slag heaps." Alistair looked across the table at her, which he'd been trying not to do since first clapping eyes on her dinner attire. Her dress was a cool lavender, when she ought to wear only warm, rich colours. It had a high neck and a lace ruffle to conceal the narrow bit of shoulder and neck the bodice left uncovered. Her glorious hair was stuffed any which way into a clumsy roll at the back of her head. For jewellery she wore a plain silver locket and chain. Alistair wondered how she could look in her mirror without seeing the obvious. Every article with which she'd chosen to adorn her person was completely, absolutely, and irredeemably wrong. She must lack a faculty every other woman in the world possessed. He wondered if hers was a disorder akin to tone deafness, and his irritation with her was what a music lover would feel on hearing an instrument out of tune, or a singer off-key. He wanted to order her back to her room to dress properly, but he couldn't, which was maddening. This perhaps explained why he answered her in the tone and manner he usually reserved for irritating younger brothers. He said,
"Miss Aldridge, I hope you will permit me to correct a slight misapprehension. Canals do not produce slag heaps. Collieries produce slag heaps. At present only Lord Gordmore is mining coal in your vicinity, and his collieries are nearly 15 miles from here. The only landscape he is despoiling is his own, because the property is good for nothing else."
"I should think he might graze sheep with less trouble and noise, and do as well," she said.
"You are certainly entitled to entertain any fanciful notions you like," Alistair said. "I should not wish to stifle an active imagination."
Her eyes sparked, but Alistair smoothly addressed his host before she could retort.
"We freely admit our motives to be selfish and practical," he said. "The primary aim is a more efficient and cheaper means of transporting coal."
Aldridge, engaged in distributing choice bits of fowl to daughter and guest, merely nodded.
"Lord Gordmore will then be able to bring the coal to more customers," Alistair went on, "and sell it at a lower price. However, he and his customers aren't the only ones who will profit. The canal will provide you and your neighbours easier access to more goods. Fragile items travelling smoothly on water rather than bumping along rutted roads will reach their destinations in one piece. You will have an economical means of conveying manure and agricultural produce to and from the various markets. In short, all in the Longledge environs, from landowner to labourer, will reap its benefits."
"Lord Hargate has not spent much time at his country place of late, even when Parliament is not sitting," Mr. Aldridge said. "Politics can be acutely demanding of the physical and mental faculties and wearing to the spirit. I hope he is well."
"My father is quite well," Alistair said. "I should make clear, however, that he is in no way involved in Lord Gordmore's project."
"I well remember the canal mania of the last century," Aldridge said. "They built the Cromford Canal then, and commenced the Peak Forest. Mr. Carsington, may I press you to try a morsel of curry?" Alistair was prepared to extol the benefits of Gordmore's canal at length. Still, he was at dinner, where normally one did not discuss business. He'd introduced the topic only because Miss Aldridge had suggested this would be his best opportunity to make his case. It was not so hard to set aside business temporarily, however. Alistair was glad of the reminder to savour the food, which was far superior in both variety and quality of preparation to what one might reasonably expect so far from civilization. The cook clearly was a treasure. Even the butler and footman would have passed muster in any great London household, including Hargate House. What a pity that a woman who otherwise staffed her house so well could not find a lady's maid capable of preventing fashion atrocities. "How did you come to be interested in canals?" Mr. Aldridge asked him. "Admittedly, the engineering feats are fascinating, yet you do not strike me as a Cambridge man."
"Oxford," Alistair said.
Of the two ancient universities, Cambridge was deemed to offer somewhat greater scope to those of a mathematical or scientific bent. "Smith was self-taught, I believe," his host said ruminatively. "What do you know of fossils?"
"Apart from the Oxford dons," Alistair said.
He heard a strangled giggle and looked across the table, but not quickly enough. Miss Aldridge wore a sober expression in keeping with her sober attire. Her gaze shifted from her father to Alistair. "Papa refers to Mr. William Smith's strata identified by organised fossils," she said. "Are you familiar with the work?"
"It sounds far too deep for me," Alistair said, and watched her bite back a smile.
She was not immune to feeble puns, then.
"I'm no scholar."
"But it concerns mineral deposits," she said. "I should have thought—" Her brow wrinkled, much more prettily than her father's did. "It must have been Mr. Smith's geological map you used, then?"
"For the canal route," Alistair said.
"To determine whether it was worthwhile to drill for coal in an area that is all but inaccessible." She tipped her head to one side and studied Alistair as though he were a fossil in dire need of organising. England has coal nearly everywhere, but in some places it is difficult and prohibitively expensive, either to get to or to transport," she said. "You must have had good reason to believe the coal measures on Lord Gordmore's property were worth so much effort. Or did you simply begin drilling without considering the practicalities?"
"The Peak is known to be rich in mineral wealth," Alistair said. "Lord Gordmore was bound to find something worth the trouble. Lead, limestone, marble, coal."
"Lord Gordmore? But did you not say you were a partner? Acquainted with every detail were your words, I think."
"We've been partners since November," he said. "He started the mining operation earlier, not long after returning from the continent."
The fact was, Gordmore had returned from war to find his finances in alarming disarray. He could not even afford the upkeep of his Northumberland estate. His bailiff had advised him to explore the Derbyshire property, and desperate, Geordie had drilled for coal. Alistair, however, had no intention of disclosing his friend's personal affairs to an inquisitive young lady, or anyone else, for that matter. "I see." Miss Aldridge lowered her gaze to her plate. "Then you were both with the Duke of Wellington. But you're the one who's famous. Even here in the wilds of Derbyshire. Everyone has heard of you." Alistair's face grew hot. He didn't know whether she referred to Waterloo or the episodes of stupidity. Both matters were for the most part public knowledge, unfortunately. He ought to be indifferent by now to the spectacle of his past rearing its head. It happened so often. But he wasn't indifferent, and he did wish the tales had not travelled quite so far.
"You bear a strong resemblance to Lord Hargate," Mr. Aldridge said. "He has a great many sons, has he not?"
Relieved at the turn of subject, Alistair admitted to having 4 brothers.
"Some will say that is not a great many," Mr. Aldridge said. "Our unfortunate king has sired 15 children."
King George III had been for some years completely insane, and thus unfit to handle affairs of state. As a consequence, his eldest son, who, while not insane, would not win any prizes for rational behaviour, currently reigned as Prince Regent. "One might wish our unfortunate monarch had sired fewer children of better quality," Miss Aldridge said. "Lord and Lady Hargate produced only 5 boys, yet 2 are paragons, and 1 is a famous Waterloo hero. I dare say your younger brothers will prove themselves equally remarkable as they mature."
"You seem to know a great deal about my family, Miss Aldridge," Alistair said.
"As does everyone in Derbyshire," she said. "Yours is one of the county's oldest families. Your father is reputed to be the real power in the House of Lords. Your older brothers have involved themselves in several admirable causes. All the London papers provided extensive accounts of your battlefield exploits, and the local ones devoted oceans of ink to the subject. Even had I somehow contrived to miss your name in print, I could not remain in ignorance. For a time you were mentioned in every letter I received from friends and family members in London." Alistair winced inwardly. He'd been involved in barely 2 days' fighting. He'd been so raw it was a wonder he hadn't shot his own nose off. Why the papers chose to lionize him was a mystery, and an infuriating one at that. His leg commenced a set of spasms.
"That is old news," he said in the chilling drawl that always ended discussion of the subject.
"Not hereabouts," Miss Aldridge said. "I recommend you prepare to endure the admiration of the population." His frigid tone affected her not a whit. Her cheerful one put him on the alert. He knew better than many men, in fact, that a woman's speech could be fraught with hidden meanings bearing no discernible resemblance to the spoken words. He did not always know what a woman meant, but he was usually aware that she meant more than she said, and that the more was, more often than not, trouble. He sensed trouble at present, was aware it might at any moment spring out at him from the darkness of her mind, but couldn't perceive what it was. What he could perceive was her sad excuse for a coiffure coming apart. A cluster of coppery curls had fallen out of the roll and dangled at her neck. Atop her head, curls sprang out singly and in clumps. He watched her push one long tendril out of her face and behind her ear. It was a gesture a woman might make after she'd undressed and taken down her hair, or upon rising from her pillows in the morning, or after love-making. She wasn't supposed to do it at the dinner table. She was supposed to arrive there properly coiffed and dressed and in perfect order. She wasn't supposed to be tumbling all to pieces as though she'd been recently ravished. Alistair told himself to ignore it and brace for trouble. He tried to attend to his meal, but his appetite was gone. He was too aware of her, the fetching gesture, the disorderly curls, and a tension in the air. Even when he looked or turned his mind elsewhere, he couldn't shed his consciousness of her. Clearly his host discerned nothing amiss, but went on steadily eating, a contented if distant look on his face. It was fortunate he did so much walking and climbing, for the botanist ate enough for any 2 large men. Mr. Aldridge talked about experiments with tulips during the remainder of the meal. Finally Miss Aldridge departed, leaving the men to their port and allowing Alistair to put what was out of sight out of mind. He fixed his mind on business and commenced making his case for the canal. While he talked, his host contemplated the chandelier. Still, he must have heard something, because at the end of Alistair's presentation the botanist said, "Yes, well, I do see your point, but it's complicated, you see."
"Canals are rarely simple matters," Alistair said. "When one is obliged to use other people's land, one must be prepared to accommodate and compensate them, and each party's requirements are bound to be different."
Yes, but it is very like the tulip experiment," said his host. "Without you apply the farina fecundans, they will not bear seed. It is explained in Bradley's account, but Miller made similar experiments. You will not find the account in every edition of the Gardener's Dictionary. I will lend you one of my copies, and you may read it for yourself." Following this incomprehensible response, Mr. Aldridge proposed they rejoin Mirabell, who would be awaiting them in the library. Alistair begged to be excused. It was growing late, and he must return to his hotel. "But you must stay the night," Mr. Aldridge said. "You cannot travel all that way in the dark. The road, I'm sorry to say, can be difficult, even in broad day." "Yes, and that is why you need a canal," Alistair wanted to shout. Since he wanted to, a retreat, clearly, was in order. At any rate, he needed to think rationally, which meant he must get away. Rational thinking was next to impossible in Miss Aldridge's vicinity. Matters here were not at all as he and Geordie had supposed. What precisely the trouble was, Alistair couldn't say. At present he knew only that both Mr. and Miss Aldridge had an uncanny ability to rattle him, which, as Geordie had remarked, was exceedingly difficult. Alistair was not high-strung. He might become emotional about women, but his nerves were steady, perhaps to a fault. A jumpier man, he was sure, could not possibly have landed in so many scrapes, because such a man would have hesitated and thought, at least once, if not twice. At present, Alistair's nerves showed alarming signs of fraying. Even if they'd been their usual rock-like selves, he couldn't stay. He'd worn the same clothes all day, through dinner no less, which made him a little ill, and no doubt contributed to his prickly mood. To don these same articles of clothing on the morrow was out of the question. Alistair had borne such privations on the battlefield because he had no choice. Aldridge Hall was not a battlefield. Not yet, at any rate. A short while later, therefore, having also declined his host's offer of a carriage, Alistair set out on horseback, under steadily falling sleet, for Matlock Bath. Mr. Carsington was already on his way before Mirabell learned of his departure. Her father relayed the news in a state of bewilderment. He was in a great hurry to go, and it was quite impossible to dissuade him. Mirabell hurried to the window and looked out. She could see only as far as the light of the library reached, but that was enough to show her the state of things. "It's sleeting," she said. "I cannot believe you let Lord Hargate's son depart on horseback to travel in an ice storm all the way to Matlock." "Perhaps you are right," he said. "Perhaps I should have summoned some of the largest footmen to subdue him and tie him to something." He looked about as though in search of a suitable something. "But I cannot think how otherwise he was to be prevented." "Why did you not send for me?" Her parent frowned. "I cannot say why. but it did not occur to me. I'm sorry it did not. The trouble was he put me in mind of a cactus, and I found myself contemplating the spiny tufts which might serve a reproductive purpose, though it is generally explained— Why, child, where are you going? Mirabell was hurrying out to the hall. I'm going after him, of course. Otherwise he will break his neck or his horse's leg, or most likely both, and we shall never hear the end of it. Good God! An earl's son! The Earl of Hargate's son! The famous Waterloo hero, no less, and wounded in the line of duty! Oh, it does not bear thinking of. Really, Papa, you will drive me to distraction one of these days. The man hurls himself to certain death while you are contemplating cactus spines. But, my dear, it is quite important. Mirabell didn't hear him. She was running down the hall. Moments later, mounted on an unhandsome but sure-footed and imperturbable gelding, Mirabell rode out into the night. She caught up with her quarry a short distance past the park gates. The thick sleet had thinned to icy rain, but it could easily thicken and thin again a score of times in the course of the night. "Mr. Carsington!" she shouted into the downpour. He was only a dark man-shaped form on a dark horse-shaped form, but the form was tall enough and sat straight enough, despite the rain pouring from his hat brim down his neck. And anyway, who else could it be? He halted. "Miss Oldridge?" He turned his head her way. It was too dark to see his face. "What are you doing here? Are you mad?" "You must return to the house at once," she said. "You must be insane," he said. "You are no longer in London," she said. "The next house is a mile away. In this weather it will take you 2 hours at the very least to reach Matlock Bath, and that is only barring accident." "It is of vital importance that I return to my hotel," he said. "I beg you to return to your house. They ought not to have let you leave. You will catch your death." "I am but a few minutes from a good blaze," she said. "You are the one who'll catch his death. Then what are we to tell your father?"
"Miss Oldridge, no one tells my father anything," he said.
"Or you either, I collect."
"Miss Oldridge, while we remain here disputing, the animals grow chilled. I am sure they will be better off moving, yours in the opposite direction of mine. I thank you for your hospitality, and I appreciate your concern for my well-being, but it is quite impossible for me to remain."
"Mr. Carsington, whatever engagements you have for tomorrow—"
"Miss Oldridge, you do not understand. I have nothing to wear."
"You're funning me," she said.
"I never joke about such things," he said.
"Nothing to wear."
"Exactly."
"I see," she said. She had seen long before now, but had failed to come to the logical conclusion. Logic had taken second place to reactions lower on the intellectual plane. She had observed him closely enough, had been unable to keep from observing. She had an all too vivid recollection of the way the expensively tailored coat hugged broad shoulders and the powerful torso that tapered to a narrow waist. She had a clear image in her mind's eye of the exquisite embroidery of his silk waistcoat, with its one upper button undone, and of the snugly fitting breeches outlining muscular thighs, and such long legs. Merely recalling sent heat washing through her, though she sat in darkness upon a horse in a cold, driving rain. She could not help the heat. It was natural enough, she told herself. He was a hero, and looked the part, tall, strong, and handsome. Few women could gaze on him unmoved. All the same, she retained intellect enough to comprehend his irrational determination to travel at night in this filthy weather. She had not spent 2 seasons in London without learning something about dandies, and this was a dandy if ever she had met one, though she'd never met one quite so imposingly built. "Well, that's different, then," she said. "Good night, Mr. Carsington." She turned and rode back to the house. To her surprise, Mirabell found her father pacing the vestibule when she returned. Usually he drank his tea in the library while perusing botanical tomes, then proceeded to the conservatory to say good night to the diverse vegetable matter therein. "Oh, dear," You could not persuade him, Papa said, as she gave her dripping bonnet and cloak to the footman. He has nothing to wear, she said. Her father blinked at her. He is a dandy, Papa, she said. Deprived of what he deems proper dress, he is like a plant deprived of vital nutrients. He wilts and dies, and one can scarcely imagine the agonies he suffers in the process. She started toward the stairs. Her father followed her. I knew something was wrong. It is like the cactus spines. Papa, I am wet and somewhat out of sorts, and I should like— But he limps, her father persisted. I observed that, Mirabell said. How she wished for a less heartbreakingly gallant manner of limping. It made her feel things she didn't want to and couldn't afford to. And anyway, it was ridiculous at her age, after her experience. She proceeded up the stairs. I understand he was quite seriously injured at Waterloo. Her father trailed after her. Yes, Benton told me about it. Yet I strongly suspect Mr. Carsington also suffered a head injury without realizing. I have heard of such cases. That would explain, you see. Explain what? The cactus spines. Papa, I haven't the least idea what you mean. No, I dare say. She heard his footsteps pause behind her. Perhaps he will not understand about the tulips after all. Yes, perhaps you are right. Well, good night, dear. Good night, Papa. Mirabell climbed the stairs and went to her room. Though she was tired, she blamed it on overstrained nerves. She had not been prepared. Had she been forewarned of Mr. Carsington's arrival? But she hadn't been. Had not even imagined this turn of events. She had made an incorrect assumption about Lord Gordmore that could prove to be disastrous. She'd never dreamt he would be so persistent. She'd erred, and it was too late to undo the error. All she could do was take a lesson from it. She'd based her calculations on insufficient information. She would not make that mistake twice. And so, after she had shed her damp clothes and dried off and donned a warm nightgown and robe, she went to her sitting-room. There, comfortably ensconced in a soft chair before the fire, she wrote a letter to Lady Sherfield in London. If there was anything about Mr. Carsington Aunt Clotilde didn't know, it wasn't worth knowing. It took Alistair the full 2 hours Miss Aldridge had predicted to traverse the few miles from Aldridge Hall to Wilkerson's Hotel, where he was staying. He arrived soaked to the bone, a condition to which his leg objected in the most strenuous terms, refusing to assist him in any way in climbing the stairs. But he was used to the leg's tantrums and made it to his bedchamber. There his manservant Crewe expressed his disapproval with a mildly censuring cough, and the recommendation of a hot bath. "It's too late to make the servants haul water up the stairs," Alistair said. He dropped into a chair near the fire, set his foot on the fender, and started massaging his outraged leg. While doing so, he told his valet about the day's vicissitudes, discreetly excluding his deranged reaction to Miss Aldridge. "I am sorry, sir, you had a lengthy journey in bad weather to no purpose," Crewe said. "Perhaps I might fetch you a bottle of wine and something to eat." "I've been more than amply fed," Alistair said. "Mr. Aldridge appears to have 2 great passions, botany and dinner." "Indeed, sir. The servants here all solemnly swear that he has never once been late to dinner, though he is late or absent in every other circumstance." "I should have stayed here and listened to servants' gossip," Alistair said, staring into the fire. "As it was, I was ill prepared for the encounter." The glowing coals brought to mind Miss Aldridge's hair, and the way the candlelight caught it, making it a soft gold at times, a fiery red at others. "His daughter," he hesitated. "She holds amazingly strong opinions for one so young. A lady of uncommon character, they say, sir. She would have to be, to manage so large an estate and all her father's business interests." Alistair looked up from the fire to his servant's face. "Miss Aldridge manages the property?" "She manages everything. I was told that her bailiff hardly dares draw a breath without her approval." "Sir, are you ill? Perhaps I had better fetch that wine, or a hot posset.
Indeed, you will not wish to risk a chill at this time when you have so much to do."
Though he was not ill, Alistair let his valet go to concoct one of his possets. The master used the time to digest what he'd just heard. The ill-dressed, inquisitive girl with the fire-coloured hair ran one of the largest estates in Derbyshire.
"Well, someone must,"
he muttered a while later, when he'd finally found a relatively clear perspective on the situation.
"He doesn't attend to anything else. That's plain enough. As she told me, if it wasn't botanical, he wouldn't attend."
He became aware of Crewe hovering nearby with the hot drink.
"I beg your pardon, sir?" "How old is she?" Alistair demanded. "Not a girl, I'm sure. No girl could possibly— Gad, why didn't I see?"
He shook his head and accepted the cup from his valet.
"Did the gossips by any chance mention how old Miss Aldridge is?"
31, said Crewe. The sip of posset Alistair had taken went down his windpipe. When he stopped choking and coughing, he laughed. He might as well. It was a fine joke on him.
31, he repeated.
"Last month, sir."
"I thought she was a girl," Alistair said, "as anyone would. A slimish lass with a mass of coppery hair and great blue eyes, and such a smile."
He looked down at the drink in his hand, his own smile fading.
"God help us. The canal, everything, depends on her."
Chapter 3. The following morning Mirabell and 2 servants set out under overcast skies to find Mr. Carsington's body. They reached Matlock Bath without encountering any corpses, however, and learned from the postmistress that the gentleman had arrived safely the previous night and was staying in Wilkerson's hotel. The choice of hotel was surprising. Mirabell had thought he'd be staying up the hill at the old Bath Hotel, Matlock Bath's grandest. Instead he'd chosen Wilkerson's, which stood on the South Parade, exposed to all the dirt and noise of coaches coming and going. When they entered the village, though, the parade was quiet. By this time the sun had grown bolder, making an occasional dart through the clouds to sparkle on the river and the whitewashed houses pressed against the hillside. Though the place was as familiar to Mirabell as her own property, she never grew tired of its beauty. Here the hills rose steeply from the Derwent River, the great milestone crag of the High Tor visible at every turn. It might have been a castle, with a garden wall along whose sides patches of greenery softened the grey rock. The spa itself was clean and pretty. Lodging places, shops, and museums clustered along a short stretch of the museum parade, and villas peeped out from the greenery on the surrounding hillsides. On the other side of the road, gardens sloped down toward the river. The road followed the river's route, round the mountain rising behind the heights of Abraham. It was an easy climb to the heights, and Mirabell had done it in all seasons. Whenever her cares threatened to overwhelm her, she went there, and let her surroundings soothe her. She had a great deal on her mind this day, and experienced more than a little perturbation of spirit, but she hadn't time to let nature calm her. Instead, having turned over her curricle to the groom and sent her maid Lucy to carry out some errands, Mirabell proceeded to the entrance of Wilkerson's hotel. Within, she asked for Mr. Carsington. Mr. Wilkerson hurried out to her.
"I believe he's still abed, Miss Aldridge," he said.
"Still abed?" she repeated. "But it must be noon."
"Just gone 11:30, miss,"
said the innkeeper. Then she remembered. Members of the haut ton rarely rose before noon, usually on account of going to bed about the time dawn was cracking. Mr. Wilkerson offered to send a servant up to ascertain whether Mr. Carsington was ready to receive visitors. An image arose in Mirabell's mind of Mr. Carsington pushing tousled Gold Street brown hair out of his face and blinking sleepily up at someone. "No, there is no need to disturb him," she said quickly. "I shall be in the village for some hours. I must pay some calls. I can speak to him later in the day." She noticed her hands were trembling. It must be hunger, She'd been so worried about finding Lord Hargate's son in broken pieces that she'd been able to swallow only a sip of tea and a bite of toast for breakfast. "But first I should like a pot of tea," she added, "and some toast." She was swiftly conveyed to a private dining-room, far from the bustle of the public dining-room and tavern. Within minutes the tea and toast appeared. After she'd emptied plate and teapot, Mirabel's spirits revived. When Mr. Wilkerson came in and asked if she'd like something more, eggs perhaps, and a few rashers of bacon, she asked for his most detailed local map. He had any number of such maps, he assured her, as good a selection as one might find in any shop in London, including some handsome hand-tinted ones. He wished the Ordnance Survey map of Derbyshire had been done by now, but it hadn't.
"A pity it is, Miss Aldridge," he said. "Very scientifically made they are, those new maps."
She asked to see what he had, and he brought them to her. Several seemed detailed enough to suit her purposes, and she spread these out on the table, merely to compare. She did not plan a close study until she returned home. But Mirabel was in certain respects more like her father than she realized. Left to herself, with no interruptions, disturbances, or servants' calls for help, she could become as caught up in working out a riddle as he. As time passed, she shed by degrees her bonnet and cloak. More than 2 hours after she'd come, she was still bent over the maps, looking for a way out of her difficulty. About this time, Mr. Wilkerson was out in the courtyard, gossiping with a postilion. Consequently, he was unaware that Mr. Carsington had come downstairs and was on his way to the private parlour he'd reserved as his headquarters. Since Mr. Wilkerson was not there to inform him, and Mr. Carsington did not encounter a servant en route, he had no idea who was in the small dining-room nearby. The door happening to be open, Alistair idly glanced inside as he was passing, and discovered directly in his line of vision a small, round, distinctively feminine bottom. It was draped in green fabric, whose fine quality his connoisseur's eye could not fail to discern, even while this same eye was assessing the form beneath, and calculating how many layers of cloth came between the dress and skin. All this was the work of an instant, no more, but she must have heard his footsteps pause. Or perhaps she heard him catch his breath, and snatch his wits back from where they were wandering, and remind himself he'd better continue on his way. He could not afford to be distracted by a female, no matter how perfect her derriere. Whatever the cause, she lifted a head capped with a dishevelled mass of coppery hair, and turned a deep blue gaze over her shoulder at him, and smiled. It was she.
"Miss Aldridge,"
he said, his voice dropping so low that the two words sounded like grrr. "Mr. Carsington." She straightened and turned fully toward him. "I had not thought you would be up and about at this early hour." Was she being sarcastic?
"It is nearly 2 o'clock," he said.
Her eyes widened. "Good heavens! Have I been here all this time?"
"I haven't the least idea how long you've been here," he said.
She threw a frowning glance at the map. "Well, I never meant to stay so long. That is, I meant to come back later, when you were awake."
"I am awake."
"Yes, and—" she eyed him up and down, "and looking very neat and elegant." Alistair wished he could say the same for her. Someone had made a valiant attempt to tame her hair with a braid coiled and pinned on the crown of her head, but of course half the pins were on the floor and the table, and the coil was listing to starboard. His hands itched to get at it and put it right. He clenched them and forced himself to look elsewhere. Grimly he regarded the expensive dress. This green was even more unbecoming than the shade he'd first seen her wearing. The style? Oh, it had no style at all. It was plain and dull and about as flattering as a flour sack. He turned his gaze to the maps. "I needed a new one," she said. "We had a very fine map of the area, but my father drowned it in the Derwent River in November."
"I see."
He did, all too plainly.
"What I don't understand is why you or your father would need one. I was told that yours is one of the older families hereabouts. I should think you'd know the land quite well."
"My own property, yes. But Longledge Hill gets its name from its length, which is considerable," she said. It actually comprises several hills, far more territory than I or even my father could know intimately. She turned back to the table and pointed to the map. We have Captain Hughes on one side of us and Sir Roger Talbot on the other. Even though we visit frequently, I certainly do not know every stick and stone of their land. I was particularly curious about Lord Gordmore's property, which is actually a good deal less, you see, than 15 miles away.
It comes to nearly twice that for carts and pack-horses travelling deeply rutted and circuitous roads, Alistair said. If we could cut a canal in a straight line, it would extend not even 10 miles. However, since rocky hills lie along that line, and our route must go round landowners, outbuildings, timber yards, and such, we estimate 15 miles of canal.
He moved to stand beside her at the table.
Is this why you needed a map? You wished to study our route more carefully. Is it possible you are having second thoughts about your opposition to our plans?
No, I'm having second thoughts about Lord Gordmore, she said, without looking up. The fitful sunbeams from the dining-room's single window made a fiery froth of the wispy ringlets about her face. The braided coils sagged further toward her ear, which, being small and perfectly shell-shaped, made the imperfect hair arrangement, not to mention every stitch on her person, all the more aggravating.
You had perhaps pictured him as one of those rapacious villains of industry who evict humble shepherds and cowherds from their huts, and erect immense smoking factories on what used to be grazing land, Alistair said.
No, I had pictured him as being resourceful, she said. When a solution I devise proves unworkable, I look for another way to solve the problem. But having failed to interest us in his canal, Lord Gordmore has not, as I supposed he would do, exercised his imagination. Instead, he has kept to his original solution. The difference this time is he's sent in heavy artillery to blast us into submission. Alistair would have understood immediately what she was saying if his mind had not been otherwise occupied. The braided coil not only continued to sag, but was uncoiling as well. Though he hadn't heard the pins drop, he was sure more were scattered over the map-covered table than a moment ago. Any minute now, her coiffure would tumble completely to pieces. He could barely keep his hands still. Thus distracted, he said,
"Heavy artillery? You cannot think we will bring in our machinery and troops of canal cutters and bully our way through? You are aware, I hope, that we cannot build a canal without an Act of Parliament, and Parliament will not approve a canal proposal the landowners unanimously oppose."
"You are the heavy artillery," she said. "In this part of Derbyshire, the Earl of Hargate is at least as important as the Duke of Devonshire. Your family has been here quite as long, and your father is held in exceptionally high esteem. 2 of your brothers are paragons, and you are a famous hero. Lord Gordmore chose his partner very wisely indeed, as well as a convenient time to contract influenza." Alistair froze, almost literally. After a moment's incredulous outrage, he settled into a cold fury.
"Correct me if I have misapprehended, Miss Oldridge," he said with bone-chilling politeness. "You believe Lord Gordmore or I, or perhaps the pair of us, decided to use my family's position and my own notoriety to mow down the opposition? You think that is why I came, to what, overawe the yokels? Perhaps even touch their hearts with the evidence of my great sacrifice on behalf of king and country?" At the reference to his troublesome leg, a bitter note crept into his voice. "Lord Gordmore has not a fraction of your impact upon local opinion," she said. "He is not a Derbyshire man. His title is recent, bestowed only in the last half-century, and he is not famous." Her chin went up. "I do not see why you take offence. I merely state the simple facts of the case, which should be obvious to everybody, though I suppose no one else will say it to your face." "You know nothing about Lord Gordmore," Alistair said tightly. "If you did, you would be aware he would never be so dishonourable as to use me or my position to foist a wicked scheme upon anybody."
His leg was twitching angrily. It hated standing too long in one position. He stepped away from the table. "I said nothing about foisting wicked schemes," she said. "Really, you seem to have a turn for the theatrical, Mr. Carsington." Her brow wrinkled. "Or perhaps they're rhetorical flourishes." Overawe the yokels is apt, but rapacious villains and wicked scheme are off the mark. I do not think your canal is wicked. If a suitor is rejected, it does not follow that he is wicked, merely that he does not suit. Does your leg pain you?"
"Not in the least,"
he said, while a spasm shot through his hip. She, too, backed away from the table. "I know I'm supposed to take no notice," she said, "but it is never proper to ignore someone's discomfort. You move more stiffly than before. I collect your leg pains you. Perhaps you wish to walk about, or sit, or elevate it. I shouldn't keep you here arguing with me at any rate. I'm sure you have a great many important things to do."
Alistair had many, many important things to do, but she had thrown everything into a tumult, like her hair, and he was not ready to be dismissed. "Miss Aldridge, you know perfectly well that you are the most important thing I have to do," he said, and instantly regretted it. Where were his vaunted powers of address? Good grief, where were his manners? He paced to the window and back, and to the window again. His leg treated him to several spasms. It was furious with him. She watched him, her expression troubled. "The long ride in the cold rain last night cannot have been good for your injury. I did not think of that until now. My great anxiety this morning was finding your broken body in a ditch. I had resigned myself to picking up the pieces. Why am I important?" Listening to her talk about searching for his broken corpse made Alistair forget what he meant to say. He recalled how she'd left a warm, luxurious house and ridden out in the darkness and freezing rain to bring him back. He could not imagine any other woman, save perhaps his mother, doing such a thing. But then, unlike most other women, Miss Aldridge was the responsible member of the family, the one in charge, the one upon whom his canal depended, he reminded himself. He should be making the most of this opportunity. He marshalled his ideas into order. "No one else will speak freely to me," he said. "You said so a moment ago. I need to understand what the objections are to the canal." "What difference does it make?" she said. "Now you are here, they will melt away like snow under a hot sun." "But that isn't the way I want to do it."
She gave him a sceptical look. "Then you shouldn't have come." Alistair turned away and stared unseeingly out the window while he counted to 10.
"Miss Aldridge, I must tell you plainly that you make me want to tear my hair out."
"I wondered what that was," she said. Alistair turned back sharply.
What was?"
"Heavy weather. It felt as though heavy weather were bearing down upon the room. But it is only you. You have a remarkable force of personality, Mr. Carsington. Why do I make you want to tear your hair out?" Alistair gazed at her in exasperation. The loosened coil had slid to within a quarter-inch of her ear. He straightened away from the window, marched to the table, swept up a handful of pins, and advanced upon her.
"You've lost most of your hairpins," he said.
"Oh, thank you." She put out her hand. He ignored the outstretched hand, took up the offending braid, coiled it up, set it back where it belonged, and pinned it in place. She stood rigidly still, her blue gaze fixed on his neckcloth. Her wild hair was silken soft. His fingers itched to tangle in it. He quickly finished his work and stood back.
"That's better,"
he said. For a moment she said nothing. Her gaze went from his face to his hands, then back again. Otherwise she did not move a muscle, only stood regarding Alistair with the same intensity of expression his cousin applied to Egyptian hieroglyphs. He said tightly,
"It was distracting. Your hair. Coming down."
Her expression did not change.
"One can't think,"
he added lamely. But it was no excuse. A gentleman never took such liberties, except with a very near relative or a mistress. He could not believe he'd done it, yet he did not see how he could help it. He set his mind, what was left of it, to composing a suitable apology. She spoke before he could assemble the words. "So that was what upset you so much," she said. "Well, I should not be surprised. A man who will set out in the dead of night in an ice storm, because he lacks a change of clothes, lives by sartorial standards too lofty for lesser mortals to comprehend." She turned away and began to fold up the maps. He quickly gathered the shreds of his reason.
"I also have principles," Miss Aldridge," he said, "whether you wish to believe it or not. I should like to persuade the landowners of the merits of Lord Gordmore's canal. I wish to find a way to remove the objectionable elements of the plan, or, if this is impossible, arrive at an acceptable compromise."
"Then go back to London, and send someone else to make the case," she said. "You are either sadly deluded or hopelessly idealistic if you think people will deal with you as they deal with ordinary men, even ordinary peers. My neighbours as well as my father left their estate managers to meet with Lord Gordmore's agent. They wouldn't dream of doing so themselves. You, my father, not only invited to meet with him, but asked to dinner. He even tried to persuade you to stay the night, though Papa is practically a recluse, who would rather talk to plants than people. Sir Roger Talbot and Captain Hughes, who are more sociable, will call on you and invite you to dine with them. Everyone will ask you to visit and invite you to admire their pets, livestock, and children, especially their daughters." While she talked, she was trying to roll and fold the maps, and was doing as well as her maid had done with her hair. She wound the rolled ones into cones and spirals, and folded the others backwards and sideways, and every way but the correct one. By degrees she became lost in a storm of swishing and crackling paper. Alistair advanced, extracted the maps from her taut grip, and one by one closed them properly. Then he set the lot down on the table, resisting the urge to keep one to swat her with. She frowned down at the maps. "I had no trouble opening them," she said, "but when it came time to shut them up they developed a life of their own. I suspect they dislike being closed, and it wants a special knack to coax them."
"No, it wants only simple logic," he said.
"It must be a different form of logic than I ever learned," she said. "But you're an Oxford man, I recall. If only I had gone to university, I too should know how to fold a map."
"I wish Oxford had taught me how to get a direct answer to a simple question," he said.
She bestowed upon him a brilliant smile, the one she'd favoured him with the previous day before she'd learnt his errand. Since she'd treated him to only a lesser and chillier variety of smiles since, he was caught unprepared, and his brain reacted as though she'd hit him in the head with a cricket bat. "You want me to tell you why Lord Gordmore's agent could win no support for his canal?" she said. She collected her coat and bonnet. Alistair collected his wits.
"The agent told us no one was willing even to discuss it. Everywhere he went he was told no and shown the door. Yes, I want you to tell me, Miss Aldridge, since you claim everyone else will be too overawed by my consequence to tell me the truth."
She flung on the cloak. "I most certainly will not tell you," she said. She jammed the bonnet on her head and quickly tied the ribbons. "You have every possible advantage. Everyone will fawn upon you. I do not see your encountering the smallest resistance. The situation is hopeless enough without my giving up to you my single piece of ammunition. Good day, Mr. Carsington." She snatched up the maps, and out she went, leaving a vexed and baffled Alistair with nothing to do but watch her go, cloak crooked, bonnet lopsided, and perfect backside swaying. It might have comforted Mr. Carsington to know he was not the only one who was vexed and baffled. Mirabell was disturbed enough to travel another 2 miles to Cromford to seek her former governess's calming presence. At present they sat in Mrs. Entwistle's parlour, which was scrupulously neat, attractively decorated, and comfortably upholstered, like its mistress. The lady, who was 10 years older, had married and moved to Cromford shortly after her then 19-year-old charge set out for London and her first season. Mr. Entwistle had succumbed to a lung fever 3 years ago. He had provided well enough for his widow, though, to spare her having to return to her old occupation. "If only I did have a piece of ammunition," Mirabell was telling Mrs. Entwistle. "But Mr. Carsington will soon discover the main objection. All the Longledge landowners believe the canal will cause too much disruption for too little benefit. Otherwise we should have built our own canal decades ago, when it would have cost far less. Men who spend their lives in London cannot conceive of the impact these schemes have on rural communities," Mrs. Entwistle said. "Even if anyone had explained the problem to Lord Gordmore, he would probably disregard it as provincial prejudice against change and progress.
"I cannot blame him entirely," Mirabell said. "We are at least partly to blame. Had all the landowners made their sentiments clear to his agent, I doubt we should be in this predicament. But none of us took any more notice of him than we have of the others." The agent's status and power was merely the dim reflection of his employers, and Lord Gordmore's prestige, as Mirabell had pointed out to Mr. Carsington, was of a dim variety to begin with. To the denizens of Longledge Hill, his representative was merely one in a long line of agents constantly coming and going, trying to promote one speculation or another. The gentry hereabouts were conservative folk, however. Even at the height of the canal mania they had considered Mr. Arkwright's Cromford Canal a dubious venture, and the Peak Forest Canal downright risky. So far, events, at least from a financial standpoint, had not proved them wrong. While these canals had greatly improved transportation for the businesses along their routes, neither had yet made substantial profits for the shareholders. Beyond question, the waterways had radically altered both the landscape and the communities through which they passed. Reaction was even more negative to Lord Gordmore's canal, which would amount to a public highway through Mirabell's and her neighbour's own property. "You had no way of knowing Lord Gordmore would prove more persistent than the others," Mrs. Entwistle said. "It is not the persistence, but his choice of representative that disturbs me," Mirabell said. "I wish someone had warned me Mr. Carsington was coming. He cannot have written to the other landowners in advance, or everyone would have been talking about it. But I cannot credit his applying only to Papa, the last man in the world to take an interest in a canal, or anything else not possessing roots." "I suspect Mr. Carsington and Lord Gordmore were not aware of your father's preoccupations," Mrs. Entwistle said. "They were only aware of his owning the largest property." "And Papa has done nothing to enlighten them," Mirabell said. "Can you credit his answering Mr. Carsington's letter?" Mrs. Entwistle shook her head, and agreed it was inexplicable. "If even my father agreed to meet with Mr. Carsington, you can imagine what the others will do," Mirabell said. "They will wine and dine the famous Waterloo hero, and say yes to everything he proposes without question. They will accept whatever negligible financial compensation he offers for use of the land, and nod happily to any route he suggests. If anyone proves so bold as to ask for a bridge to get the cows back from the meadows, or a curve to take the canal around a plantation, instead of straight through it, I shall be much amazed. Meanwhile, we can be sure they will push their daughters and sisters at him, even though he is merely a younger son." "I imagine he is well-spoken and handsome," Mrs. Entwistle said, as she refilled Mirabell's teacup. "Exceedingly," Mirabell said grimly. "Tall and broad-shouldered, and you would think, since he is so point-perfect in his dress, that he would be stiff, but he is not. He has even accommodated his injury, and contrives to make a limp both manly and graceful and somehow gallant." "Gallant," Mrs. Entwistle repeated. "It is dreadful." Mirabell scowled at her teacup. "He makes me want to cry. In the next moment I want to throw something at him. Besides which he is impossibly idealistic, or else he is a magnificent actor. I hardly had the heart to tell him no one cares about his noble intentions." "Dark or fair?" Mrs. Entwistle asked. "His hair is thick and brown, but when the light catches it, golden glints appear," Mirabell said. "His eyes are a changeable light brown. They are sleepy-looking," she added. "I could not always be sure he was listening, or perhaps he was merely bored, or perhaps my hair offended him so much that he opened his eyes as little as possible." "Why on earth do you imagine your hair offended him?" Mrs. Entwistle said. "It is beautiful." Mirabell shrugged. "Red hair isn't fashionable, especially this odd colour, and he must have everything up to the mark. Anyway, my coiffure is never elegant, even at the best of times." "Because you will not sit still for your maid to do it properly." A lacy cap did not fully conceal Mrs. Entwistle's own neatly arranged brunette tresses. "Yes, well, I gave Lucy almost no time this morning, and it came down, as you'd expect." Mrs. Entwistle studied Mirabell's hair. "It seems to be in good order now." "He fixed it," Mirabell said. "It is pinned so tight you would want a pitchfork to dislodge it. I should like to know who taught him to pin up hair. I should have asked, really, Mirabell, but I was too startled to think of it." Startled wasn't the half of what she'd felt. He'd stood so close, she could smell the starch in his neckcloth, and the elusive scent she might have only imagined. But she had not imagined the sudden thumping of her heart, and the confusing mix of sensations, of which surprise was the mildest. She had an idea what those sensations were. She was an old maid now, but she'd been young once, and attractive men had vied to stir her interest. They had not all been unsuccessful. It would have been easier for her, perhaps, if one had not succeeded. But that was long ago, and she'd had a decade to recover. She could remember the wonderful season in London, and William, without pain. That didn't mean she wished to relive the experience. She knew that any attachment must end the same way, and she was not a glutton for punishment. Not that she was in the least danger at present. Mr. Carsington wanted only one thing from the unfashionable and dishevelled Mirabell Aldridge. It wasn't her money, and most certainly wasn't her person. He only wanted a piece of information, which he could easily obtain without her help. Mrs. Entwistle broke into these meditations. "You said Mr. Carsington was point-perfect in his dress." "He would put Beau Brummel to shame." Mirabell proceeded to relate the nothing-to-wear conversation in the ice storm. "That explains a great deal," said Mrs. Entwistle. "You know how dandies are," Mirabell said. "Every detail must be precisely so. You would not believe the degree to which my hair upset him. His displeasure set the very air a-throb. Finally he told me outright, my hair coming down was distracting." "Then you are better equipped than you thought," Mrs. Entwistle said. "You have discovered a weakness in your adversary." Mirabell stared at her. "What do you mean?" "I suggest a diversionary movement," said her former governess. "Distract him."
Chapter 4.
"A dinner party,"
Alistair repeated expressionlessly.
"Friday. Only 3 days hence. Deuced short notice, I know."
Sir Roger Talbot spoke between mouthfuls of the heavy meal Wilkerson's cook had provided. The two men sat in the dining-parlour Miss Aldridge had vacated a short time before.
"Nothing so grand as you're used to, daresay," the baronet went on. "Told my lady so. Told her you'd have more pressing engagements, but you know how women are, get their minds fixed on something."
Alistair nodded sympathetically, while Miss Aldridge's prediction played in his mind. "Sir Roger Talbot and Captain Hughes will likely call on you and invite you to dine with them." At the time she had upset him, but after she'd gone, Alistair decided the scenario she painted was most unlikely, given the chilly reception with which Gaudy's agent had been met. Alistair had for this reason written in advance only to Mr. Aldridge, and citing the agent's experience, asked the gentleman not to mention the visit to anybody. Once Alistair was here, the news was bound to spread quickly, he knew, but he'd braced himself for a cool reception, if not outright hostility. He was not prepared for a welcoming committee. Even after Miss Aldridge had told him how important he was in the locals' eyes, he'd wanted to believe she'd exaggerated. He'd expected difficulty, and had come prepared to deal with it. He'd seen himself winning over the landowners by dealing fairly with them, listening with an open mind to their objections, and working with them to devise acceptable solutions and compromises. His intentions were good, and his heart honest. He was cultivated, tactful, and his manners were faultless, except toward Miss Aldridge. He'd trusted these assets to see him through a difficult battle. He was not prepared for the entire opposition to surrender the instant he arrived. Sir Roger had called about half an hour after Miss Aldridge left Wilkerson's, and greeted Alistair like a long-lost son. The baronet, a man near his father's age, was plump about the middle and bald about the head. At the moment he was laying waste to the spread he'd ordered to sustain him until dinner. Mutton, potatoes, a loaf of bread, about a pound each of cheese and butter, and a tankard of ale. Alistair had a glass of wine. Even if he'd been hungry, unlikely at this hour, he would have lost his appetite as soon as he realized Miss Aldridge had not exaggerated. No one would wait for him to prove his worth or the value of his project. He was Lord Hargate's son, the papers had made a hero of him, and that was enough.
"It is most kind of Lady Talbot to think of me," Alistair said. "However, as you may have heard, I am here on business." "Important, dare say." "Yes, rather."
After a pause, while the baronet chewed his mutton, Alistair added,
"Lord Gordmore's canal."
Sir Roger's eyebrows went up, but he finished chewing and swallowing calmly enough.
"Indeed. In fact, I should like to talk to you about it, at a mutually convenient time, that is."
Sir Roger nodded.
"Business, pleasure, keep separate, understand. Or I could talk to your bailiff, if you prefer," Alistair said. "Bailiff? Certainly not."
The man went on eating.
"But you see, Sir Roger, I should consider it the greatest favour if everyone would regard me simply as Lord Gordmore's representative, as one in his employ."
The baronet mulled this over while he speared the last of the potatoes onto his plate.
"See your point," he said. "Scruples? Do you credit? I must make it clear that my father is in no way involved with this project." "Understand," said Sir Roger. "But my lady won't. All she understands is your father's Lord Hargate and you're the famous Waterloo hero. Told her you weren't the lion in the menagerie, not here to entertain her and the other females." He scowled. "Tears. Buckets of 'em. Women."
Alistair need only recall Judith Guilford's teary temper tantrums to understand how miserable an unhappy woman could make a man. Alistair, at least, had not been shackled to her, and hadn't had to endure it the livelong day and night. A married man must live with it or let himself be driven from his own home. Making Sir Roger's wife unhappy was not the way to win his respect.
"I had rather be stabbed, slashed, shot at, and trampled by the entire Polish cavalry," Alistair said, "than cause your lady a moment's distress. Please be so good as to tell Lady Talbot that I shall be honoured to wait upon her on Friday."
Friday, 20 February. The dinner party was essentially what Miss Aldridge had predicted. "You'll be invited to admire pets, livestock, and children, especially their daughters." Sir Roger had talked about Alistair being a lion in the menagerie. As it turned out, it was not Lord Hargate's hero son who was on display, but a bevy of maidens, all eager to entertain and entice him. This was a new experience. When Alistair had first entered society, he hadn't worried about anyone setting marriage traps. He was a younger son, dependent on a father who, while well-to-do, was far from the wealthiest member of the peerage. Lord Hargate, moreover, had 4 other sons to support. In other words, Alistair Carsington was no great catch. His lack of income, however, didn't matter to Judith Guilford. She had enough money for the 2 of them, with plenty to spare. She might easily have supported a harem, in fact, and it was most unfortunate that the law frowned on polyandry, because it would want at least 6 husbands to give Judith all the attention and slavish devotion she craved. But that was the London social scene, and this was a remote corner of the provinces, where eligible men were about as plentiful as coconut trees. Ineligible young women, on the other hand, the place abounded. Lady Talbot's intimate, quite informal dinner party comprised more than 24 guests. 10 of these were misses, all got up in their finest gowns and most flattering coiffures, and all exerting themselves to charm the Earl of Hargate's 3rd son. Miss Aldridge would have made 11, but she was hardly a young lady, being on the wrong side of 30, and she made no effort to charm anybody. All the other misses wore delicate confections of white or pastel muslin. These gowns, in defiance of the polar winds rattling the windows, displayed considerable acreage in the way of bosom. Miss Aldridge wore a grey silk gown designed apparently by a strict Presbyterian minister for his grandmother. She was determined, it seemed, to drive Alistair insane. In spite of all his resolutions, she was succeeding. He'd resolved, since she'd refused to cooperate, to do without her. He would view her as a piece of furniture standing in his way. He would not bump into or trip over her, figuratively speaking, this night, as he'd done during their previous encounters. This night he would make his way smoothly around her and deal with her neighbours instead. If he won them over, her objections wouldn't matter. So had he reasoned. But how was a man to reason, faced with the apparition sitting directly across from him? No candelabra or other large table decoration obstructed the view. The young ladies clustered nearby were easily entertained. In any event, it was impossible to look away from the horror Miss Aldridge had perpetrated. The square neckline offered no more than a miserly glimpse of the hollow of her throat. The sleeves ended at her wrists. If not for the high waist underlining her bosom, and the slim skirt skimming her hips, a man would hardly know she had any figure at all. The gown was a shocking waste of exquisite silk and fine workmanship. Then there was her hair, which was, in a nutshell, unspeakable. Her maid had driven a rigid and crooked part through the middle of the glorious red-gold crown of ringlets, flattened it, with a hot iron it seemed, yanked the lot back, and braided and twisted it into a stiff coil behind. A coronet of braided silver, dented on one side, adorned this outrage. Only as the meal neared its end did Alistair find a way to regain a degree of tranquillity. He was mentally redesigning the neckline of the grey gown and cutting the sleeves back to dainty puffs at the shoulders. Much to his annoyance, he had to stop this promising work when Lady Talbot asked if he had been to Chatsworth. Alistair focused on his hostess, who, despite having a married daughter Miss Aldridge's age, contrived to appear younger and nearly à la mode, and admitted he had not yet visited the Duke of Devonshire's place, which lay 10 miles or so north of Matlock Bath. "You will wish to visit the cascade, I am sure," said Lady Talbot. "A long set of shallow stone stairs runs down a hill. Over these water cascades from reservoirs on the top of the hill above the wood. It is most prettily done, and its effect on the nerves is wonderfully soothing." Lady Talbot's nerves, Alistair's valet had informed him, were famous, and the bane of her husband's existence. Miss Curry, on Alistair's right, said the cascade sounded ever so romantic, and darted him a demure glance. "It is most agreeable to contemplate," Lady Talbot said. "Since you are interested in artificial waterways, Mr. Carsington, you might wish to study it." Captain Hughes, who sat between Lady Talbot and Miss Aldridge, observed that the present design dated from the time of Queen Anne. The naval officer was a dark, dashing fellow in his 40s, whom peacetime had marooned on land. Unlike other half-pay captains, he was comfortably settled upon a fair-sized property bordering the Aldridge estate. He might entertain ideas of occupying larger territory, for Alistair thought his manner to Miss Aldridge something more than neighbourly.
"I visited the place in my boyhood," the captain said. "It was a hot day, and I even then couldn't resist water. I sat down and took off my shoes and stockings to go wading. I'd scarcely begun to splash about when the adults discovered what I was up to and snatched me out. It seems cruel to build such a thing which little boys can't possibly resist, then forbid them to play there." "It is good training for adulthood," Alistair said, "when we encounter so much that is irresistible." He let his gaze drift over the range of feminine pulchritude displayed in his vicinity. His hostess, who was slender and well-preserved, preened a little, and the nearby maidens all blushed. Except for Miss Aldridge. Engaged in dissecting a tart, she spoke without looking up from her work. "I understand grown men cannot resist swimming in the canals in full view of canal boat passengers,
not to mention the people on shore. Alistair wasn't at all shocked by Miss Aldridge's referring to naked men in a mixed gathering. He'd already discovered that her speech could be stunningly direct. As well, she was 31, no ingenuous miss, like the pretty pea-brains surrounding him. Furthermore, country folk tended to be less delicate in their speech than their London counterparts, probably because of all the animals about them, endlessly breeding and birthing. The Talbots certainly were unpretentious. They served dinner in the traditional way, with all the dishes for each course set out at once. Likewise, male and female guests were not in orderly even numbers and sat wherever they liked, though all understood that the places at the head of the table near the hostess were meant for the more important guests. Some quiet manoeuvring had ended in a great many maidens occupying the chairs closest to the guest of honour at the upper half of the table. Miss Aldridge had not manoeuvred. She and Captain Hughes had sat near their hostess at Lady Talbot's urging. The captain was regarding Miss Aldridge with amusement. "I take it the fellows were not using bathing machines?" Miss Curry turned scarlet. Miss Earnshaw beside her tittered. But they were ridiculously young, barely out of the schoolroom. "It is most inconsiderate behaviour," said Lady Talbot. "Only think of the shock to a maiden's sensibilities should she come upon the men unexpectedly. She might be taken seriously ill as a consequence. I will not dispute that bathing is a healthful exercise, but in the proper time and place. Bathing in a canal." She shook her head. "What next? Roman orgies, I suppose."
"I don't believe I've ever heard of orgiastic swimming in canals," Alistair said.
"A gentleman wrote an angry letter to the Times about the swimmers not long ago," said Miss Aldridge. "He said nothing about orgies, but he did mention moral decay."
"The fellows must have been drunk,"
said the captain. "Or perhaps it was a very hot day," said Miss Aldridge. "The writer blamed it on the barge men. He said they were a corrupting influence. I understand they swear shockingly." "But they would not use bad language on Mr. Carsington's canal," said Miss Earnshaw, throwing a worshipful look Alistair's way. "I'm sure he would not permit it." Before Alistair could invent a response to this fantastically vacuous statement, Miss Aldridge said, "No doubt Mr. Carsington will add that condition to any others the landowners require."
"Since we hope to have many, if not all, of the landowners as canal committee members and shareholders, they will no doubt act vigilantly against the corruption of public morals, Miss Aldridge," he said.
"You will leave the responsibility to them?" she said. She directed a dazzling smile his way, as if he had said something desperately romantic rather than sarcastic. "Well, I know my mind is relieved." Leaving him vexed and dizzy, she turned the smile upon her hostess. "Do you not feel the same, Lady Talbot?" "Yes, I suppose," Lady Talbot said fretfully. "But I had not thought of so very many strangers coming, and Sir Roger did not mention it."
"I should think we'd be used to strangers if anyone was," said Captain Hughes.
"But this is not at all like the tourists," said Lady Talbot. "They at least are respectable persons." "I'm sure the bargemen are respectable in their way," said Miss Aldridge. "And certainly they will seem altogether elegant after the navigators." Lady Talbot put a hand to her throat. "Merciful heaven! Navigators?"
"Miss Aldridge refers to experienced canal diggers," Alistair said. "Skilled labourers." "Not riff-raff and vagabonds," he wanted to add, but didn't. He'd rather not plant any more unpleasant images in Lady Talbot's head. Miss Aldridge was doing that all too effectively. "You will not hire local men?" Captain Hughes asked. "There will be plenty of work for local brickmakers, quarriers, and carpenters," Alistair said. "Still, the contractors must bring in skilled canal diggers. Cutters, they're called." "No doubt Lord Gordmore will hire only the most respectable contractors," said Miss Aldridge. "In which case their gangs of workers will not all be ruffians. Furthermore, it is possible that the stories of drunken disorder and riots are exaggerated." "Ruffians?" said Lady Talbot, turning pale. "Riots?" Disorder and riots sometimes occur in places where men are poorly treated and ill-paid, Alistair said quickly. I can assure you that Lord Gordmore and I will insist upon fair treatment and wages.
I am confident you will not allow any cutthroats to work for you either, Miss Aldridge said. At least, not intentionally. Naturally, you will demand references for each and every person involved in the canal building, even if the work requires many hundreds.
This was impossible, and she knew it. She might as well expect Captain Hughes to demand references for the men the press gangs forced into naval service. Alistair wanted to point this out, but he doubted Lady Talbot would find the thought comforting. Thanks to Miss Aldridge, the lady no doubt envisioned gangs of ruffians roaming at large, raping and pillaging as they went, through the pastoral hamlets and villages and private estates of the Peak. Unfortunately, the image was not so very far-fetched. Only the previous year, right here in Derbyshire, unemployed textile workers had banded together to capture Nottingham Castle. Though troops prevented the threatened mass revolt from materializing, fears of unrest lingered.
I do hope you will bear in mind, ladies, how many hundreds of miles of canal have been built in this country without incident, Alistair said. Among them Derbyshire's Peak Forest and Cromford canals.
That is an excellent point, Mr. Carsington, said Miss Aldridge. We should consider another important one. The men will be less inclined to break out in rampages, because the work is less arduous than it was in the old days.
Indeed it is, Alistair said. Much of the back-breaking work is done these days with machinery.
Quite so, Miss Aldridge said. Now I think of it, the din of the steam engines and other machines must drown out any swearing, and the smoke will obliterate any disagreeable sights. She beamed at the company. Din? Said Lady Talbot. Smoke? Sir Roger said nothing about noisy, nasty machines. Alistair did his best to soothe her, while he imagined himself leaping across the table, scooping Miss Aldridge out of her chair and tossing her out of the nearest window. Certain inconveniences attended any great building project, he reminded his hostess. While noise and smoke were drawbacks of modern methods, they did greatly shorten the process. Instead of having canal diggers taking up residence for long periods of time, many months, perhaps years, they would come and go in a matter of weeks. Lady Talbot listened politely, gave him a sickly smile, and signalled the other ladies to withdraw from the table. They adjourned to the drawing-room, leaving the men to their port. And while the men drank, Lady Talbot would spread the contagion to the other wives. Miss Aldridge had done her work cleverly, the devious creature. Alistair hadn't foreseen the attack, and he'd been unforgivably slow to catch on. Well, small wonder. How was he to concentrate on anything when she sat for hours directly in his line of vision, dressed like a fright? How was he to cope with such a spectacle? He couldn't, and so he'd focused on dressing her properly in his mind. Or undressing her was more like it. And it would be a public service, really, not to mention economical. That appalling gown might have covered 2 women. While he'd been busy mentally disrobing her, the foe had crept up behind him and all but routed him. He had sat listening to Miss Aldridge poison her hostess's mind, while scarcely able to muster his thoughts into order, let alone devise an antidote. But the women were gone, Alistair consoled himself as the port went round the dining table. He had only to deal with men now. They at least spoke a language one could easily understand, and they played by simpler, if sometimes more brutal, rules. All he had to do was play skillfully. The men remained in the dining-room for nearly an hour, which Mirabell knew was not a good sign. Sir Roger rarely lingered over his port, and if her father was the only one of his guests to drift into the drawing-room, it must be because Mr. Carsington had the rest enthralled. By the time the men finally rejoined the ladies, Papa was long gone. He had wandered out of the drawing-room and on to the Talbots' conservatory. Until now the girls had been scattered about the room in duos and trios, some chatting, some looking at picture books. When Mr. Carsington entered, the chats ended, the books closed,
and in a flotilla of pale muslin the maidens sailed, as if carried on a powerful current, toward him. Mirabell supposed the nautical image arose because she spotted Captain Hughes making his way through the mass of maidens. He came across the room to the window where Mirabell stood. It was the coldest part of the room, far from the fire. She had retreated there partly because she'd felt agitated and overwarm after dinner, and partly because the draughty spot was not inviting to the young ladies. Their innocent joy in the gathering made her feel weary and cross, a sour old spinster. As she'd hoped, they avoided her chilly corner. Gooseflesh was not attractive, and their current mission was to be as attractive as possible. Eligible gentlemen did not happen into their lives very often, and only Miss Earnshaw had any hopes of a London season in which she'd encounter more. Even that wasn't certain, because Mr. Earnshaw was balking at the expense.
"I'd no idea we had so handsome a fleet hereabouts,"
the captain said, nodding at the direction from which he'd come.
"Or did Lady Talbot muster them up from forces abroad?"
"I take it you refer to the young ladies," Mirabell said. "She summoned them from the far corners of the peak. Now her youngest daughter is wed, she needs someone else's future to arrange." She did not add her private opinion that the girls, while pretty, were too young and unsophisticated for a man who'd been feted and petted by London's most fashionable beauties. Too, the girls' gowns must seem sadly outdated and countrified, far beneath his exacting standards. On the other hand, they were young and fresh, and that was what males liked, all males, of every species.
"Someone should tell her to chart them a different course,"
Captain Hughes said.
"You're the only vessel in his sights."
Mirabell experienced a spurt of pleasure, which she promptly suppressed. After all, she'd deliberately set out to distract the guest of honour, she reminded herself. The grey gown was outmoded and graceless to begin with, but in case that wasn't enough, she'd persuaded Lucy to make a few adjustments, transforming it from merely dull and unflattering to hideous. The boring coronet needed only to be stepped on, but the crowning achievement was the coiffure Lucy had so unwillingly executed, declaring afterward that she'd never seen anything so frightful and would never outlive the disgrace. Mirabell hadn't been prepared, though, for the great number of beautiful young women so prettily garbed. They would make it easy to disregard her. But Captain Hughes said Mr. Carsington could not ignore her, and the captain was an acutely observant man. Apparently she looked horrid enough to distract Mr. Carsington even from the fleet of fresh young beauties.
"I should like to know what game you're playing at,"
Captain Hughes said, his dark eyes twinkling as he cast a swift glance over her.
"Is this rig a part of it? Am I to be treated to an explanation, or must I continue to play the unwitting accomplice? By gad, when I told my anecdote about the Chatsworth Cascade, I never dreamt you'd use it to launch an attack. You raked the poor fellow from stem to stern. I think his foredeck is still smoking."
"Someone must speak up," Mirabell said. "My neighbours are in danger of forgetting why he is here and what he represents." The captain looked again toward Mr. Carsington, now surrounded by muslin-garbed vessels.
"He might be in the same danger."
When he turned back to Mirabell, his expression was more serious.
"After the ladies left, he did not once mention the canal," he said.
"Really?" Mirabell looked down at her ugly gown. She had not dared hope her costume would continue to disturb him even while she was out of sight. Mrs. Entwistle was truly a brilliant strategist.
"I was much amazed," the captain said. "I thought he'd make haste to repair the damage you'd done. Even Lady Talbot looked at him for a moment as though he was the old Harry himself, and the fellows in hearing range seemed troubled as well. But when he had all the men to himself, Mr. Carsington didn't so much as hint at the subject, nor did he give anyone else a chance to raise it. Somehow he had us all talking about ourselves instead."
Mirabell's optimism was swiftly ebbing. "About yourselves," she repeated.
"About our livestock, crops, tenants, and poachers," Captain Hughes explained. "Sir Roger bragged about his greyhounds, the vicar went on about his prize marrows, we yammered and yawed about leaky roofs and wandering pigs and mole-catchers. Mr. Carsington must have been bored witless, but he looked as entertained as if we'd been telling bawdy stories."
Mirabell let out a sigh.
"A clever strategy, don't you think?"
said the captain. "Who does not think highly of a good listener?" she said. "Who is not happiest when speaking of himself and his own concerns? By the time you had left the dining-room you were all viewing him as the dearest friend of your bosom, I dare say. And this dear friend happens to be Lord Hargate's son. I can imagine what you were all thinking. What an understanding fellow! Such easy manners! No high and mighty airs about him."
"I was thinking Mr. Carsington has a great political future ahead of him, if only his father will buy him a seat in Parliament,"
the captain said. Like everyone else, Mirabell was fully aware that the House of Commons was not a democratically elected body. The lords of the land controlled the seats, and winning one cost about £7,000 or £8,000. "I wish Lord Hargate had done so as soon as his son had recovered enough from his war injuries to stand upon the hustings," Mirabell said.
"Too late for that," said the captain. "We might as well resign ourselves. At least we'll be paid handsomely for use of our property, and we might take consolation in furthering economic progress."
"Really?" Mirabell turned sharply back to him. "Try consoling yourself with this." She reminded him of the changes that had overtaken pastoral villages from one end of England to the other, with the growing network of canals, and the industrial areas that grew alongside them. She reminded him that not all factories were as agreeable in appearance, or so well lit, as Mr. Arkwright's in Cromford. She drew a verbal picture of foul-smelling brickyards and their miserable residents, and of the even more desolate world surrounding coal-pits. She spoke of winding gears and slag heaps, cranes and coal barges, the hiss and clang of steam engines, the clouds of black smoke, and the banshee wail of the whistles. She reminded him they lived at present in an Arcadia, one of England's most beautiful places, whose tranquillity they treasured. She turned toward the window and gestured at the night-blanketed landscape beyond. Growing impassioned as she reminded her neighbour of all they'd invested in their land and the people abiding on it, Mirabell forgot everything else. Consequently, she failed to notice they had company, until a low rumble of a voice jolted her back to the moment.
"Thinking you must be parched with so much talking, Miss Aldridge, I took the liberty of bringing you a cup of tea," Mr. Carsington growled behind her.
Chapter 5. Mirabell turned so abruptly she nearly knocked the cup and saucer from his hand, but Mr. Carsington moved quickly. His war injuries had definitely not slowed his reflexes.
"Tea's ready,"
said Captain Hughes.
"Excellent. I feel in need of a stimulant."
He fled to his hostess. Mirabell collected her composure and accepted the tea with steady hands.
"I hope it hasn't cooled too much," Mr. Carsington said. "I've stood here for a time because I didn't wish to interrupt you."
"You were eavesdropping," she said. He nodded.
"That too. I was perishing of curiosity. I wanted to know what had roused your passions."
His voice dropped very low, to become more an undercurrent than a sound. Mirabell's pulse rate climbed, along with her temperature. He studied the floor.
"In your agitation you have shaken loose a great many pins. I cannot decide whether or not it is an improvement."
His hooded gaze travelled in the most leisurely manner up the skirt of her gown, lingered briefly at her bodice, then proceeded unhurriedly to the top of her head. Every inch of the way, Mirabell felt the narrow golden scrutiny. Through her heavy silk gown, buckram corset, flannel petticoat, and silk knit drawers, right down to her skin, which it left tingling. "Is my hair coming down again?" she said composedly. "How vexing. I wish you would show my maid your method with hairpins. I collect you learned that at Oxford, too. Unfortunately, Lucy did not attend university."
"If she had, she might have learnt how to hold her liquor," he said. "Obviously she was drunk when she arranged your hair. But let me correct a misapprehension, Miss Aldridge. I did not learn how to pin up hair at university. I learnt it from a French ballet dancer. She was very expensive. I might have sent you and your maid and all the other ladies in this room to Oxford for what she spent in a 12-month.
You might send us to Paris, but not Oxford, she said. Perhaps you failed to notice that women are not admitted to our great English universities.
I've noticed, he said. It is a great pity.
I dare say. No ballet dancers to teach you useful skills.
True.
He folded his arms and leant back against the window frame.
Such forms of entertainment are sadly lacking. But I was referring to all members of your sex. I don't see what great harm would result if women were permitted the same sort of education as men.
Mirabell didn't try to hide her disbelief. I see what you are doing. Having easily made all the gentlemen love you, you suppose you can turn me up sweet as well. You've guessed that I'm a blue-stocking, and
I should say intellectual, rather, he said.
You read the desperately difficult-sounding book about the fossils and strata, and no doubt you understood everything your father had to say about mosses and tulips. Mr. Carsington, only on rare occasions can I make heads or tails of what my father is saying, she said impatiently. He has his own unique thought processes, which I do not attempt to follow. I should not advise anyone else to attempt it either, for that way madness lies. I have my doubts, in fact, as to whether other botanists understand him.
It would be more useful for me to understand your thought processes than his, he said.
With not-so-steady hands, she set down her neglected tea on a small table nearby. In order to change my mind?
I must do something, he said. If you speak to the rest of your neighbours as you did to Captain Hughes, I shall be here for months trying to repair the damage.
You should have anticipated me and bolstered your cause when you had the opportunity after dinner. You cannot expect me to hold my tongue merely because you are amiable and charming. His dark eyebrows arched.
You found my behaviour to you amiable and charming?
That is not the point, Mirabell said. The point is your position and fame don't signify to me, and I won't be seduced by your charm, so I recommend you not take the trouble of exerting it. Also, while I am grateful for your efforts and sacrifice on behalf of your country—
Pray, let's leave that nonsense out of this, he said stonily.
The frigid tone did not intimidate her. She was accustomed to men using every sort of tactic to make her retreat or yield. She was accustomed to men trying to make her feel insignificant or unsure, and thrusting keep-out signs in her face. She had learnt to disregard these ploys. She'd had no choice but to learn. It isn't nonsense, and I cannot fathom why you would say so, she said. You fought bravely, you suffered damage, permanent damage. Still, you aren't the only one, or the one who suffered most. He stiffened as though she'd slapped him, but in the next instant his expression softened into puzzlement, and by degrees the faintest promise of a smile touched the corners of his mouth. His rigid posture relaxed, too, and he said,
An excellent point, Miss Aldridge.
So, he was not offended. Mirabell's estimation of his character rose a cautious degree. She went on. It does seem to me that we ought to keep the two matters separate. Gallantry in battle is no assurance of wisdom in other matters. He regarded her steadily. Seriously, she would have thought, but for the smile that yet hovered at his mouth. She wanted to ask what the almost smile meant. She was tempted, terribly tempted, to touch the place where it lurked. Her heart was beating a little too fast. She folded her hands at her waist and said, I wish you to understand that it would make no difference to me if you were the Duke of Wellington. I should still think ill of this canal scheme and do my best to hinder you.
Have you ever met the Duke of Wellington? He asked.
No, but I understand that he, too, is handsome and charming and possesses an immense force of personality. Still, I fancy I could stand up to it. The amber gaze raked her up and down.
I should like to see that. Perhaps you could.
The slow survey made her knees wobbly. Amusement danced in his eyes, and something inside her danced, too, a darting pleasure and excitement she hadn't felt in a long time. The thrill of flirtation. But it couldn't be. She was long past flirting age, and dressed like a hag besides.
"All the same," he went on, "I think you would not deny his Grace a fair hearing. Would you not at least tell him what you did and didn't want?"
"Did he tell Napoleon his strategy?" she answered calmly enough, though her mind was neither calm nor clear, and she wasn't sure what she wanted.
"Miss Aldridge, I am not trying to conquer the world," he said. "I only want to build a canal."
She became aware of movement, and glancing past him noted with mingled relief and vexation that the young ladies were casually meandering this way. "Your fleet draws nigh," she said. He didn't look away from her.
"Tell me what's wrong," he said. "Better yet, show me. What you've invested. What you stand to lose. Show me what you were talking about to Captain Hughes."
"You could never understand," she said.
"Suppose I cannot. What will it cost you? A few hours of time?"
Saturday, 21 February. Crewe's cough this morning was low and tragic, telling Alistair that his valet was in the throes of another one of his famous forebodings. He'd had one the night before the Battle of Waterloo, and blamed the ensuing catastrophe on his master's riding out to battle without him. Ever since then, Crewe had been convinced he possessed clairvoyant powers. The tragic cough did not dampen Alistair's mood, which was cheerful, despite his having arisen at the uncivilized hour of 9 o'clock. He saw nothing inauspicious about this day. At present he stood shaving in a pool of sunshine, recalling his after-dinner encounter with Miss Aldridge, with the first real pleasure he'd experienced in— well, he couldn't remember how long it had been. He remembered the moment of surprised pleasure last night, though, with perfect clarity. He'd gone all stiff and sensitive about his cursed fame and his famous dratted injury, and she— but he didn't know how to explain even to himself what she'd done. She'd meant it to be a set-down, he supposed, reminding him that he was not the only one who'd fought at Waterloo, not the only one injured, and certainly not the one who'd lost or suffered most. Even his family, usually brutally direct with one another, tended to skirt the subject of Waterloo when he was about. Only Gordmore of all his friends referred easily and comfortably to the lame leg. Miss Aldridge was the first woman he'd encountered who didn't pretend he wasn't lame and didn't get starry-eyed about his so-called heroics. She didn't seem to pretend much of anything, or to be easily rendered starry-eyed. Crewe's poignant cough called Alistair back.
"Crewe, do you not see the sun pouring through the window?" Alistair said patiently. "Did you fail to notice that this morning dawned fair, with temperatures well above the freezing mark?" "I wish I could take heart in the weather, sir," Crewe said. "But after such a dream—" He shook his head. "It was so very like the one I dreamt the night before Waterloo." Alistair paused in his shaving. "Do you mean the one where the footpad cuts my throat and you find me in the alley as the last drops of blood are oozing from my body? Or is it the one where I pitch off the cliff into the sea and you jump in to save me, but you're too late, and I drown?" "The cliff, sir," said Crewe. The sky darkened suddenly, as before a storm, and the remaining light had a peculiar quality. It was as if the sun hung behind a great green glass. I remember the light in particular as the same I dreamt before that fateful day in June of 1815. "I'm not riding out to battle," Alistair said. "I'm merely touring Longledge Hill with Miss Aldridge. You may be sure we'll have a servant in attendance. Even in this wilderness a lady does not go out without protection. Doubtless she'll bring along a large groom of menacing aspect. Should exposure to so much raw nature arouse my passions, he will discourage me from attempting her virtue. Should the scenery produce a similar effect upon her, I reckon I can protect myself." As he returned to scraping his jaw, he tried to imagine the lady subjecting him to amorous advances. Given her straightforward style, he supposed she'd throw herself at him, literally. He saw her hair tumbling down, and her face upraised to his, and her wide mouth parted, and he nicked himself. Crewe went white. Sir, I beg you will allow me to assist you.
He hurried forward and pressed a towel to the tiny speck of blood near Alistair's ear.
Consider how much weighs upon your mind at present. Is it not the wisest course to allow me to undertake a task requiring one's fullest attention?
Alistair waved away valet and towel.
If before Waterloo the Duke of Wellington could shave himself without fatal results, he said, I believe I can manage it before ambling along country pathways with a level-headed, or do I mean hard-headed, countrywoman.
Crewe subsided into gloomy silence, and Alistair completed his shaving without interruption or injury. Once the razor was put away and the less hazardous business of dressing commenced, Crewe grew talkative again. Last night, while the master was out, he'd gone to a tavern the local servants frequented, and continued gathering information. He had found out why Lord Gordmore's agent had been turned away, and this news confirmed Alice's own impression of the situation on Longledge Hill. About the Aldridges, on the other hand, Crewe had learnt nothing new. Lord Hargate's heroic son was bored witless. Mirabell told herself she should have expected. 1 hour into the riding tour she was reproaching herself for agreeing to show him her world, especially now, when the landscape was mainly brown, grey, and the drabbest greens. He could never see it as she did. Few men could. Even in Longledge, few truly understood why she'd given more than a decade of her life to this place. Few had any inkling how much she'd given up, the prime of her young womanhood, along with those youthful hopes and dreams. She'd given up as well her one chance at love, because the man she loved was not ready to relinquish his hopes and dreams to make a life with her here. She had never meant her life to turn out this way. She'd begun because she had no choice. She'd believed Papa would improve in time, but it never happened. He let all those about him do as they liked. As you'd expect, some took advantage of him. While she was in London, his incompetent and possibly dishonest estate manager had made chaos of estate affairs, and in a few years nearly destroyed what it had taken generations to build. At first Mirabell had taken charge out of necessity. There was no one else to do it. But as time passed, she developed a passion for the land, not altogether unlike her father's passion for plants. While he pondered theories of botanical reproduction, she built an Arcadia. She replaced outmoded and inefficient agricultural practices with modern ones, increased farm production, rebuilt the estate village, and began restoring the timber her father had allowed to be nearly decimated. But to Mr. Carsington, her thriving plantation was only a stand of trees. Her modern cottages were rustic dwellings. Her cultivation methods had something tedious to do with turnips and corn. Her livestock were a lot of boring animals. Now, as they halted to view the uncultivated slopes of Longledge Hill, Mirabell knew he wouldn't drink in its beauty as she did, or take any more note of it than he'd done any other sight she'd indicated. He'd give it a careless glance, paste a politely indifferent expression on his face, and wait for her to finish talking. He didn't even remark on how clean and fresh the air was. Why should he? Inhaling the coal-smoke-laden air of London for most of his life had killed his sense of smell. Living there had deadened his other senses as well. He was deaf, dumb, and blind to rural life's beauties and joys. She'd wasted her time. She'd been a fool to hope he'd understand what she was trying to protect. A low rumble of a voice cut through the haze of frustration and resentment thickening in her head.
If your bailiff is incompetent, Miss Aldridge, why do you not find another? Do you keep him out of sentiment? It cannot be for his skill if he wants so much managing.
Her gaze swivelled sharply to him. Her astonishment must have shown because he smiled and added,
"Did you think I wasn't attending?"
It was a small, crooked smile, and it made her heart go a little crooked too, and beat erratically. As though sensing Mirabell's agitation, her mare Sophie edged away from Mr. Carsington's gelding. "I thought you had gone to sleep," Mirabell said.
"I was thinking," he said.
"Remarkable," she said. "That never occurred to me."
"I admit it is unusual," he said. Those who know me will say I'm inclined to act first and think later, but I'm trying to mend my ways."
"I was unaware you had ways in want of mending," she said. "I'd thought all the Carsingtons were paragons."
"The paragons are my 2 older brothers."
"But you are the famous hero." His mouth twisted.
"I merely contrived not to disgrace myself during the short time in which I fought."
"You are far too modest. You risked your own life several times to save others."
He gave a short laugh. "That's what men who don't think do. We plunge in without considering the consequences. It hardly seems right to call sheer recklessness heroic. However, considering my complete lack of experience, I will take credit for not getting in anybody's way or killing any of my compatriots by accident."
Mirabelle wondered why he was so deeply uncomfortable about any mention of his wartime experience. Though he kept his voice light, she'd caught the bitter undertone. She studied his face, but he was on guard now, and his strongly sculpted features told her nothing. "You're impulsive, you mean?" she said. "That is the fault you are trying to mend."
"If only that were the sum total of my faults," he said. "I fear I'm not one of the Carsington paragons, and not likely to become one."
"I hope you do not," she said. "You are trouble enough as it is, even in your desperately flawed state." He was a greater trouble than Mirabelle was prepared for. This day's journey was futile. He'd never see what she'd achieved or have any inkling of what she'd sacrificed to achieve it. He wouldn't understand why she'd bothered. She didn't know how to explain about her bailiff, why she supervised him so closely. She was not about to delve into ancient history or explain an anxiety even she wasn't sure was completely rational. Those were private matters, and he was a stranger, a London-bred stranger. He was incapable of seeing the value of a place like Longledge Hill, and so could never comprehend the harm his canal would do. But this wasn't the worst of her troubles. While he'd looked and seen nothing, Mirabelle had caught a glimpse of the man behind the flawlessly groomed exterior. The glimpse made her want to know more. She knew this was a bad sign, and ordered herself not to probe further. "Have you seen enough of Longledge Hill?" she said. "We can turn back any time you like."
"I doubt I've seen enough," he said.
"Very well." Mirabelle gave Sophie leave to walk on. The gelding and his rider promptly followed suit, and her groom Jock trailed behind at a discreet distance. Alistair, meanwhile, was regretting his recent impulse. He was beginning to wish he hadn't challenged Miss Aldridge to take him on this tour. She was muddling him horribly, and this time it wasn't completely the fault of her clothes, though they were maddening enough. Her slate-blue riding dress was 5 years out of date, her round cork hat was losing its trimming, which didn't match the dress, and her green boots clashed with everything. The ridiculous rig was all the more vexing because she was a skilled and elegant horsewoman. Though he knew any number of women who rode well, he greatly doubted any of them, except perhaps his mother, would attempt this ancient pack-horse trail, which was growing narrower, steeper, more rutted and obstacle-fraught by the minute. Miss Aldridge, on a high-strung mare named Sophie, rode with fluid ease. Alistair's own mount was a powerful gelding of far less volatile temperament. Normally he would have preferred an animal not quite so tame. At present, however, he had strong reason to doubt his judgment. It was true he was impulsive and reckless, but only with his own life and limb. He was never so cavalier with others' lives, including those of dumb animals. The other night, when he'd ridden back to the hotel in the icy rain, was a glaring exception. He hadn't yet forgiven himself for the chance he'd taken with Mr. Wilkerson's horse. If she'd been a fraction less sturdy and sure-footed, she could have been seriously injured. Alistair had rather not contemplate the suffering the animal might have endured, or the only way to end it. With this folly in mind, he'd taken Miss Aldridge's advice and borrowed for the tour one of her horses, because they were more accustomed to the local terrain. "It is not much farther now," she called back to him as they entered a wooded part of the hill. "We come to an outlook a short way ahead. We can pause there for a while, then begin the journey back."
"We're not going to the top?"
She halted, and he did likewise, careful to keep a distance from her skittish mare. "We're nearing the end of the old pack-horse trail," she said. "Farther up, the way becomes too steep and rocky for the horses to manage safely."
"You've never been up there, then?"
"On foot," she said.
"We can dismount," Alistair said. "Your groom can look after the horses."
She glanced at his bad leg. He set his jaw and waited. "The ground will be slippery after so much rain," she said. His mind flashed an image. Shadowy figures scrambling for footing on ground slippery with blood. He wasn't sure whether it was real or his mind playing tricks. Either way, he couldn't speak of it. One did not speak of such things, especially to women.
"You've made the climb wearing layers of skirts and petticoats," he said. "My leg will not hinder me a fraction as much."
"That does not mean you ought to punish it," she said. "Pray recollect, you are unfamiliar with the terrain. You are not a countryman."
"No, I'm a soft, decadent Londoner, is that it?"
"I'm not blind," she said. "I can see you are not soft, except perhaps for your vanity. Yours is amazingly sensitive, I note."
"I've been trampled by cavalry and survived," he said. "I believe I can climb a hill and live."
"Mr. Carsington, even Captain Hughes, who can still climb a mast and run along those whatever they are, yards, I believe he calls them, even he would think twice before undertaking the upper slope at this time of year."
"If I were as old as Captain Hughes, I should keep away altogether."
"It is a pity you are not old enough to have some sense," she said.
"If an elderly gentleman like the captain can manage the hill in summer, I reckon I can manage it on a balmy spring day."
"Elderly?" She stared at him for a moment, then said as patiently as to a child, "It is February, and while the day did begin mildly enough, the wind has picked up." She looked up. "Also, it looks like rain." Alistair looked up as well. The scattered clouds had grown and spread, but they were pale and unthreatening, with large patches of blue between.
"Not for ours," he said. "I shall be snug in my hotel long before the weather turns. Tell me the truth, Miss Aldridge. If you were on your own this day, would you stop halfway or continue?"
"I've lived here my whole life," she said. "I played here as a child. Obviously my case is altogether different from yours. Common sense should tell you to heed those with greater experience." She let out a huff of impatience. "I do not understand why a gentleman of your intelligence would allow his pride and vanity to dictate to his common sense, but I can see it is no use arguing." She hardly raised her voice, but her tone was sharp, and her mare, growing uneasy, started backing off the path. Alistair wished she had chosen a less temperamental mount for this journey. Sophie had a look in her eye he didn't like. If she bolted—
"I beg you to attend to your mare," he said, his calm voice belying the alarm twisting his gut. But before he finished speaking, she had the horse quieted and guided her on. She made it all seem as effortless as if she were promenading along Hyde Park's Rotten Row, rather than a narrow trail through a steeply angled landscape of rock and timber. Still, the terrain wanted his full attention. To avoid distracting her again, Alistair held his tongue until they reached the outlook. There, to his relief, she dismounted and let the groom take charge of her horse. Alistair did likewise. The sight was not the narrow ledge he'd pictured, but a broad, rough terrace in the hillside. A handful of boulders adorned a thin carpet of brown, unidentifiable vegetation. One forlorn shrub grew out of a crack near the outer edge. From this vantage point, he looked out over the moors, while his guide explained the difference between black and white lands. The black referred to the blackish-brown heath covering the ground, making it look like a landscape in hell. The white lands had more green vegetation. Some parts had even been limed and reclaimed, though at this time of year it was hard to tell the difference. "You must know this isn't nature's work," he said. "The moorlands were once forests. Then the great monasteries went into the wool business. No new trees grew to replace those cut down because the sheep ate everything. The saplings, then the grasses that took the place of the trees, and eventually all the grass. The sweet soil washed away and left your picturesque moorland, where only mat grass and heath can grow." "You think it's ugly," she said.
turning away from him toward the bleak landscape beyond and below. Surprised by the despairing note in her voice, Alistair moved nearer. Since her round riding hat was small, with only the narrowest brim, he had no trouble seeing her face. The profile view revealed red-gold curls dancing wildly in the wind, and a creamy countenance the air and exercise had tinged pink. No tear trickled from the too blue eye and along the straight nose, and the soft pink lips didn't tremble. Her chin jutted out a bit, but that seemed to be her usual way, looking defiant or stubborn or in general uninterested in trying to please anybody. All the same, she struck him at this moment as young, far younger than her years, and lost. Alistair told himself his romantic imagination was at work and overdoing it. She was 31 years old, and had for a decade managed a large estate and handled all her father's affairs. Even Alistair could see she'd done this successfully. The estate clearly was thriving. Furthermore, according to Crewe, her neighbours generally agreed that she had a good head for business. Alistair understood how great a compliment this was, and how very clever, strong-willed, and confident she must be to have earned it. Men usually resented women encroaching on their turf, and would go out of their way to create difficulties for them. In Longledge, however, most of the men, of both high and low degree, respected Miss Aldridge's judgment and admired what she had done with her father's property. She even had the power to sway opinions, as he'd discovered last night when he'd eavesdropped on her impassioned speech to Captain Hughes. The words had moved Alistair then, and troubled him yet. Still, capable and strong-willed though she was, Alistair couldn't shake off the feeling that she was lost or vulnerable or needful of something. He didn't know what it was, but he sensed he'd somehow hurt or disappointed her, and this at least he must try to remedy. He must do so, not because she was a damsel in distress, he told himself, but because he needed her on his side. She had influence with the landowners. His motives were purely businesslike and practical.
To prepare for this mission, he said, I perused, among other volumes, Mr. John Fairey's General View of the Agriculture and Minerals of Derbyshire. Mr. Fairey calls the moorlands disgusting, and the plants growing here noxious and useless. While I will admit it is not the prettiest sight I've ever seen, I shouldn't call it ugly or disgusting. Dramatic would be my word.
She looked at him full on, the great blue eyes wary. You are humouring me.
Miss Aldridge, the labour of humouring you far exceeds the bounds of my patience, he said. When I am with you, I can barely remember my manners.
She smiled then, and his heart warmed as though it basked in summer sunshine. His brain unfortunately warmed as well and commenced melting. He doubted he'd ever encountered a weapon more deadly than that smile. Your manners are otherwise very beautiful, she said. Several parties last night remarked that you belonged in the diplomatic corps.
How much more agreeable it would be for you, he said, were I spending this day with the Tsar in St. Petersburg.
I was thinking of some place warmer, she said.
Hades.
She laughed, and the light sound had the same whispery quality as her speaking voice. I was thinking of Calcutta or Bombay.
Of course. There I might die of any number of contagions, if the heat stroke didn't kill me first.
I don't wish you dead, she said. I wish you well and thriving. Elsewhere.
You could nudge me over the ledge, he said. If your groom happened to look away for a moment, it would confirm my valet's foreboding, and my father's prediction of my coming to no good end, and everyone would be happy.
Her smile faded. Why would your father predict such a thing? You cannot be so desperately flawed as all that.
My sire finds me expensive and troublesome to keep, he said. I am, actually.
She studied him for a moment, her blue gaze travelling the full length from the crown of his sleek hat to the toes of his top boots. I can believe you are expensive. Alistair told himself she could discern no fault with his attire. No one ever could. All the same, he felt himself flushing under her scrutiny, which vexed him. He became aware of dirt on his well-buffed boots.
and thought the hem of his overcoat wasn't quite straight. He was not sure his coats ever hung precisely as they should because of his leg. The cursed leg spoilt everything. He was sure it had become shorter than the right one, no matter what his tailor claimed. He wished he'd worn a riding coat, so the disparity would be less evident. He found her looking at him questioningly.
"It isn't only my clothes," he said.
"No, certainly not," she said. "There are the expensive ballet dancers."
"Yes, that sort of thing. And the lawsuits and the sponging houses, and oh, the list is immensely long."
"Lawsuits?" she repeated. "Sponging houses? Well, well, you grow more complicated by the moment."
"But I am mending my ways," Alistair said. "The canal is completely respectable."
"Yet your valet has forebodings, you said."
"Not about the canal, about me. Crewe often has them. He believes his dreams predict the future."
Alistair told her about the cliff dream and the odd light, and how Crewe had had the same dream before Waterloo. When he was done, she said, "If you do happen to fall, you may well break your neck. Drowning, on the other hand, would be difficult. The largest body of water nearby is the Briar Brook, which isn't deep enough."
"Then it should be safe enough for me to continue up the hillside with you," he said.
"You mean dangerous enough. If it were safe, you would be as bored with the prospect as you have been with everything else."
"You thought I was bored?"
It was his turn to smile.
"Well then, perhaps you're not as clever as I'd supposed."
Chapter 6. Mr. Carsington's golden eyes danced, and the smile, the complete article, not a crooked bit of one, was devastating. Mirabell quickly looked away and started up the path, while mentally flagellating herself. She should not have let the conversation become personal. She had thought him possessed of the unshakable aristocratic self-assurance she'd encountered so often in London, and found as unfathomable as her father did the mating habits of lichen. But Mr. Carsington had a chink in his armour. He wasn't as sure of himself as it seemed. This wasn't the only way she'd mistaken him. His discomfort with mention of his wartime heroics wasn't the usual becoming modesty, false or otherwise. He was truly uneasy, and she found herself wondering what troubled him so much about it, and wishing he'd tell her so that she could set him right. She'd found out, too, that for all his vanity about his appearance, he was far from happy with himself. She hadn't reached this conclusion because he spoke of reforming. After all, men, especially rakes and other ne'er-do-wells, commonly pacified women by promising to reform. Even Papa did it, about twice a year, with most sincere intentions, which he'd forget the instant the next botanical riddle happened along. No, it wasn't the talk of mending his ways. It was the troubled expression in Mr. Carsington's eyes, and the change in his tone when he spoke of his father. That note in his voice struck a painful chord within her. She recognized the frustration, the sense of failure no matter what one did, the awareness of a vast, unbridgeable gap.
"I can walk and talk at the same time,"
came Mr. Carsington's deep rumble from behind her. He was very close behind her, she discovered as she glanced back. "I'm thinking," she said.
"But women are much more complicated beings than men," he said. "I believe you can even hold more than one thought in your mind at once. Surely you must be able to think and walk and talk simultaneously."
"I was wondering if you practiced the bored look in the mirror," she said. "You are so very good at it. I feared you would fall asleep and tumble from your horse. Since you've already read Mr. Ferry's book, what I've had to say about Longledge Hill must seem tedious repetition."
"It wasn't what you had to say about farming," he said. "I'd already read enough about Derbyshire agriculture to make me want to hang myself. It's you I find interesting."
Mirabell's heart twisted about again. "I'm a farmer," she said. "It isn't in the least exciting."
"Why don't you leave managing the estate to Higgins?" he said. "Why don't you let him do what he was hired for, while you go to London and enjoy yourself? If the social whirl proves too frivolous, you might find scores of other intellectual ladies to talk to and attend lectures with."
She remembered rather wistfully the joys of London. Aunt Clotilde never gave up urging her to visit. One day, perhaps, Mirabel would, but not yet, not now, certainly, when everything she loved was threatened. "You are so kind," she said. "I wish you as far as Calcutta. You only wish me as far as London."
"You've evaded the question twice, and thus doubled my curiosity. Have you a lover here?"
A lover? She? Was he serious? Mirabel stopped short. He trod on her heel, and her foot slipped. Then she was toppling backward, flailing for balance. He caught hold of her waist and righted her. It was done in an instant, but he didn't let go. She heard his quick intake of breath and looked up to meet his strangely intent golden gaze. Her own breath came quicker, and her heart skittered against her rib-cage. His hands were big and warm, his grip firm, and she thought he must sense the commotion within her. She ought to pull away, but she didn't want to. She only wanted to look up into his eyes, trying to read them, and daring to hope she wasn't the only one in a commotion. He bent a hair's breadth closer.
"What a little waist you have," he said in a soft, puzzled voice. "I should never have guessed."
She was not little, but he was so much larger. Her head came only to his immaculately shaven chin. She stood near enough to feel his breath on her face, near enough to detect the elusive scent she still had no name for. She saw the faint network of scars on the underside of his jaw and wanted to put her hand up and lay it against his cheek. She didn't know why or what it would achieve, only that she wanted to. It took nearly all her willpower not to do it, to gather her composure and say so very casually, "If you are done measuring me, Mr. Carsington, I believe I can contrive to walk on unaided." He took his time straightening, and was slow and deliberate releasing her. Even after he'd fully let go, she could feel the pressure and warmth of his hands. She knew a boundary had been crossed, and if she did not take very great care, she would soon have no boundaries left.
"You gave me a fright," he said. "I had a vision of you tumbling down the rocky hillside. My heart still pounds."
Mirabel's did too, with everything but fear. "Perhaps if you would not follow so closely, we should be less likely to stumble into each other," she said, while hoping she would not be tempted to do so accidentally on purpose.
"A good point," he agreed. "I should have paid more attention to where I was walking as well, but I was caught up in admiring the view, you see."
To the right, the left, and straight ahead, the view consisted of trees, limestone rocks, scraggy bushes, and dirt. A smattering of evergreens provided the only bright colour in the dreary landscape. "The scenery here is hardly worth the climb, I should say," she said.
"Not from my perspective," he said.
Heat washed through her. She understood his meaning. She had not spent 2 seasons in London without learning how to detect innuendo. She pretended not to understand, though she could not pretend it dismayed her. It had been a very long time since an attractive man had made improper remarks about her person. She'd forgotten how agreeable it was. A small, insistent voice in the back of her head made warning noises, and she remembered how agreeable he'd made himself to all the men last night. "For the present you would be wiser to watch the path," she said.
"I shall try to be wise, Miss Aldridge."
Mirabel walked on.
"About your lover," he began after a moment.
She did not mind flirtation and a bit of impropriety. She had never been missish, but she could not let herself fall victim to his charm, and she most certainly would not explain private matters to him. "I cannot believe you think I've undertaken all that I have merely to be near a man," she said quellingly.
"What a pity. I was picturing clandestine meetings, perhaps on that ledge overlooking the romantic moors."
"You are certainly entitled to entertain any fanciful notions you like," she said, repeating his patronizing retort of a few days earlier. "I should not wish to stifle an active imagination." He laughed.
"Touché, Miss Aldridge."
As the path rounded a sharp curve, Mirabel felt the air change. She looked up. The clouds were thickening, She paused. This time he was prepared, and they didn't collide. He came up beside her and stood nearer than was strictly proper. He was breathing hard, winded apparently. He could not be accustomed to such climbs, and his leg must be hurting as well. "I think the weather may change more quickly than you estimated," she said. "Perhaps we'd better turn back."
He eyed the forbidding hillside. "Let's go a bit farther. Where's the Briar Brook?"
"Not far," she said. "But there's hardly any path at all up ahead, and the climb is much steeper."
"So it appears," he said. "It's been ages since I scrambled up a rocky hillside. I should like to see if I can still do it."
Mirabelle would have argued, but the longing look he directed at the rocky terrain ahead stopped her tongue. He wasn't quite whole, and she was sure it vexed him more than he let on. The appearance of easy grace must want hard work to maintain. Yet no matter how hard he worked, he'd never move as smoothly and effortlessly as he'd done before Waterloo. She wished he wouldn't let it vex him. No one with working eyesight could possibly perceive him as defective or weak. But even she had enough delicacy not to broach so personal a topic. Not that he'd heed her, if she did. Instead, she agreed to continue, and he managed so well and was so pleased with himself that she led him farther than she'd meant to. He told her he should have realized one didn't need an even gait to get over and around rocks.
"Think of crabs," he said.
Exaggerating his limp, he started moving sideways, hurrying up the hill ahead of her. Mirabelle laughed, throwing her head back. That was when she felt the first raindrops. She called out to him. He paid no attention but raced up among the rocks, almost as quick as a crab. A moment later the sky turned black and the drops swelled into a deluge, and in the next moment she saw him slip and fall, and tumble down into the rocky stream. There he remained, terribly still, when she reached him. The world went black, briefly. When Alistair came to, he wasn't sure whether it was day or night, or where he was. A low-hanging sky the colour of coal smoke spewed cold, lashing rain. He closed his eyes and tried not to think, but his mind hurried along anyway. How bad was it? How many holes had the enemy made in him? How swiftly would his strength ebb away? How soon, he wondered, would the life leak out of him? And was that better than being rescued and somehow patched up, so that mutilated and incapacitated he could die a long, slow death over years instead of hours? Artillery blasted nearby, and the air filled with smoke. He heard men scream in agony. Rifle fire. More smoke. Horses thundering toward him. They crashed over him, bringing oblivion. But not for long. He soon woke again to stench and smoke and the cries of the dying, man and beast. He woke as well to the pain, which created a world of its own, making the grim scene about him seem a degree less immediate. The pain loomed large, dimming everything else. At first it was one steady throb like his heartbeat, then other variations came and went, driving aches and spasms through him, these lesser torments darting in and out from under the great steady drumbeat. All the world narrowed to only him, and to the one human sensation in all its shades and variations. Pain, he discovered, was a fugue and a kaleidoscope, and it hardly mattered what you called it, since it was the only thing. "Mr. Carsington." Night music, in the fugue. That was wrong. Alistair opened his eyes. Blue, blue eyes looked into his, a halo of fiery fluff above the eyes. Upon the fluff perched the aged hat with its tattered trim. Above and beyond the hat was the black sky, disgorging 40 days and 40 nights of rain. "You are conscious," the night voice said. "Can you speak? Can you tell me where it hurts?"
"Nowhere," he said.
Everywhere. His leg was on fire. Had he been shot? But no, that was years ago. This was now. The girl, the redhead. Ah, yes, he remembered. Silken soft hair the colour of sunrise, twilight eyes, the sweet slender waist under his hands. When was that? Why had he let her go? "I know you are hurt," she said. "Tell me where. I dare not move you until I know, but I must move you. You cannot lie in the Briar Brook all day. Please do be sensible. Where does it hurt?"
"Nowhere," he said. "Not in the least. Perfectly well."
He tried to lift his head, but pain shot down from his hip to his ankle. He caught his breath. It was only his plaguey leg, he told himself. Nothing to panic about.
"Catch my breath,"
he gasped.
"Up in a moment."
He managed to lift his head and wrap one arm around a rock. He rested his head on the rock as though it were a pillow. Rain beat on his bare head. Where was his hat? He must find his hat. In a minute he'd get up and look for it. "Jock!" she called. "Jock!" Who was Jock? Not her lover. She'd said she hadn't one. He shouldn't have asked. He'd done other things he shouldn't. He remembered watching her hips sway, and his all but announcing his approval of her handsome derriere. Because they'd been alone. No groom of menacing aspect. Jock. The groom.
"Horses," he said. "He can't leave the horses."
The smoky haze settled in again. Around him the animals' screams mingled with the men's. He smelled blood. Men's or horses? He was going to be sick and disgrace himself.
"Get up, you fool," he mumbled. "Help your comrades."
The night voice, shaky now, called Alistair out of the haze. "Don't try to speak, Mr. Carsington. Let's save our strength, shall we? Jock won't hear me in all this at any rate."
She was right. In this storm, who would hear their shouts for help?
The icy stream rushed around and over him, banging his legs against the rocks. "I must check for broken bones," she said. "If you're in one piece, we should be able to get you out of the brook without too much difficulty."
One piece, yes. He saw the stack of bloody limbs. He didn't want his leg thrown into that ghastly heap. "Flesh wound," he mumbled. "No call to get excited."
"Save your strength," she said. "I'll make it quick." Firm, confident hands moved over his neck and shoulders. He closed his eyes, and the dark world swam back into his mind. He heard the din of artillery, which couldn't quite drown out the groans and screams. The pain made him shake, and he was growing numb with cold. He thought about Kitty and Gemma and Aimée and Helen, about warm beds and soft hands. He would die here, and never feel a woman's hands on him again. A moment later Alistair came back to the pounding rain and the woman leaning over him, whose expert hands travelled down his limbs, gently pressing, probing. He found his wits and his voice.
"Are you a doctor too, Miss Aldridge?"
"I've had more practice with animals," she said. "Still, I should be able to recognize a broken bone if I encounter one." When she reached his left ankle, the jolt of pain made him sit up sharply. "There's the trouble," she said. "It could be a great deal worse. You were rather cruelly knocked about when you fell. I'm fairly certain you've sprained your ankle, and you've undoubtedly wrenched some muscles. But nothing seems to be broken."
Banged about. Bruised. Muscles wrenched here and there. That was all. Why the devil did it hurt so much? And what was wrong with his brain? "Knew it was nothing," he gasped. "Sprained ankle."
"I should hardly call it nothing," she said sharply. "You have all the old hurts from battle, and you are wet and chilled to the bone." While she spoke, she was helping him to his feet. Even with her help, the process was awkward and maddeningly slow, also excruciating, thanks to the damaged ankle competing with his mangled upper leg. Not only did every movement hurt, but his muscles were no longer fully under his command and kept going into spasms. The pain and shakiness, the crashing stream, the slippery stones, the blinding rain, and his sodden clothes combined to make him feel like the cripple he'd worked so hard not to become. Alistair made himself work now, though his body wanted to give up, and a part of his mind wished he'd broken his neck so he wouldn't have to fight any more. But that was a tiny, despised part of himself he usually kept locked away. Self-pity disgusted him. He'd seen what others endured, and knew how trivial by comparison his own difficulties were. He told himself to be grateful he had a strong-minded countrywoman to lean on, who did not burst into tears or fly into a panic, but stayed as cool and steady as any comrade in arms.
With her he lurched rather, to a section of the bank where a gravel bed allowed for a reasonably secure footing, and climbed out. Henceforth the going became a degree easier. The ground was slippery, and they travelled steeply downhill rather than up, but they steadied each other. Eventually they reached the outlook, where a worried Jock was preparing to set out after them. Mirabelle had had a good deal of practice in appearing to have everything under control. Where business was concerned, one must preserve an unruffled demeanour, even if a late freeze decimated the orchards, or a prolonged spell of wet weather rotted half the winter's hay supply, or the sheep began dying of a mystery ailment. As Captain Hughes would say, she was captain of the ship, and the well-being of vessel and crew depended on her. Any symptoms of confusion, hesitation, doubt, or alarm she displayed would swiftly infect others, undermining morale and endangering both crew and vessel. She'd taken over her father's affairs because he'd abandoned command, leaving the estate drifting toward the rocks and endangering the livelihoods of all the people who depended upon it. After more than a decade of shouldering her father's responsibilities, it was second nature to take firm command of a situation, even if within Mirabelle felt hopelessly confused or frightened witless. From the time Mr. Carsington tumbled into the Briar Brook, she was as near hysteria as she'd ever been in her life. When she'd scrambled down to the water, her heart was thundering in her ears. The sheeting rain blurred her vision, and she couldn't be sure if his chest was going up and down or not. Her hands shook so much she couldn't tell whether he had a pulse. Fortunately he opened his eyes, and after a moment seemed to recognize her, and she calmed enough to think, though not as clearly as she'd like. On the way back to Aldridge Hall her mind continued to clear. Consequently, by the time a brace of servants had eased Mr. Carsington from his horse and loaded him onto a ladder, she knew something more was wrong with him than a sprained ankle. He would protest being carried, then begin mumbling again, apparently oblivious to his immediate surroundings. Inside the house he repeated this set of behaviours, while the servants carried him down the hall and up the stairs to the yellow guest suite. It would have been easier to put him in one of the ground-floor rooms, but a ground-floor room would be easier for a man with an injured ankle to escape from. Mirabelle was certain he'd try to escape. After all, he hadn't brought a change of clothes. If an ice storm couldn't deter him, she doubted very much that a sprained ankle would. She had to make him stay put, at least until Dr. Woodfrey had examined him. She saw Mr. Carsington transferred from the litter to a chair, supervised the process of peeling off his sodden outer garments, and got his injured foot propped up. After sending the footman Thomas for the tools she needed, she signalled Joseph to remain nearby. She thought it best to prepare her guest for the destruction of his costly boots. She told him hot water was on the way and he'd soon be able to wash. "But I'm afraid we must cut off your boot." He took the news calmly, merely staring at the floor. Water dripped from his hair, which fell into his face. "It's wet," he said. "Who'd have thought a man could spill so much—" He dragged his wet hair back and peered closer. "Oh, water, my boots. Crew will be in fits." His head came up suddenly, and his feverish golden gaze met hers. "I have to take off my clothes." He yanked at his sodden neckcloth. Mirabelle stopped his hand. "The cloth is soaked and difficult to manage. You're shivering. Let me help." He frowned, then let go of the linen and lifted his chin. Mirabelle bent and started working at the knot, keeping her hands steady through sheer will. "Papa doesn't have a valet," she said, "or I'd send him to you." She got the knot loosened enough to draw the ends of the cloth through. Once the boots were off, she could let the servants finish undressing him and help him bathe. "The Duke of Wellington doesn't keep a manservant either," Mr. Carsington said. "His Grace does for himself. I could do without. But Crew's looked after me forever. He goes with me everywhere. Here, there." He let out a shuddering sigh, and his gaze became distant. "I'll get up in a moment. Have to help. Can't lie here. Gad, what a waste. What will they put on the gravestone?" He subsided into the odd murmuring again. Mirabelle didn't want to think about what caused it.
She was certain sprained ankles didn't set off delirium. She remembered her mother's feverish babbling in those last days, and hastily put it out of her mind. She told herself to concentrate on getting this man clean and warm as quickly as possible. "Mr. Carsington, we must cut off your boots," she said, keeping her voice steady. "They're ruined, anyway." He nodded, and she started to unwind the neckcloth. Thomas entered with the knife she'd asked for. Mr. Carsington looked up at the servant and stiffened.
"No cutting," he said. "It's only a flesh wound."
Mirabel let go of the neckcloth and lightly touched his forehead. His skin was hot. "Your boots are wet through," she said gently. "Your ankle is tender and probably swollen. Pulling off the boot might worsen the injury." He blinked up at her, and his gaze seemed to clear.
"Yes, the boots, of course. I'll do it."
"You're chilled," she said. "Your hands are unsteady. Please be sensible and let Joseph do it." Mr. Carsington looked at his own long hands, which he couldn't keep quite still.
"Not Joseph."
He looked up at her.
"You. Cool, steady hands. We have to keep our heads, don't we? Slice 'em both up good and proper, Miss Aldridge. The boots, I mean. And pay no mind if I sob while you do it. These boots were so very dear."
He grinned at her like a mischievous boy.
"I made that vile pun just for you. It made you smile, too. You've a soft spot for puns, I know."
He did make Mirabel smile in spite of her alarm. She took the knife from Thomas, knelt by the patient's chair, and began the operation. Once the boots were off, the servants proceeded with their usual smooth efficiency. In a very short time Mr. Carsington was clean, warm, and dry. He let them put him to bed with his foot propped up on pillows and an oilcloth bag of ice tucked about his ankle. He seemed comfortable enough when Mirabel came in later and found him dozing. He slept for a time, then grew restless, and mumbled the way he'd done when she'd examined him in the brook. She tried to quiet him, but he only grew more agitated.
"I can't lie here,"
he said, struggling up onto the pillows. The front of his nightshirt opened to a wide V, exposing a portion of his chest, and the curling dark gold hair lightly covering it. The hair was damp, as was the edge of the shirt opening. A muscle throbbed in his neck.
"Where are my clothes?"
Mirabel reminded him that his clothes were wet, and the servants were taking care of them.
"Oh,"
he said, and fell back upon the pillows. She rose and drew the bedclothes over him. "You're worn out," she said. "You've sprained your ankle, and I think you've taken a chill. Please rest."
"Gad, I'm so muddled," he said. "Did I fall on my head?"
He closed his eyes, and she commenced pacing the room, wishing the doctor would hurry. Not half an hour later, Mr. Carsington was flinging off the bedclothes, and, apparently oblivious to the fact that he was baring his long, muscled legs to her view, shouting for his manservant. Joseph, who was in attendance, hurried to him, but the patient thrust him aside and leapt from the bed, only to let out a ferocious oath and grab the back of Mirabel's vacated chair for balance.
"It's supposed to walk," he raged. "This leg is supposed to walk. What the devil is wrong with it?" "Sir," came a firm, masculine voice from the doorway. "Compose yourself."
Mr. Carsington stilled, his gaze riveted on the figure in the doorway. Captain Hughes strode into the room.
"What is the meaning of this uproar, sir?"
Mr. Carsington sank into the chair and shook his head, as though trying to clear it. "Mr. Carsington is not quite himself," Mirabel said calmly, while her heart pounded and her insides worked themselves into knots. "He sprained his ankle and—" She took a steadying breath. "I don't know whether he has sustained a concussion or taken a chill, but he is unwell."
"I heard about the accident," the captain said. "I was on my way from Matlock when I met up with the lad you sent for Dr. Woodfrey. The doctor will be a while, I'm afraid. He's up to his elbows in emergencies." "I never take ill," Mr. Carsington said.
He sat sideways, his right arm draped over the back of the chair.
Never, all the same. That great reeking heap. You wouldn't have left it there either. I've a strong stomach, but it was sickening. And they were in such an infernal hurry. You know what they're like.
He addressed the last sentence to Captain Hughes, who couldn't have had any more idea what he meant than Mirabell did. But the captain nodded and said,
I dare say I do. Or maybe not, said Mr. Carsington. I seem to be talking gibberish. I fell on my head, didn't I? Yes, of course. Exactly what I needed about now. Brain damage.
Chapter 7. Calm down, Alistair told himself. Be a man, damn you. At the moment, if he was a man, it was no one he recognized. He wasn't certain he could move without vomiting. He wasn't sure what had happened, whether the butchering was done or not. He told himself to think about something else, anything else. Crew, his premonition. Ridiculous. This was war. The odds of being wounded, maimed, killed were high. Better than 50-50. Still, Alistair hadn't been fully prepared for the extent of the carnage. Acres of corpses, so many of his friends about him, the dead and dying who fell into the muck, never to rise again. He became aware of a woman's voice nearby, and a man's, not Geordie's, whose. He wished he could unscrew his head from his neck, take it apart, and fix it.
Not feeling quite the thing, I dare say, the male voice said. There's an understatement, Alistair said. You said you were unwell, the voice said. Something sickened you. Do you recollect? A reeking heap, you said.
Had he spoken aloud? They were mere thoughts, unworthy ones. And anyway, it was a dream. It couldn't be true. He scarcely knew what fear was. He would never behave so disgracefully, become sick over a bit of unpleasantness, like a girl. His father would be ashamed if he found out. But he wouldn't. It wasn't true, couldn't be.
Did I? Alistair said. How odd. I don't recall.
He took a shallow breath.
Are they done with the leg yet?
Was it gone? Tossed onto the heap with the other limbs?
Do you know where you are, sir?
Came the voice again, in the clearly recognizable accents of authority. A man used to command. An officer, of course.
Do you know where you are, sir? The voice repeated. Do you know me?
Alistair opened his eyes. The world about him spun at first, then gradually slowed and settled down. He realized he was in a room, not a surgeon's tent. The man standing before him was familiar.
Captain Hughes,
he said, keeping his voice steady while he tried to untangle nightmare from reality.
You had a fall, the captain said. You sprained your ankle, and by the sounds of it, got your brain knocked about your skull. Happened to me once. Rigging fell on me. Knocked me bung upwards. But it's nothing to worry about. Your brain box will sort itself out in time.
Alistair rubbed his forehead. It ached, but the pain was nothing to the pounding misery of the left side of his body.
A fall. Yes, of course. Hit my head, no doubt. Temporarily unhinged. That explains it.
Then he remembered leaping from bed half naked, a pale, startled face nearby, blue eyes wide with alarm. He looked about the room and found her standing by the fire, her hands folded at her waist. Oh, delightful! He'd been carrying on like a lunatic in front of her.
Miss Aldridge, he said.
You know me, she said.
For the moment, yes. It seems I've made a thorough spectacle of myself.
It was nothing so very dreadful, she said. You did not at any time make any less sense than Papa does. None the less, we should all feel easier in our minds if you would return to bed. At that minute, Alistair recalled that he was still half naked, clad only in a shirt that didn't belong to him. The fabric was coarser than what he was accustomed to. Looking on the bright side, however, it was large enough to conceal the ugly network of scars on his thigh. He waved off the captain's offer of assistance and started toward the bed, which was only a few paces away. Miss Aldridge walked to a window and looked out, tactfully allowing him to complete the clumsy transfer of his mangled body to the bed. The room was quiet,
but for the rain beating against the windows. The sound was soothing. The bedclothes emitted a faint lavender scent. Everything surrounding him was immaculate, well-ordered, and peaceful. He could not believe he'd confused this place with a world belonging to nightmares.
"You look in better trim already," Captain Hughes said. "Not the wild-eyed fellow I found when I burst in so unceremoniously."
He turned his attention to the figure by the window.
"I hope you will forgive my lapse of manners, Miss Aldridge. I was downstairs in the hall waiting to learn if you'd any orders for me when I got wind of the disturbance on the upper decks."
"You've nothing to apologize for," she said. "For all you knew, my father might have set a room on fire again." Alistair was brooding about brain damage, having discovered no other way of accounting for his outrageous behaviour. Her words tore him out of his self-absorption and brought him bolt upright in bed, setting the entire left side of his damaged body athrob. He ignored the pain.
"Again?" he said. "Is Mr. Aldridge in the habit of setting rooms ablaze?"
"It was only the once. Some 9 or 10 years ago," Miss Aldridge said. "While looking at a letter from my Aunt Clotilde, he had a sudden insight about Egyptian date palms. They plague him from time to time, for reasons no one else but he and perhaps 3 other botanical persons in the world understand. As best he recollected afterward, this was such a time. He jumped up from the writing desk, upsetting a candle, which he was too excited to notice." She came away from the window. "Luckily a servant did notice soon after Papa hurried out. The only damage was some charring of the writing desk, a partly singed rug, and a lingering smell of smoke."
"I feel much better," Alistair said. "At least I did not burn down the house."
She approached the bed and studied him critically. "Your colour is healthier than it was a short while ago, not so feverish. All the same, we ought to put more ice on your ankle. Would you like some for your head as well?" Alistair had almost forgotten his aching head. The violent throbbing along his left leg had claimed centre stage.
"Indeed I would," he said. "You are most kind to think of it. For my part, I shall attempt to await the doctor quietly, if not rationally."
She smiled, and the room seemed to grow brighter, though rain continued beating at the darkened windows. "I'm vastly relieved to hear it," she said. Dr. Woodfrey did not arrive until very late in the day. He was young, barely 30, small, wiry, and energetic, and accustomed to travelling in every kind of weather. Still, there was only one of him, and the storm's suddenness and violence had caused numerous mishaps, in addition to making the roads all but impassable. In spite of this, Dr. Woodfrey was his usual brisk, lively self when he reached Aldridge Hall. After briefly conferring with Mirabell and Captain Hughes, he went straight up to Mr. Carsington. Mirabell and the captain retired to the library to await the medical verdict. The doctor joined them about half an hour later, and was commencing his diagnosis when Mr. Aldridge hurried in, his countenance troubled. Arriving home in good time for dinner, he had seen Dr. Woodfrey's carriage, and was greatly alarmed, believing Mirabell had been taken ill. Concealing her amazement at his A, noticing so unbotanical an object as a carriage, B, recognizing whose it was, and C, worrying about her, Mirabell explained about Mr. Carsington's fall and strange behaviour thereafter.
"Good heavens," said Mr. Aldridge. "His head is not broken, I hope? The ground can be deceiving in certain places, especially near the old mines. I have tumbled more than once. Luckily we Aldridges have strong skulls." "His head is not broken," Dr. Woodfrey assured him.
"Is it fever, then?" Mirabell said. "Is that what makes him delirious?"
"He is not feverish at present," the doctor said. "He was fully rational the entire time I was with him."
Nonetheless, he went on to say, the patient might have sustained a concussion, albeit a mild one. By all accounts, he had lost consciousness for no more than a minute or two, perhaps merely seconds, and did not display symptoms associated with severe brain injury. He was not sleepy and dull-witted or vomiting or taking fits. Still, he must be watched carefully for the next 48 hours. Dr. Woodfrey was concerned as well that a cold or affection of the lungs might manifest themselves during this interval. These concerns, combined with the sprained ankle,
argued strongly against the gentleman's expressed wish to return immediately to his hotel. Having rendered this verdict, the doctor took Mirabell aside to give her specific instructions.
"It is of sovereign importance that our patient remain where he is," Dr. Woodfrey told her. "In addition to his brain and ankle, which need rest in order to heal properly, he displays symptoms of a fatigue of the nerves. This may prove even more worrisome. Acute fatigue has been known to set off hallucinations and other irrational behaviour, which would explain what you took to be delirium."
Mirabell could not believe Mr. Carsington suffered from any sort of fatigue or nervous condition. True, he had mastered the fashionable appearance of boredom and lassitude, but he was far from feeble. On the contrary, he was dangerously compelling. She recalled his hands on her waist, and her physical awareness of his strength, and her heated, nearly demented reaction. She could not remember when the mere proximity of a man had disturbed her so profoundly. Even William, whom she'd loved so fiercely, had not made her feel so much with so little effort. William, too, had been abundantly masculine, forceful, and dashing, but he had not made her feel palpably every change of mood as she did in Mr. Carsington's vicinity, the displeasure that set the very air athrob, and, more troubling, the easy charm, as palpable as a caress, she found nigh impossible to withstand. She recalled the pun about his expensive boots, so very dear, and the light-hearted boy's grin, and said, "He is the last man on earth I should have thought weary and worn out."
"I agree he looks healthy enough," said Dr. Woodfrey, "but today's shock has disrupted a delicate balance. The best medicine is rest. I shall leave it to you how to accomplish this. You are a resourceful young woman."
He gave a few simple instructions about diet and treatment, regretfully declined her invitation to dinner, and departed to attend the next patient, leaving Mirabell to devise a means of managing a man even the Earl of Hargate found troublesome.
"Woodfrey is wrong."
Alistair made this pronouncement in the imperious accents his father employed to stifle all argument. It wasn't easy to appear magisterial while sitting in bed wearing only a nightshirt and propped up with pillows, but he was not about to be bullied by an elfin doctor and a dishevelled young woman. The latter was regarding him with an anxious expression that made him uneasy. "I'm not sure you are in a condition to judge with any accuracy what is best for you," Miss Aldridge said.
"I can judge better than he," Alistair said. "Woodfrey doesn't know me. I have inherited my paternal grandmother's constitution. She is 82, goes out at least 3 nights a week, and is a terror at whist. She is in full possession of her wits and in complete command of everyone else, for time has only honed the deadly fine edge of her tongue. She would never allow herself to be confined to bed for a mere sprained ankle and a bump on the head."
Miss Aldridge did not immediately respond. She nodded at the footman, and he took away Alistair's dinner tray. Since she had kept him company while he ate, she must have seen that his appetite was in fine order. He'd left not a crumb behind. When the servant was gone, she walked from the fire to the window at the opposite end of the room. It wasn't her first such journey. Even while inhaling his dinner, Alistair had watched the rhythmic sway of her hips as she came and went. Now the food was gone, he could give her his undivided attention. She wore a wine-coloured sarcenet dress trimmed in blue. The style was too severe and the colours weren't quite right for her complexion, but it was the least unflattering dress she'd worn so far. Her inept maid had made an attempt to dress her hair in the antique Roman style, fashionable several years ago. As one would expect, the 2 knots at the back of her head were coming unknotted. Reflected light from the candles and fire glimmered along a trail of hairpins to and from the chimney-piece. He found the sight arousing, heaven help him. On the positive side, if mere hairpins could arouse him, he could not be anywhere near death's door. "If your ankle is not allowed to rest, it will not heal properly," she said when she returned to the fire. "It will become weak and susceptible to repeated sprains."
"Your miniature doctor exaggerates the danger," Alistair said. "Medical men always make dire predictions. That way if one dies, it isn't their fault. and if one recovers it's due to their brilliance."
"Everyone knows what happens with sprains," she said. "At least in the country we do. You would be foolish to take such a risk. You especially cannot afford a weak ankle. It will undo all you've accomplished in recovering use of your leg." The speech was as simple and blunt as a club to the head, and equally effective. His leg was fussy and uncooperative at the best of times. Given a weak ankle, it might refuse to perform at all. Alistair had the usual quantity of masculine pride. On the other hand, he was not a dumb brute. He refused to behave like an idiot, merely to appease his pride.
"It grieves me to say this, but you have made an excellent point," he said. "We must on no account upset the famous leg. There is no predicting what it will do."
Her taut expression eased. She approached, took the chair by the bed, and folded her hands in her lap. "It is understandable you're being upset," she said. "Anyone who's endured a long period of immobility as you have done must cherish his freedom of movement. Even a day or two of being confined to bed must seem a great deal to you."
"Oh, I shouldn't mind that so much," he said. "By dint of long study I've mastered the art of lounging about or sleeping away the day, instead of doing something noble, or at least useful. No, it isn't that. The trouble is, I'm sick to death of pandering to this capricious limb."
She glanced at the peak in the bedclothes under which his injured foot reposed upon a pillow, then looked quizzically at him. "Pandering?"
"Let me tell you about this leg, Miss Aldridge," he said. "This used to be a modest, well-behaved leg, quietly going about its business, troubling nobody. But ever since it was hurt, it has become tyrannical."
Her expression eased another degree, and amusement glinted in her eyes, like faint distant stars in a midsummer night sky.
Encouraged, he went on, "This limb is selfish, surly, and ungrateful. When English medical expertise declared the case hopeless, we took the leg to a Turkish healer. He plied it with exotic unguents and cleaned and dressed it several times a day. By this means he staved off the fatal and malodorous infection it should have suffered otherwise. Was the leg grateful? Did it go back to work like a proper leg? No, it did not."
Lips twitching, she made a sympathetic murmur.
"This limb, madam," he said, "demanded months of boring exercises before it would condescend to perform the simplest movements. Even now, after nearly 3 years of devoted care and maintenance, it will fly into a fit over damp weather. And this, may I remind you, is an English leg, not one of your delicate foreign varieties."
Her mouth quivered, and laughter danced in her eyes. Something quivered and danced within him, and his mind filled with the wrong thoughts, of touching his lips to the tiny laugh-line at the corner of her eye, of bringing his mouth to her quivering one. He kept talking.
"In any case, it won't go anywhere willingly at present. How on earth did I imagine I should be able to hop up from bed and trot along to the hotel?"
She said, not too steadily, "You did fall on your head." "On a rock." She stifled a giggle. Alistair had always found giggling girls tedious. He told himself to be bored with her too, but it was impossible. Her choked laughter made his heart so light it seemed to float within him, and his mind was light and floating too. Not good, and he thought, "Oh no, I shall soon like her, and that won't do, because we know where it must lead. Stop charming her, you numbskull." He couldn't stop. He sighed theatrically.
"Since a graceful exit is out of the question, I must accept my fate with humble resignation. I shall lie here looking wan and brave. Now and again perhaps you would be so good, Miss Aldridge, as to stop by to admire my quiet fortitude."
He settled back upon the pillows and donned a heroic expression. She laughed then, out loud, her eyes crinkling into narrow blue slits. The cool, whispery sound wafted inside him and stirred again the place already disturbed with the erotic allure of hairpins and the untoward delight he took in a poorly suppressed giggle. But before Alistair could say or do anything fatally stupid, Mr. Aldridge entered, carrying a large volume. "Mr. Carsington is not to read, Papa," the daughter said. Dr. Woodfrey said he is not to exert his mental faculties.
I know, her father said. He is not to be overstimulated. That is why I have brought Prodromus systematis naturalis regni vegetabilis. I sent my sister a copy some time ago, and she has written her thanks more than once. Clotilde says it is a most restful book. Whenever she finds herself in a state of agitation or unhealthy excitement, she reads it. Infallibly, after a page or two, she tells me, she subsides into a pleasantly drowsy state. He beamed at Alistair. I shall read to you, but if you find it too sensational, we shall try something else. Mr. Aldridge had a soothing voice, and of the Latin words he uttered, Alistair understood about 1 in 10. Having some dim idea that he'd be quizzed later, he struggled to follow. He didn't remember falling asleep. He simply went from one place to another in the night, from a warm, clean bedroom to a battlefield. The smell made him sick, and his foot slipped on the slick ground. He lost his hold of Gordy and slid downward toward the muck, the hideous muck that wasn't simply mud, but blood and other things human, parts, bits and pieces. It had nearly swallowed him, that unspeakable mire. Don't think about it, he told himself, as Gordy dragged him up again. But the horror was everywhere. There was no escaping it, all the long way to the tent. Then he spied the thing, the ghastly thing, worse than any sight in a shambles. No butcher dealt in parts like these. He looked away, but not before he saw the arm. Muddied and bloodied linen stuck to it, a bit of ruffle at the lifeless wrist. The scene dissolved into haze. He became aware of voices. He couldn't understand it all, but he grasped enough. "No," he said. "They're wrong. It's only a flesh wound. I refuse." There was more murmuring, head-shaking, voices growing sharp and impatient. They hadn't time to dig out bits of bone and metal and wood, the surgeons said. They couldn't be sure of getting it all. What they were sure of was infection, gangrene. The leg must come off or he'd die, slowly and horribly. All Alistair could think of was the heap he'd seen, and someone tossing his leg onto it. After all those hours of hanging on, fighting fear and despair, was this what he'd been saved for? An impatient surgeon wielding a saw? Had he endured all those long hours only to be mutilated? "They don't know," he gasped. "They know only one way. We must go away from here." "Yes, yes, but please wake up." He felt a hand on his shoulder. He brought his hand up and covered it. "Yes, steady," he said. "You need only steady me and I'll do perfectly well." "Of course you will. Only do wake up." It was a woman's voice, an Englishwoman who spoke in the accents of his own class, the night voice. Alistair opened his eyes. The world about him was so quiet, he could hear the faint crackle of the fire. The room was lit as before, and he had no trouble recognizing the woman leaning over him. "That's better," she said. "Do you know me?" "Of course." He smiled up at her. He'd been dreaming, that was all. Relief was too small a word for what he felt. He'd been crawling through hell for half eternity, it seemed, and come out on the other side. He didn't know where he was now. Not heaven, he was sure, and glad of it, for he wasn't quite ready to give up the things of this earth, like the sight and scent of a pretty woman bending so near that he might easily reach up and bring his hand to the back of her neck and draw her down. But this would be wrong, he remembered, and not only wrong but stupid beyond permission. He suppressed a groan and squeezed the hand upon his shoulder. He had only to turn his head to kiss it, but he mustn't, because that too was wrong, though he couldn't remember why. "I must have fallen asleep," he said. "Bad dream." "What is your name?" she said. He gazed blankly at her. "What is your name?" she repeated. He gave an uneasy laugh. "Don't you know me, Miss Aldridge? Am I so changed?" He hadn't changed. He was the same man as before, only a little deformed. "I am supposed to ask you at intervals what your name is," she said, so crisp and businesslike. "I am to ask other simple questions as well, to determine whether your brain has been injured."
Her brisk tone swept away his anxiety, and made him want to tug her down and kiss her until she had not a sensible thought left in her head. But he mustn't, because— Ah, yes. She was a gently bred maiden, and there were certain lines a gentleman didn't cross. Having sorted out that matter, his mind produced another rational thought. She shouldn't be here so late at night, alone with him. Reluctantly he released the soft hand, pushed himself up on the pillows, and looked about the dimly lit room.
"Where is your father?" he said.
"I sent him to bed an hour ago. I couldn't sleep, and he is not the most reliable person to keep watch over a sickbed."
"I'm not sick," Alistair said. "I have a sprained ankle and possibly a concussion, that is all. It cannot be a severe concussion, as I have no trouble recollecting the fact that my name is Alistair Carsington, that Weston makes my coats, Hobie my boots— by the way, the pair you hacked to pieces came from Hobie only a fortnight ago— and Locke makes my hats. My waistcoats—"
"That will do," she said. "I am not greatly interested in the numerous parties involved in assembling you. I dare say it's as complicated as fitting out a ship, and of the same crucial importance to you as proper nautical accoutrements are to Captain Hughes. But it does not matter to me in the least."
"Does it not?" he said. "Perhaps my brain is more grievously injured than we thought, for I distinctly recollect your mentioning more than once my being elegantly turned out."
She straightened and took a step back from the bed. "It was an observation," she said curtly. "Nothing more." What Alistair observed was that she must have pinned up her own hair, because it not only made no pretence at style, but was falling in her face. A tangled clump of light copper curls dangled at her shoulder. As to her clothes, either she'd slept in them, or had thrown them on with more than her usual careless haste. Her frock was the one she'd worn earlier, but she was not wearing a corset. He could tell by the way the garment hung, especially by the way it outlined her bosom. He wished she'd put on the corset. He wished he could be sure all her buttons were buttoned and all her tapes tied. But he knew she must be half undone, and he could not stop his mind from undoing the rest. He told himself not to think about her underthings and the naked body underneath, but he was a man, and it was too late. Minus the corset's artificial upthrust, the true shape and size of her breasts was easy to picture. He couldn't help estimating how few layers of underthings the wrinkled dress concealed. A chemise, perhaps, and very likely nothing else. He remembered how small her waist was, and the sweet curve of her bottom, and the bewitching sway of her hips. He bore all this manfully, but then he recalled the way her hand, soft and warm, fit under his, and a longing seized him, so fierce and wrenching that for a moment he couldn't breathe.
"You had better go back to bed," he said, his voice harsh. "You ought not to have come here, especially in the middle of the night. It is shockingly improper."
"Indeed it is," she said. "You have dropped hints leading me to suspect you are a rake."
"A rake?"
Alistair came up from the pillows, and the movement outraged his leg and ankle, both of which went into spasms. He winced, and hastily smoothed the bedclothes to make her think their rumpled state was what caused him pain.
"I'm nothing of the kind," he muttered.
"But you spoke so casually to me of your expensive ballet dancer."
"One ballet dancer doesn't make a man a rake. If I were—"
He trailed off.
If he were a rake, he'd think nothing of coaxing her into bed with him. She had no idea what it cost a fellow to behave like a gentleman in these circumstances. He wished his father could see him now. No, on second thought, it was better his lordship remained 150 miles away. His oblivious seductress, meanwhile, was looking elsewhere. Her brow creased.
"Now I remember," she said. "My Aunt Clotilde writes me all the London gossip, and I am sure you figured in at least one of her epistles. Before the battle in which you behaved so gallantly, I mean. Aunt tells me all the scandal about everybody, but it is hard to keep track of the names of people one's never met. Yet I'm certain yours came up. Now what was it?" She settled into the chair beside the bed and appeared to cudgel her brains. Alistair sighed. "Pray don't tax your memory," he said. "The scandals attached to my name are numerous." Her gaze returned to his face, and she tipped her head to one side to study him. He was not used to women, to anyone, studying him so openly. He was not used, he realized, to anyone's taking the trouble. No one else looked deeper, past the elegant appearance and charm. He wondered uneasily if anything of value existed beneath the polished surface. "Do all the scandals involve women?" she said.
"Yes, of course. However,
Exactly how many scandals? Or are they too numerous to count in your present delicate state? Recollect, you are not to tax your brain." He recalled his father's list.
7, no, 8, technically.
Technically. Her expression was unreadable.
"One scandal involved 2 women, but it was my last," he added, "and it was nearly 3 years ago."
"Then you are a reformed rake."
"To reform, I must first be a rake, which I never was. Not that it matters," he added irritably. "The difference between me and a libertine will seem a mere technicality to you. You will believe I am splitting hairs very fine indeed. Not that you ought to be thinking about such subjects, or that I had any business speaking of my mistresses to a lady. I cannot imagine what possessed me to mention the ballet dancer. I must have been addled. Perhaps it is this infernally clean country air. I think it makes me giddy."
"Good heavens! I did not intend to make you so agitated," she said.
"I am not agitated," he lied. He was horny and frustrated. He was the next thing to naked, confined to bed, with a half-dressed woman within arm's reach. All this while the rest of the household was sound asleep. He would defy a saint to remain serene in such circumstances.
"Dr. Woodfrey believes you suffer from a fatigue of the nerves," she said.
"Nerves?" Alistair repeated indignantly. "I have no nerves to speak of. Ask anybody. I am the least excitable person you will ever meet." After a pause, he added, "I admit I find you somewhat provoking, but I think you do it on purpose. Oh, not altogether. I suppose you can't help that."
He made an impatient gesture indicating her hair and attire.
"It is an affliction like tone deafness."
He waved her off.
"Now please go away."
She smiled. Oh, no. The smile curled about his heart and squeezed it, and threatened to strangle the remnants of his reason.
"You're amused,"
he said accusingly. She didn't recognize the danger. She was in no way on guard. He would have to guard them both, and really it was too much to ask after such a day and night. "I find you amusing," she said. "You are the most amusing man I have met in a very long time." A soft bed, a warm woman, laughing in his arms. His pulse was racing. His gaze swept the room and fell upon the botany book her father had left behind. The soporific book.
"Well, if you can't tear yourself away, Miss Aldridge," he said, "perhaps you would be so good as to read to me."
Chapter 8. Captain Hughes arrived at Mrs. Entwistle's domicile late Sunday morning. When the maid ushered him into the cosy parlour, the lady of the house evinced no great delight at seeing him. She appeared less pleased when he told her his errand. "You cannot be proposing that I appear uninvited on the Sabbath with my baggage upon Mirabell's doorstep," the former governess said, in tones that had seldom failed to quell rambunctious pupils. The intimidating tone did not match the lady's appearance. She was not tall and gaunt and dressed in severe black, but a plump, attractive woman of middle height and middle age, prettily garbed in a ruffled white morning dress and lacy cap. The neatly appointed parlour felt very small to the captain. True, he was accustomed to the crowded quarters of a ship. He was also accustomed, however, to being master of the vessel, having the windward side of the quarterdeck entirely to himself, should he choose to walk about and cogitate, and the freedom to climb aloft to the crow's nest if he wished, should he feel the need to clear his head. Feeling overlarge and clumsy in Mrs. Entwistle's neat parlour, he stood stiffly by the chimney-piece, whence he dared not move, lest he knock something over. Since the look in her intelligent brown eyes did nothing to put him at ease, he was not his usual coolly commanding self.
"Dash it, Mrs. Entwistle. You know it won't occur to her to invite you," he said. She sent for Carsington's manservant last night because it was the practical thing to do, but she isn't accustomed to consider proprieties. The neighbours'll consider 'em, though. You know that as well as I do. All the Peak knows her father isn't a proper chaperone."
"You said Mr. Carsington is incapacitated."
"He has a sprained ankle and a bump on the head," said Captain Hughes. "If you think this would incapacitate an otherwise healthy young aristocrat, you're naive beyond permission. I trust I needn't explain to you what such fellows' morals are like."
"His morals don't signify," said Mrs. Entwistle. "But perhaps you are implying that Mirabell is so weak-willed, or perhaps love-starved, as to forget her own? Pray sit down. You ought not make a lady crane her neck to look at you." He sought the chair farthest from hers and perched uneasily on its edge.
"You think I'm officious," he said. "A meddler."
"I am not certain what to think," she said. "Perhaps you are jealous." For a moment he stared at her in plain disbelief. Then he let out a roar of laughter. She did not so much as crack a smile.
"Do you think so? Truly?" he said. "Well, whether it's so or not, that don't change the facts, madam. The fact is, people gossip, and they like nothing better than cutting up others' reputations. Fond as most of the neighbourhood is of Miss Aldridge, and understanding of her situation, they're too human to resist scandal. You know we've precious little scandal in Longledge, which means the smallest particle goes a long way."
"It is absurd to imagine Mirabell would commit an indiscretion," the lady said coldly. The captain's patience deserted him.
"I hope you won't be so fatuous as to tell me she's past it," he said. "A spinster Miss Aldridge may be, but she's far from a dried-up one. Besides which, not to mince matters, she's still young enough to breed, which means she's by no means too old to be seduced, or suspected of it. That's good enough for the tongue-waggers."
The lady glared at him. Over the course of a not exactly smooth-sailing naval career, Captain Hughes had been glared at by admirals and boards of inquiry. While Mrs. Entwistle's cross look got under his skin more than those of thick-headed naval authorities and politicians had ever done, he was a crusty old salt, who could bear it for as long as she chose to inflict it. "I shall write a letter, tactfully hinting at proprieties," the lady said at last. "If Mirabell chooses to invite me, I shall go. I cannot possibly invite myself."
"What nonsense," said the captain. "I'm inviting you."
"Aldridge Hall isn't your house, though you seem to run tame in it," she said.
"What a stickler you've come to be," he said. "Was that Entwistle's influence? You used to be so jolly. So was Miss Aldridge when you were there. You were exactly what the girl needed. I always said so. It was clear enough to me, being away so much. I could see the difference when I came home the first time after Mrs. Aldridge died."
Mrs. Entwistle leapt up from her chair, ruffles fluttering. "I wish I saw a difference in you," she cried. "You are as great a booby as ever. Mirabell is 31 years old. A handsome young man has practically fallen into her lap, and you fret about protecting her virtue. What about her happiness?" For a moment the captain was so astonished he forgot his manners. Belatedly he rose too.
"I say, Mrs. Entwistle, are you matchmaking?"
She lifted her dimpled chin. "I prefer to think of it as letting nature take her course."
"In my experience, nature ain't at all reliable," the captain said. "If she was, ships wouldn't need sails or rudders, would they?"
The captain was right to fret about gossip, for Miss Aldridge had enemies. Some 20 miles away, in the valley at the other end of Longledge Hill, Caleb Finch was busy this Sunday encouraging the villagers to imagine the worst about her. He had come from Northumberland a few days earlier, ostensibly because he suspected mismanagement of his master Lord Gordmore's coal mines. Caleb certainly was well qualified to judge, being a master of chicanery, connivery, double-dealing, and double-crossing. However, his real reason for returning was to make trouble for Miss Aldridge. He had attended church partly to impress the locals with his piety,
and partly because it offered an opportunity to make mischief among the greatest number of people with the smallest amount of effort. His sober black suit hanging from his tall, lanky frame, his sparse greying hair slicked back, he was clean and proper on the outside, and convinced he was equally so on the inside. By some mental sleight of hand, his lies, frauds, and subterfuges always had a moral rationale. Since Caleb was no intellectual giant, the rationale usually boiled down to a simple proposition. For instance, this fellow has something I don't have which can't be right, and so if I get it from him, it don't matter how, I've right it matters. 11 years ago, Miss Aldridge had committed the hateful crime of making him stop writing matters for himself with her father's wealth. She had dismissed him without a reference, saying he was incompetent. After that, no one for miles around Longledge would employ him. He'd had to seek work elsewhere. A wiser man would have counted his blessings. She might have had him charged with a long list of property crimes. She might have let him figure out how to account to a magistrate for improperly kept books, and the mysterious disappearance of large quantities of livestock, produce, timber, and numerous other articles. Instead, she had given him the benefit of the doubt. But Caleb wasn't grateful. He didn't take the opportunity to turn over a new leaf. It was easier to nurse the grudge for 10 years and more, and jump at any opportunity to make unpleasantness for her. For instance, he was delighted with his master's plans for a canal because it would go through the Aldridge property and be a constant misery to Miss Aldridge. And so, after church, when he heard of Mr. Carsington's accident, Caleb was not slow to cast Miss Aldridge in the worst possible light. He donned a pious look and said he hoped it was an accident. When asked what he meant, Caleb was only too happy to explain. He meant, he said, that some people might ask what was they doing up that high on the hill on a day like that. The London gentleman probably didn't know no better. But what was the lady thinking, taking him all the way up there? And where was her groom all this time? Why weren't he with 'em? Within minutes, these and similar remarks had travelled through the congregation, where they met with incredulity and dismissals for the most part. For example, where does that man get his ideas? Or, I do believe every word of Parson's sermon went in one of them big ears of his, and straight out the other. But here and there were like-minded individuals who loved nothing better than tearing others down, especially others prettier or wealthier or better-natured than they. These persons were happy to imagine the worst. They took up Caleb's version of what really happened, and embroidered on it, and passed it on to every other small-minded individual they knew. By Sunday afternoon, it had travelled the full length of Longledge Hill to the parish in which Miss Aldridge resided. Captain Hughes delivered Mrs. Entwistle early in the afternoon. By this time, Crewe, who'd arrived at daybreak, had put away the belongings deemed necessary for a few days' stay. According to Captain Hughes, who paid the patient a brief visit, these essentials were sufficient to equip a 74 and every man jack upon it. Yet he admitted to the ladies that the valet had everything stowed neatly enough, and Mr. Carsington appeared more at ease than before. Certainly when Mirabell entered the room some time later, her house-guest appeared more elegant. Nothing the captain had said prepared her, though, for the full effect of Mr. Carsington's appearance. Her house-guest lounged in a cushioned armchair before the fire. He wore a fine silk dressing-gown over a shirt of feather-light lawn, complete with elaborately arranged neckcloth. A pair of wide trousers hung loosely over the long legs. Upon his feet, his naked feet, were Turkish slippers. She told herself it was wise not to attempt stockings. While his ankle was not badly swollen, it must be tender. She told herself to note how the injured foot was wrapped and propped up exactly as the doctor had ordered. But she couldn't focus. Though her guest was more fully dressed than when she'd last seen him, last night, when she should not have been here, he was a great deal more exposed. Under the bedclothes, those long legs had been mere shapes. Now they stretched out shamelessly before her. The soft cloth of his trousers clung to their contours, reminding her of the rock-hard muscle she'd felt when she'd examined him for injuries. Then she'd been too anxious, too busy suppressing panic to feel anything else. Now She looked away, scanning the room as though making sure all was in order. It wasn't. Not in any order she recognized. The very atmosphere had changed. Starched white linen and dark wool and leather, masculine toiletries crowding the dressing table, a shaving box, the scents of palm soap and boot polish, and him. The room was male, and he dominated it. She felt his gaze upon her and gathered her composure. "You seem more comfortable, Mr. Carsington," she said. "I'm glad of it."
"I told you I was an expert at lounging about," he said.
He was far beyond expert. He made his very surroundings seem languid, sultry, and sinful, which was absurd. Her imagination was running away with her. Mirabell told herself to be sensible and directed her attention to the tray her servant carried. Dr. Woodfrey had ordered light meals several times a day, and she had accompanied the latest one. She watched Crewe relieve her servant of the tray and set the dishes out upon the small table. When all was arranged to his satisfaction, the valet drew up a chair for her. She sat, wishing she felt as much in command of herself as her guest seemed to be. Crewe discreetly withdrew to a far corner of the large room. "You look like an Eastern potentate," she told Mr. Carsington.
"I am not partial to these trousers," he said. "They are rather faddish, and I can't recollect what possessed me to buy them. But Crewe would not let me wear breeches or pantaloons because they are made to fit snugly. He feared my ankle would be jostled when I put them on."
She remembered, too vividly, the long, muscled legs thrust out from under bedclothes. Her mouth went dry. She folded her hands tightly in her lap. "Crewe is most sensible," she said.
"Regrettably, I am not allowed stockings either for the same reason, and I am sure it isn't proper for you to see my bare ankles, Miss Aldridge."
She'd seen a great deal too much for her peace of mind, the way his shirt had fallen open during his momentary delirium, and the hard-muscled chest glinting gold. She said lightly, "What a fuss everyone makes about proprieties. But put your mind at rest. My former governess has arrived to protect my reputation, and so you needn't fear that the sight of a bit of your bare skin will corrupt my morals."
"I envy your mastery of your feelings," he said softly. "I doubt I could gaze unmoved at your naked ankles."
Heat spilled outward from somewhere in the centre of herself and washed over every inch of her skin. A cough came from the other end of the room. Mr. Carsington looked impatiently at his valet.
"What is it now, Crewe?"
"I merely wished to observe, sir, that the cook went to great trouble to tempt your appetite, and certain delicacies do not improve with the passage of time." By the time her guest's attention reverted to her, Mirabell had her mind back in working order. He was teasing, she told herself. For society beaux, such gallantries were a habit. Flirtation and innuendo were merely part of conversation. They even whispered naughty remarks in the ears of elderly ladies. It was absurd to imagine that a pair of 31-year-old ankles, bare or otherwise, could stir any strong emotion in him.
"Will you not join me?" he said. "Your cook seems to have provided enough for a regiment."
"She's accustomed to Papa's appetite, which is prodigious," Mirabell said. "Still, this is not an excessive meal for a man of your size, and I'm not at all hungry. But perhaps you would prefer to dine in private." She had better leave. She had come only to look in on him. She would gain nothing by lingering. She had softened toward him too much already. If she did not have a care, she would become infatuated. Absurd at her age, and dangerous to more than her virtue. She rose.
"I vastly prefer your company," he said.
Mirabell sat down again. To Alistair's annoyance, as soon as he'd finished eating, Miss Aldridge once more rose to depart. "Mrs. Entwistle will wonder what's become of me," she said. "I told her I would look in on you briefly."
"To admire my quiet fortitude," he said.
"Yes, and to make sure you didn't feel abandoned," she said. "I hope you don't think that is the case. You would be overrun with visitors had Dr. Woodfrey not forbidden it, but he says you are not to tax yourself in any way."
All I have done is sit here and eat and talk, Alistair said.
That isn't all, she said. You have exerted yourself to be witty and charming. It is pleasant for me, but not good for you.
I was not exerting myself, he said. Wit and charm come naturally to me.
Then perhaps it isn't good for me, she said, and quickly added, While I sit here being charmed and amused, a dozen important tasks are left undone. He slumped in his chair.
I am crushed. There is something in your life more important than I. Well, then, I must bear it and find some trivial tasks I shall pretend are more important than you. Crew, bring me pen and paper. I shall write some letters.
Certainly not, she said. You are not to tax your brain.
I must let Lord Gordmore know I am temporarily laid up. He will be expecting to hear from me anyway.
I sent an express letter to him this morning, she said, and another to your parents.
To my parents?
Alistair started up from the chair, and his leg and ankle brutally reminded him to stay put. He sank back down, gripping the chair arms.
Who told you to write to my parents?
My conscience, she said. Your friends and family are bound to hear of your accident before long. I did not want them to be troubled with the usual garbled and exaggerated version of events. You will not believe the rumours flying already. Alistair had enough experience with rumours to know that they generally defied all laws of reason, and oftentimes far outstripped his wildest imaginings. Now, too late, he saw the fatal errors he'd made. He'd paid too much attention to her. He'd singled her out at the Talbots' party. He'd gone riding with her accompanied only by a groom. He'd spent the better part of the night with her unchaperoned in his bedroom. It wasn't hard to guess what people would think. It is believed in some quarters that I deliberately lured you to a dangerous spot and attempted to cause a fatal accident, she said. Once again, Alistair experienced the sensation of being struck from behind with a large club.
You what?
Pushed you into the brook, she said.
But that's absurd. Why would you try to kill me?
The canal. For a moment, Alistair didn't know what she was talking about. In the next, he was cursing himself. He'd forgotten that to her he was an invader, a despoiler, the minion of a villainous viscount. He'd forgotten, in fact, to think, except with his reproductive organs. He'd been celibate too long. That was the trouble. He'd avoided women until his leg was healed and working, more or less. Since then... Well, he wasn't sure what had held him back. He'd been numb, or not fully awake in some way. But wasn't it typical that after nearly 3 years of apathy toward the fair sex, he should choose now of all times to wake up from the coma, or whatever it had been? Wasn't it typical that he should choose her, an unmarried lady, when the world abounded in merry widows and straying matrons and out-and-out harlots? Instead of concentrating on business, he'd wallowed in fantasies that every gentlemanly principle forbade his acting upon. Perhaps his brain really was damaged. All this went rapidly through the remnants of what used to be his mind, while he mustered a faint smile and said,
Murder over a canal. The folk hereabouts must be desperate indeed for excitement.
He looked toward his valet.
Crew, have you heard anything of this?
The manservant's gaze darted from one to the other. Don't mind me, Miss Aldridge said. You've heard about it below stairs, naturally.
The matter was mentioned, miss, in my presence, he said. The staff were as one in their indignation. They said you would never behave in so dastardly a manner. Certainly not, Alistair said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Who in his right mind could believe Miss Aldridge capable of devious behaviour?
Crewe gave one of his expressive little coughs.
What is it, Crewe? Alistair said. Have you something to add?
Ahem. No, sir. I believe were Crewe less discreet, he would tell you. My staff are certain I would never do anything I might be hanged for, Miss Aldridge said. This is true. I have always believed that anyone who must violate the law to achieve his purposes must lack either intelligence or imagination. Probably both.
Those are words to make a man's blood run cold, Alistair said.
In fact,
What he saw in her blue eyes made him uneasy.
"I begin to suspect, Miss Aldridge, that the world would be a safer place were you lacking in both articles."
"I hope I am not lacking," she said. "I should never stand a chance against you otherwise. While my conscience is clear on the score of your accident, I admit it was fortuitous. But I detect heavy weather bearing down upon me, which means I've upset you, and I did promise Dr. Woodfrey that we would keep you calm and rested." She gave him a quick smile, and Alistair, numbskull that he was, felt cheated. He wanted more, the dancing light in her eyes, the whispery laughter. And when he watched her depart, red gold curls springing loose from their pins, hem dragging to one side and hips swaying, he was not thinking about ways to succeed with the canal, upon which so much depended, but about the speediest means of luring her back. He forgot altogether to wonder exactly what she meant by fortuitous. Mirabell decided she'd better not visit the patient again until the following day, when she'd had time to recover her common sense, and she must not forget to take Mrs. Entwistle with her. Mr. Carsington was not left solitary, however. Her father went upstairs after dinner and stayed with their guest for a good while. When he returned to the library, he informed Mirabell and Mrs. Entwistle that Mr. Carsington had fallen asleep while being enlightened regarding the differences between Linnaeus's and Jussieur's systems of botanical classification. He was vastly interested to learn that the one is founded on the sexes of plants, while the other takes into account the natural affinities, Papa informed them. Mr. Carsington made a witty remark regarding natural affinities, which I cannot recollect at the moment. He also drew an analogy— Papa trailed off, his brows knitting. "I meant to mention the date palms. He has a cousin, a lady of unusual linguistic talents, who is trying to decipher the Rosetta Stone, and this put me in mind of the Egyptian date palms, but he made me laugh, and I forgot, and then we spoke of something else, and by degrees he fell asleep. Yet I do not think it is sufficiently restful. I do not like to tell Dr. Woodfrey his business, but I am surprised he did not prescribe a dose of laudanum." "I believe laudanum is not advised in cases of suspected concussion," said Mrs. Entwistle. "It was only recently that Brown brought Jussieu into favour in England," said Papa. "We were sadly isolated in our thinking. One must go abroad, you see, and seek other opinions. Captain Hughes, for instance." "What about Captain Hughes?" Mirabell said. "I cannot follow you at all, Papa." He gazed not at Mirabell, but through her, with the faraway look she knew all too well. "The juices extracted from the seed pod of the poppy possess remarkable curative powers," he said. "These properties have been remarked upon time and again, going back to Hippocrates himself. The Egyptians knew it as well, I am certain. Once they succeed in unlocking those secrets, and they are bound to one of these days, what a vast store of knowledge will be opened up. I should like to meet his cousin." Mirabell looked blankly at Mrs. Entwistle, who responded with a similarly uncomprehending expression. Mirabell regarded her father. With a shake of his head, he came out of his musings. He walked to a bookshelf and plucked out a large volume. "Papa?" "Yes, my dear?" "Papa, you mentioned Captain Hughes a moment ago," Mirabell said. "Yes." Her father started toward the door. "Did you mention him to any particular purpose?" "Oh, yes. Concussions. Perhaps he, too, thinks this does not fully explain. He would know better than I." Mirabell's parent departed, leaving those behind mystified, as usual. The letters from Aldridge Hall, written by Miss Aldridge and signed by her father, reached their London destinations after midnight. The arrival of express letters at odd hours was a common enough occurrence in Lord Hargate's household. Though not a member of the ministry, he was active behind the scenes, and sent and received nearly as many urgent messages as did Lord Liverpool, First Lord of the Treasury. Consequently, the letter aroused no panic at Hargate House. Having passed the usual quiet Sunday, the Earl and his lady were at home, in the latter's boudoir. They were enjoying a lively dispute about their eldest offspring's domestic affairs, when the servant brought them the letter. Upon seeing where it had come from, Lord Hargate merely raised his eyebrows and passed the missive to his wife to read, which she did, aloud. When she had done, his lordship shrugged and refilled his wine-goblet.
"Only a sprained ankle, confined to Oldridge Hall. It might have been worse."
"I rather think," said her ladyship, "it could not be better." The missive from Oldridge Hall awakened far more consternation in Lord Gordmore's breast, thanks to his sister. Lady Wallentree had elected to spend a dull Sunday evening with her convalescing brother, who, even when ill, was less tedious company than her husband. She was about to order her carriage brought round for the return home when the servant entered the parlour with the letter. Express letters being very expensive, they were not frequently used outside military or political circles, and seldom carried glad tidings. As a result, in less exalted households than those of Prime Ministers and Earls of Hargate, they tended to stir excitement, if not alarm. Lady Wallentree had no intention of dying of curiosity. By now her family was asleep. Only a few servants would be sitting up waiting for her. She saw no reason to inconvenience herself for the sake of mere servants. She no more valued her brother's privacy than she did her servants' or family's comfort. After giving him 2 seconds to read the letter, she snatched it from him. He sank back onto his chaise longue with a sigh, and wondered why, of the 2 people in the world for whom the influenza held no terrors, one must be 150 miles away in Derbyshire, and the other must be his sister.
"Perhaps you will be so good as to acquaint me with its contents when it is convenient, Henrietta," Lord Gordmore said.
She read it aloud to him. He was still trying to digest the news and decide how he felt about it when she said, "I am very glad Carsington is not seriously injured, but I could wish for your sake he had ended in any other house but Oldridge Hall. Though Oldridge has signed it, the letter is in a woman's hand."
"I wouldn't know, scarcely having a glimpse before it was torn."
"I have a strong suspicion. The woman is Oldridge's daughter," his sister continued. "The one who jilted William Poynton and led him to make such a fool of himself." She pursed her lips and considered. "But that was before your time. You were still at school. She must be past 30 now, and those kinds of looks fade quickly. Not that she was a great beauty 12 years ago. She would never have taken at all, that apricot-coloured hair and such singular manners, my dear. But who could overlook the fortune? That was why half the peerage threw their sons at her. Yes, Douglas, I know you will say your friend's taste is impeccable, and he is incorruptible as well, like the rest of the family. But keep in mind that even if Oldridge remarries—"
"Henrietta, what are you saying?" Lord Gordmore broke in crossly. "A few simple points, if you please, in a logical order. Recollect I have been ill, and my head is not strong."
She gave him back the letter. "In plain terms, then. As soon as you are strong enough to travel, you must go to Derbyshire. I do not wish to alarm you, and I hope I am wrong, but I strongly suspect that both your friend, Mr. Carsington, and your canal are in very great danger." Chapter 9. Mirabell woke at 2 o'clock in the morning, the same time she'd awoken yesterday, and couldn't get back to sleep. She lit a candle, flung on a dressing-gown and slippers, and paced her bedroom for a while. This accomplished nothing. At last she took up the candle, left her bedroom, and padded along to the guest wing. The door to Mr. Carsington's chamber was left ajar, in case Crewe needed to summon help quickly. In a chair by the door a footman slumped, snoring steadily. Mirabell crept past him into the bedroom, where a single candle burned. Crewe rose as she entered. She set her candle on the mantel of the fireplace. The valet approached her.
"He's all right, miss,"
he murmured. "You're not," she said in the same low tones. Though the light was dim and wavering, she easily discerned the worry and weariness etched in the loyal servant's countenance. She wondered how many nights after Waterloo he had kept watch over his master.
"I'm sure you've been worried to death about him," she said. "I'll wager you haven't had a moment's rest since getting word of the accident." Crewe denied any feeling of fatigue or undue worry. "You will be of little help to Mr. Carsington if you get no sleep this night," she said. "An hour or two's rest will do you good. I'll keep watch in the meantime." The valet protested. Mirabell's very sensible arguments, about his needing rest to be of full use to his master, and his being within easy call should any difficulties arise, fell on deaf ears. But when she gave her word of honour not to kill his master in his sleep, Crewe looked very shocked, stammered an apology — he never meant to imply any such thing and never dreamt it for a minute — and meekly took himself into the adjoining room. He left the connecting door open. Mirabell settled into the chair by the bed and studied Crewe's master. During her discussion with his manservant, Mr. Carsington had got himself turned about. He now lay partly on his stomach, and the shape of the bedclothes outlining his body told her his injured foot had slipped from its pillow. She debated whether to waken the footman to help her turn the patient onto his back again. Before she could decide, she found herself recalling her father's remarks about laudanum, Egyptians, and Captain Hughes. What had led Papa to that sequence of thoughts? He said Mr. Carsington's sleep was not restful. Mirabell rose and came nearer to the bed to study his face. It seemed peaceful enough, and strangely youthful, with his tousled hair falling over his brow. She could see the boy he must have been. He snored softly, rather like a lion purring, but it was uneven. She linked her hands behind her back, because she was dreadfully tempted to smooth his hair back from his face, as though he were that young boy, as though the gesture would be enough to soothe him. The soft snoring stopped, and he shuddered. Mirabell's hands would not remain sensibly behind her back. She reached out and lightly brushed his hair back. She stroked his cheek. He stirred and began to mumble. At first it was only incomprehensible strings of sounds. Then came a hoarse whisper.
"Zora! We must find her."
More muttering. By degrees Mirabell began to distinguish phrases here and there. Something about being sick, something about butchers. He began to toss and turn.
"Get away. No. Can't look at it. Vultures. I knew him. No, don't talk. Never say. Didn't see. Make a joke. Ha ha. Attached to it. Getting on so well together. Gordy, find her. Flesh wound. Zora. She said, get me away. Don't let them."
His voice scarcely rose above a murmur, but he was flailing about. She must stop him, or he'd tumble out of bed or otherwise harm himself. She touched his shoulder. "Mr. Carsington," she said gently, "please wake up." He jerked away and kicked at the bedclothes.
"Can't breathe. Get them off. Sick. Sick. God help us."
He threw himself toward the edge of the bed. Mirabell flung herself across his chest. He shuddered briefly, then stilled. Mirabell waited, uncertain what to do. Had she truly calmed him, turned his sleeping mind elsewhere? Or was it only a pause? Should she let him sleep, or wake him? If he slept, he might return to the nightmare. She listened to his breathing. Not slow, not like peaceful sleep. She remembered what her father had said, how sure he'd been that Mr. Carsington had suffered a head injury at Waterloo. She recalled what she'd read of his actions in battle, and of what he'd endured afterward. He'd been believed dead and might have died, in fact, if his friend Lord Gordmore hadn't scoured the battlefield for him through the night among acres of corpses. Was this what the famous hero dreamt of? He didn't want to talk about the battle or hear about it. Perhaps in his place she would feel the same. He could not wish to be reminded of what must have been the most horrendous experience of his life. Everyone said it was a miracle he'd survived until he was found, many hours after the battle. It must have taken unimaginable courage and a will of iron, not to mention a remarkably strong and resilient body. It was this thought that brought her back to the present, to where she was, lying across the famously indestructible body. His chest rose and fell under her,
but now she became aware of more than its unsteady rise and fall. He'd pushed away the bedclothes. His nightshirt had fallen open. She hadn't thought about his state of undress. She'd simply acted to quiet him. Now she was conscious of the faint friction of her nightgown against his shirt, of the place where the flannel of her gown brushed his bare skin, of the edge of the shirt opening touching her cheek. Her breasts were crushed against his chest, and she was acutely aware now of the hardness and warmth under her, of the hurried, irregular rise and fall, a counter-tempo to the quickened, unsteady beat of her heart. She felt again, as though it were happening now, his hands circling her waist, and saw once more the intent golden gaze, the lurking smile. If only... She took a deep breath and let it out and told herself to get up. Cautiously she lifted her head and looked at him, and found him looking back at her. His eyes were open and dark, but for the faint gleam of reflected candlelight. Mirabelle swallowed. "Bad dream," she said.
"You had a bad dream?"
His voice was a sleepy rumble. He smiled lazily, and his hands slid up to her hips. His hands were so very warm, and as they stole up farther, her mind slowed. She wanted to stop thinking entirely and let those long hands slide over her. She wanted to touch her lips to that sleepy smile. "Seduction!" a voice called to her from far, far away. It was the faint voice of her rapidly disappearing intellect. She didn't want to call it back, but she'd had years of practice in overcoming such inclinations, in doing what had to be done, like it or not. Swallowing a sigh, she wriggled away from the insidious hands, slid off the bed, and stood back out of reach, as though she were in any real danger, as though he would, if wide awake instead of half asleep and thinking of someone else, by name of Zora perhaps, reach for her. "You had a bad dream," she said.
"And you were comforting me," he said.
She clenched her hands. "I tried to keep you from throwing yourself on the floor. You were thrashing about. I should have called for help, but it was quickest to
jump on me."
His mouth quivered. Mirabelle's face burned, and she reacted instinctively, attacking from an unexpected quarter, as she'd learnt to do when cornered and made to defend herself. "Who is Zora?" His amusement vanished, and the atmosphere instantly thickened. She knew she wasn't to upset him, but she was too angry with circumstance, with fate, to behave sensibly. "You spoke her name more than once," she persisted. "You wanted to find her. I take it she's important." He raised himself up on the pillows. Though he did so without wincing, Mirabelle knew it hurt. She could tell by the way his features hardened. She cursed her bad temper and self-pity and wayward tongue. "Never mind," she said. "It is none of my business. I panicked and behaved stupidly. I should have let Crewe stay. He would have known what to do." Mr. Carsington looked about the dimly lit room.
"Where is he?"
"I sent him to bed," Mirabelle said. "He looked so tired and worried."
"Do you never sleep, Miss Aldridge?"
"No, I always prowl about the house in the dead of night looking for unsuspecting gentlemen to leap upon." She realized her dressing gown was falling open. Not that there was anything to see. Her sensible flannel nightgown left everything to the imagination. Nonetheless, she drew the dressing gown closed and began tying the ribbons. "Not that we ever had any unsuspecting gentlemen here before," she went on into the pulsing silence. "But if we had, I should have leapt upon them too. So you are not to think there is anything out of the way about my behaviour."
"You are tying those ribbons into knots," he said.
She looked down at her too busy fingers. "Yes, well, I could be calmer, I dare say."
"I'm sorry I gave you a fright," he said.
"Fright," she repeated, still gazing at her hands as though she didn't know what they were. "Yes." She felt a wild urge to laugh, and another to sob, and another to fly from the room. She sat down heavily in the chair by the bed and buried her face in her hands. "Give me a moment," she mumbled. To her dismay, tears welled. What was wrong with her? She never cried. Was she hysterical?
"You've had enough to worry about without worrying about me," he said. It's a wonder you don't collapse from the weight of your responsibilities. I'm sorry to add to it."
"Oh, you are nothing." She waved a hand to dismiss the notion, but did not trust herself enough to lift her head.
"Don't be ridiculous. I am the Earl of Hargate's son, and a famous dratted hero besides, and now you are saddled with my care. If I should accidentally do myself a fatal injury, you will be blamed for not taking proper care of me, or even for hastening my demise, perhaps. Small wonder you can't sleep. I shouldn't care to be in your slippers for the world."
Mirabell looked up then and found him regarding her with a troubled expression.
"Not that I have any idea what it's like," he added. "I've never had to be responsible for anybody. Nothing, nobody, has ever depended on me. It makes one feel rather pointless. Well, not altogether. Certain people rely upon me to set an example in the way of neckcloth arrangements."
She smiled in spite of herself. "Oh, more than that, I'll warrant," she said. "Your waistcoats are paragons, beautiful without being showy. You have the knack for not overdoing it, which is exceedingly rare among dandies. Beau Brummel was one of the few who possessed it. So great a gift is also a great responsibility."
"Yes, well, there you have it. My great responsibility is to look beautiful."
And he carried it out to perfection, Mirabell thought. Even now, with his hair tousled and nightshirt rumpled, he seemed a work of art to her. It took enormous will to keep her eyes from straying lower than his bared neck, to the crooked V of the shirt opening. She told herself not to think about it either. The hard muscle of his upper torso, and how soft and fragile she'd felt, how she'd longed to touch him, how she'd relished the feel of his long hands curling over her hips, sliding upward. She turned away and stared hard in the direction of the fire, which had dwindled to glowing embers.
"You asked about Zora."
His voice had dropped so low it seemed to vibrate inside her. "It doesn't matter," Mirabell said. "It's none of my business. She's one of the 7 or 8, I suppose."
"No, a camp follower," he said, frowning. "She was at Waterloo, when they found me.
He paused.
"I couldn't remember."
Alistair had never said it aloud before, in plain words, and almost wished he hadn't now. But it was very late, and the household was asleep, and he seemed to be still half dreaming. He'd come out of a nightmare to a warm armful of woman. He'd come to consciousness inhaling her scent, while her hair tickled his cheek. In the next moment he was being swept this way and that, in emotional cross-currents. She was, he'd recollected, the wrong woman, the one he mustn't have, and he wondered if this was some hellish trial he must endure to pay for his youthful misdeeds. And then, watching her struggle not to weep, with exhaustion no doubt, he'd remembered he was a trial to her, one more burden in an already overburdened life. He could not pretend, not to her.
"I didn't remember," he repeated. "It's driven me wild. It was not even 3 years ago. A battle, perhaps the most famous since Trafalgar. I was there, and I couldn't remember."
"Good heavens," she said. "That is the last thing on earth I would have—" She frowned. "Amnesia. So that is what Papa—" She broke off and looked up at him. "You were very much knocked about, it is perfectly understandable. And then yesterday when you fell into the Briar Brook—"
"On my head," he said wryly.
"It must have jarred the memories loose."
"It's still only bits and pieces," he said. "The battle itself remains hazy, an infernal din amid clouds of smoke. Perhaps that's how it was. Every so often the smoke clears and I have a moment of clarity, but not the important moments, the times when—" He hesitated. "The heroic feats you read about. I still can't remember those. Only the aftermath, when the din has stopped and the smoke has cleared and the quiet seems unearthly. I come to and it's dark. I'm pinned down, and there's a smell, indescribably vile."
Alistair paused and shut his eyes. She didn't need to hear about this. What was the matter with him? He'd said far too much and was on the brink of revealing more.
about the dream that had felt so real, true, familiar. Those endless hours spent trapped under a corpse in the muck, suffocating in that stench.
"So many hurt," she said softly. "So many dead. 2 soldiers died on top of you. There were wounded and dead everywhere. I've sat by deathbeds, but I cannot imagine what a battlefield must be like."
At Charnel House. A hellish mire. He'd thought they would never find him, that they'd already given up on him. He didn't know how long he'd lain there. It seemed like years passed while he was sinking into the ooze, rotting to death by slow degrees. "Don't try to imagine it," he said.
She met his gaze. "To us at home, war is made out to be grand and glorious, but I don't see how it could be anything but filthy and horrible beyond imagining." He heard her breath catch as she added, "And heartbreaking." Someone dear to her must have died there, he thought. That would help explain why she buried herself in this out-of-the-way place.
"You lost a loved one," he said, "at Waterloo?"
"A loved one?" She shook her head. "It is the end of so many young lives that makes me sick at heart."
He decided not to probe further. "Lives lost, yes, that's the hard price," he said. "But there's honor in fighting and dying that way. It is a great chance for a man to do something truly worthwhile. And a battle is glorious in a way, especially such a battle against a monster like Napoleon. It is the nearest one can come to being like the knights in legend, slaying dragons and ogres and evil magicians."
As soon as he said it, he regretted it. He sounded like a boy prating of fairy tales. Miss Aldridge was looking at him, her expression impossible to read. He'd revealed far too much. He searched for some witty, ironic remark, but before his sluggish brain could respond, she spoke. "You are so complicated," she said. "No sooner do I believe I've sorted you out than you do or say something to overthrow my neat theories."
"You have theories about me?" he said lightly, snatching at the chance to redirect the conversation. "Can it be, Miss Aldridge, that there is time in your busy, responsible life for thoughts of me?"
"I make the time," she said, "much as the Duke of Wellington made time to think about Napoleon." It was a douse of cold water, and Alistair told himself he needed it and ought to be grateful to her for stopping him before he opened his heart to her. He was her enemy, because of Gordy's canal. She did not forget it. He should not either. He should remember what he'd come here for. He should never forget that not only his best friend's but his brother's future depended on it, and it was his last chance to redeem himself in his father's eyes.
"I haven't come to conquer the peak and make its inhabitants my subjects," he said. "I am not your enemy. Furthermore, I must tell you that on any number of grounds I must take issue with your comparing me to Bonaparte. Have you any idea what the man wore to his coronation? A toga!"
She smiled and shook her head. "It would be so much easier if you were more monster-like. I wish you could contrive to be more disagreeable, or boring at least." He wanted to ask how unmonster-like, how undisagreeable she found him. He wanted to know how he could make it harder for her to hate him. But he'd already said too much, felt too much. He'd already gone farther than was sensible in the circumstances, the cursed circumstances. If only... No. None of those worthless if-onlys.
"Given a choice, I'd rather be thought loathsome," he said. "I can think of few worse fates than being deemed boring. An incorrectly starched neckcloth, perhaps. Hessians worn with breeches. Waistcoat buttons left undone with a plain shirt."
He shuddered theatrically. She laughed softly and rose. "How can I hate a man who does not take himself seriously?" She did not hate him. His heart gave a thump of relief, but he played his part. With a shocked look, he said,
"Miss Aldridge, I assure you I could not be more serious, especially about the matter of wearing one's upper waistcoat buttons undone with a plain shirt, or wearing them fully buttoned with a frilled one."
Unless she was the one who did the unbuttoning, he could have added. Then he wouldn't care what kind of shirt he wore.
He remembered the hurried thudding of her heart against his chest, and his own heart banging against his ribs. He remembered the sweet curve of her hips under his hands. He remembered the warm fragrance of her skin. No, he must forget these things. Otherwise he would make more mistakes, do something irreparably stupid. Remember Gordy instead, he told himself. Remember the man who refused to believe, as everyone else did, that you were dead. The man who, near dead himself with fatigue, searched the filthy, reeking battlefield for you. He told himself to remember his younger brothers, who would be robbed to support their feckless brother. He told himself to remember their sire, whose third son had disappointed him time and time again. He came out of these unhappy reflections to find his tormentor anxiously searching his countenance. He wondered how long he'd been silent, fighting with himself. She rose and said, "I have kept you up talking too long. If you are ill tomorrow, it will be my fault, and Crewe will never trust me again. I solemnly promised not to do you any harm."
"You did me no harm," Alistair said. "The opposite, rather. I'm grateful to be rescued from that dream."
He could not resist adding,
"Thank you for jumping on me."
"Pray don't mention it," she said, heading for the door. "The pleasure was mine, Mr. Carsington." Only a few ill-natured persons believed Mirabell would go so far as to push Lord Hargate's son into the Briar Brook. This did not mean the rest were not exchanging other theories, very like the sort of damaging gossip Captain Hughes had predicted. The vicar's wife, Mrs. Dunnett, who was partial to Mirabell, paid a call on Monday. In the drawing-room over tea and cake, she tactfully made Mirabell and Mrs. Entwistle aware of the local mood, as ascertained from conversations heard after church the previous day and in the course of this morning's calls. "I am sure Mr. Dunnett has preached more than once about idle rumours and bearing false witness," the vicar's wife said. "The trouble is most of his listeners assume his words apply to everyone else but them." "I dare say most of the talk reflects discontent and vexation rather than true malice," said Mrs. Entwistle. "And we mustn't forget Caleb Finch's friends. They've never forgiven Mirabell for dismissing him." At the mention of her former bailiff, Mirabell got up from her chair and walked to the French doors. The day was overcast. That was like Caleb Finch, she thought. She had not seen him in years, yet he hung over her world and darkened it. She had only herself to blame. She should have brought charges against him. She knew that now. But at the time she'd been scarcely 20 years old, unsure of her evidence, unsure of herself, and sadly naive about business. As well, William had arrived in the midst of it, and she'd been trying to make him understand why the wedding must be put off, why she couldn't go away with him, not then, while the estate was falling to pieces. "My dear." Mirabell turned at the sound of her governess's voice and mustered a smile. "How I should like to forget Caleb Finch. Is he back again?" How she wished she'd had the courage years ago to bring him before the law. He might have been transported, along with some of the friends who'd connived with him to take advantage of her father. "He is not in Longledge," said Mrs. Entwistle. "He could hardly wish to show his face here," said Mrs. Dunnett. "I have not heard him mentioned this age. Even his friends don't speak openly of him." "Caleb Finch's allies are a minor irritation," Mrs. Entwistle said. "My great concern is the respectable people of Longledge. If we do not soon quiet them, your reputation will be in tatters." Mirabell wished she didn't need to worry about her reputation and the effect of rumours on it, but she couldn't afford any smirch on her character. She would lose all the influence she had worked so hard to win. No one would pay any attention to her objections to the canal. "I'm not at all sure how one goes about stopping such talk," she said. "Denial only makes matters worse." "One needs to understand the causes," said Mrs. Entwistle. "I believe we may blame envy." "Envy?" Mirabell returned to her chair. Mrs. Entwistle had a remarkable grasp of human nature. "You have a celebrated person under your roof," that lady explained, "but at present your neighbours are forbidden to visit him. Everyone naturally wants to be made an exception to the rule.
They see that Captain Hughes is an exception, as am I, and do not understand why they should not be as well. I will not turn you out, or turn Captain Hughes away, merely so as to offend nobody, Mirabell said. They will only find something else to be vexed about. You need not turn anybody out, said Mrs. Entwistle. It is simple enough to quiet such talk. Mrs. Dunnet laughed. It cannot be so simple as all that, or else I am very stupid. Nothing I said availed. It is only that people long for excitement, Mrs. Entwistle said. They wish to learn whether mysterious new injuries appear daily, or whether Mr. Carsington evidences symptoms of poisoning, or whether he is even alive. The widow's dark eyes twinkled. The devil makes talk for idle tongues, and why not? It is February, this is a small community, and people have no other entertainment. If I were you, I should entertain them, Mirabell. I hope you are not proposing I poison my guest in order to keep my neighbours amused, Mirabell said. I propose that you rearrange your schedule for today, her former governess said. Put business aside and spend the time visiting your neighbours instead. Be sure to give them every possible detail about your exalted guest. Also, and this is most important, Mirabell, you must beseech their advice regarding his care. The vicar's wife turned an admiring gaze upon the plump, beruffled widow. How astute you are, Mrs. Dunnet said. That will be worth 100 sermons, though you must never tell Mr. Dunnet I said so. Mirabell's Aunt Clotilde had sent Mrs. Entwistle to Aldridge Hall 15 years ago. She was intended to be more of a companion than a teacher for the motherless girl, since by that time Mirabell's education was essentially complete. The governess had found a household devastated and demoralized by the death of its beloved mistress. In short order she rebuilt morale, and, as Captain Hughes put it, got 'em all shipshape again. In doing so, she had given Mirabell the kind of education her mother might have done, one that extended far beyond the schoolroom. Mirabell had profitably employed this knowledge a few years later, when she had to give up her romantic dreams and return home from London to prevent another shipwreck. This was why Mirabell didn't question Mrs. Entwistle's counsel, but promptly followed it. As a result, Mirabell spent all of Monday, well into the evening, listening to various ladies' tender expressions of pity for Mr. Carsington's sufferings. She accepted with a straight face and humble gratitude their medical receipts, guaranteed to cure everything from chapped lips to deafness. She listened to advice about forestalling lung fever, and stoically bore their reminiscences of the great influenza outbreak of '03 which had killed her mother. She waited while they wrote notes to the patient, and promised to deliver them as soon as Dr. Woodfrey deemed his brain strong enough for reading. She went home at last in a carriage loaded with jellies, conserves, syrups, and enough balm of Gilead oil to cover Prussia. She arrived shortly after dinner, and found Mrs. Entwistle in the library conversing with Captain Hughes. Papa, she was informed, had gone upstairs to keep Mr. Carsington company. I had fully intended to have my tea upstairs with the patient, Mrs. Entwistle said. But when Captain Hughes told us during dinner that Mr. Carsington seemed to be in low spirits today, your father insisted on visiting him. He said he knew exactly the thing to alleviate the trouble. Mirabell recalled her father's confused idea that laudanum was somehow the answer to Mr. Carsington's mysterious problems. She did not know for sure that laudanum would do him any harm. On the other hand, she couldn't be sure it would do him any good, and she most certainly had no idea whether her father had any inkling of proper dosage. Mirabell ran out of the library and up the stairs. Chapter 10. Heart-pounding, Mirabell burst into the room, ran to the bed, and stopped short. Mr. Carsington was not in the bed, drugged unconscious or otherwise. She looked about her and found 3 pairs of eyes regarding her with varying degrees of perplexity. Crewe had paused in the act of trimming a candle. Papa was rising from his chair. Mr. Carsington lifted his head from the hand it had been leaning on, and after a moment smiled a small, secretive smile.
The back of her neck tingled.
"Oh," she said. "I thought you were sleeping."
His smile widened. Mirabelle abruptly recalled what she'd done in the early hours of the morning, and her sarcastic remarks about leaping upon gentlemen in their sleep. Her face grew very hot. "Never mind," she said. She started to turn away.
"Please don't go, Miss Aldridge,"
Mr. Carsington said.
"Your father and I were talking about Egyptian date palms. I should like to hear your views."
Perhaps his smile hadn't meant what she thought it did. Perhaps it had been a smile of relief at her interrupting a deadly boring botanical lecture. Her father gestured at the chair he'd vacated, and Mirabelle took it. She could not run away, no matter how embarrassed she was. While botany was less likely to prove fatal than an opiate overdose, it was not without its dangers. From date palms, Papa might proceed to Sumatran camphor trees, in which case Mr. Carsington was sure to throw himself out of the window.
"We were speaking of young men sowing wild oats," her parent said, "and I remarked that this may well be a law of nature. In ancient Egypt, I was telling Mr. Carsington, only female date palms were cultivated. Wild males were brought from the desert to fertilize them. I could not understand why the Egyptians should go to so much bother," Mr. Carsington said. "Why not use cultivated males as well as females? But you are better versed than I in agriculture. What is your opinion?"
"I can think of 3 reasons," she said. "Tradition, superstition, or, and this I fear is not always the rule in agricultural practices, the wild males had been proven to produce fruit either in greater quantity or of superior quality."
"The Babylonians suspended male clusters from wild dates over the females," Papa said. "Many nations of Asia and Africa used this combination."
"Then it would appear to be a widespread practice," Mirabelle said. "Yet I don't see what it has to do with the human species sowing wild oats. To my knowledge, date palms do not possess intellectual powers, let alone principles. They cannot decide how to act. They are governed entirely by natural laws."
"But the young are governed more by nature, by natural feelings, in other words, than by intellect and moral principle," her father said. "For example, would either of you claim to be the same person you were, say, a decade or so ago? At that time, as I recollect, Mirabelle, you were in London, breaking hearts left and right."
"I was what?" Mirabelle stared at her father. He could not have said what she thought he did.
"Were you really?" said Mr. Carsington. "Well, that is interesting. You grow more complicated by the minute, Miss Aldridge."
Alistair wished he had a way of capturing the moment, for the look Miss Aldridge gave her father was priceless. If the botanist had suddenly sprouted palm fronds and date clusters, she could not have appeared more dumbfounded. She quickly composed herself, however, and directed a level gaze at Alistair. "This is absurd," she said.
"You never told me you'd been to London," he said.
"It was ages ago," she said. "You weren't even born yet." He laughed.
"No doubt my father wished I hadn't been. Some 10 or so years ago I incited a riot near Kensington Gate."
"A riot?" she said. "You started a riot?"
"Did you not read of it? The tale was in all the papers."
"I don't remember," she said.
"You had too much on your mind, I dare say. All those hearts you had to break."
Alistair thought she was well on her way to breaking his. This day had dragged on so slowly, grey and dismal. He hadn't realized how low his spirits had sunk until now. He'd hardly noticed his state of mind. It was so familiar, this melancholy. Then she'd burst into the room, and he'd thought his heart in pure joy would burst from his chest. Numbskull heart. She would break it and forget about it as quickly and easily as she'd forgotten all the others. It would serve him right. He should guard it better, lock it away and keep his mind on business. Should. But he couldn't summon the will to resist her, to stifle the happiness he felt when she came into the room.
He watched her summon her wits, saw her baffled blue gaze clear, and waited for her answer. She leaned toward him and whispered, "I beg you will not place too much credence in what Papa says about my time in London. I cannot think where he comes by the notion that I am a femme fatale. Perhaps he has confused me with my Aunt Clotilde. She was a famous beauty. She is still, actually. Men are always falling in love with her."
Alistair leaned toward her. "Perhaps it runs in the family," he whispered back.
She gave him a quick, uncomprehending look, then, colouring, drew back. "Oh," she said, "you are flirting with me."
If only it were so simple and innocent. But it was not. The game he played at present was more dangerous than mere flirtation. He knew this, but he couldn't, or wouldn't, help himself. "You mind?" he said.
"No." Her brow wrinkled. "Doubtless you find it more amusing than date palms. But I am out of practice, and—" She broke off and looked about the room. "Where is Papa? Where is Crewe?" Alistair gave the room a quick survey. Their chaperons were nowhere in sight.
"They seem to have abandoned us," he said softly. "I wish you would take advantage."
"Of what?"
"Me," he said. "I'm helpless, confined to this chair. I am not to put any weight on my left foot. I am completely at your mercy. Break my heart. Please, get it over with."
"You are delirious," she said. "Papa was talking about camphor trees, wasn't he? I must tell Mrs. Entwistle not to let—"
"Very well, if you will make me leave my chair."
Alistair started to get up. She sprang up from her chair, thrust her hand against his chest, and pushed him back down. He looked up at her. Her hand stayed on his chest. She didn't move, didn't speak, only watched him, her gaze scanning his face. Finally she lifted her hand. He waited for the slap he so richly deserved. She laid the palm of her hand against his cheek. It was nothing, really, the merest touch, but it was everything, too, to him, and he might as well have been struck by lightning, for it blasted to pieces what remained of his judgment, and all those noble principles regarding the lines a gentleman may and may not cross. He turned his head and pressed his lips against the soft flesh of her hand, and heard her quick intake of breath. His own breathing grew hurried. He'd done nothing but miss her and indulge in hopeless fantasies since she'd left this room in the dark hours of morning. He couldn't banish the memory of her scent and the supple curves of her body. Now he drank in that scent while tracing the soft curves of her palm with his lips. Her hand trembled, but she didn't draw it away, and when he kissed her wrist, he found her pulse beating as frantically as his heart did. Her fingers curled into a fist against his cheek. He kissed her knuckles. She pulled her hand away. He looked up. Her countenance was wiped clean of expression. From behind him came a small disapproving cough. Alistair suppressed the oath rising to his lips, turned toward his valet and said,
"Oh, there you are, Crewe. I wondered where you'd got to."
"I beg your pardon, sir," the valet said.
Thinking Mr. Aldridge had remained, I assumed my presence was not required, and stepped into the next room to attend to a few tasks.
"I collect it was the date palms," said Miss Aldridge coolly. "They have driven me to distant parts of the house often enough. When that subject comes up, the wisest course is flight. I applaud your good sense, Crewe." She turned an unreadable gaze upon Alistair. "Perhaps I had better warn you about the camphor tree of Sumatra. Papa has recently read an Asiatic Journal article devoted to the topic."
"I'm not sure I know what a camphor tree is," Alistair said.
"I strongly recommend that you do not ask him to enlighten you," she said.
"I certainly shan't ask Mr. Aldridge to read the article to me," Alistair said. "Your father has a soothing voice, and botanical prose is terrifically boring. I'll only fall asleep without learning a thing. Look at what he brought this time. Can you wonder at my preferring to discuss date palms with him?"
Miss Aldridge glanced at the table.
where a copy of de Candole's Elementary Principles of Botany lay. "In any case, I like conversing with your father," Alistair said, quite truthfully. Despite what he'd learned about Aldridge, as well as what Alistair observed and what he'd surmised, he couldn't dislike the gentleman.
"No one converses with my father," the daughter said. "Not as normal human beings understand conversation. It is all detours and tangents, and non-sequiturs."
"You have too many responsibilities pressing upon you," Alistair said. "You haven't time to follow the meanderings of his mind, let alone sort them out. I, however, am completely at leisure at present. I can listen and puzzle over the connections between one idea and the next. It is fascinating."
Her expression sharpened, and her blue gaze fixed upon him with an intensity he could only wish were amorous. But he knew better. He had said something wrong. He didn't know what it was, but he had no doubt he was about to suffer the consequences. "Fascinating," she said quietly. "Of course you would say so. You are such a good listener. You let him ramble on about botany the way you let the other gentlemen hold forth about their hounds, and poachers, and mole-catchers." Something was springing out at Alistair from the darkness of her mind, but he could not yet make out what it was.
"Mole-catchers?" he said lightly, while he braced himself to be torn to pieces.
"I listened all day to ladies' remedies for ailments ranging from warts to consumption," she said. "It was tedious and annoying, but the exercise resulted in my neighbours thinking more kindly of me."
Alistair caught on. "Miss Aldridge, it is not
When you first came here, you told me why you'd contacted Papa first," she said. "Since he's the largest landowner hereabouts, you assumed his opinion of the canal would carry great weight with his neighbours. I thought that by now you would have realised my father takes no notice of practical concerns, such as the prospect of coal barges or passenger boats filled with drunken aristocrats cruising through his meadows.
Miss Aldridge,
You are wasting your time cultivating my father," she said. "In the first place, he dotes upon you already. In the second, he hasn't the remotest interest in your canal." She lifted her chin. "In your place, I should stick to seducing his daughter, since she, as anyone can tell you, is your most dangerous and determined opposition."
But she, knowing a good exit line when she'd uttered one, swept out of the room before he could utter another syllable. He listened to her footsteps fade. From another corner of the room came a pitying cough.
Late the following afternoon, Mirabelle was in her father's study, answering his correspondence. She had found the perfect way of keeping Mr. Carsington at the very back of her mind, instead of occupying every cubic inch of that organ. Property law. She was locked in a desperate battle with the legal jargon of a letter from her father's solicitor, when she became aware of a series of faint thumps from the hall. She assumed a servant had dropped something. If the problem was serious, she'd soon learn of it. She returned to the solicitor's letter.
"I must speak to you," a voice rumbled from near at hand, and nearly catapulted her from her chair.
But composure was reflexive. Mirabelle kept her seat, dropping only the pen with which she'd been making notes. Replevins, means, distrains, and writs of cessivit, however, all flew out of her head. Mr. Carsington stood in the doorway, leaning on a cane. He was fully dressed. His linen was immaculately white and crisply starched. His sleek brown coat hugged his broad shoulders, as though it were a second and costly skin. She was not sufficiently versed in men's fashion to identify his inexpressibles as pantaloons, breeches, or trousers. All she knew was that they fit snugly, outlining the long muscular legs she'd seen in their natural state. That recollection brought a host of others, and a rush of longing swept in with them, and in that moment she saw the truth. So stark, there was no disregarding it. She'd crossed a boundary. She was infatuated. She'd done it without realizing, and now that she understood, it was too late. She had no way back to safety. She must simply endure it and hide it, pretending she felt nothing. That, for instance, the room had not grown too small suddenly and too warm. "This is most unwise," she told him. "Your ankle is not strong enough for traipsing about the house."
"Today Dr. Woodfrey told me I might take some mild exercise, as long as I used cane, and put as little weight upon my foot as possible," he said, advancing into the room, which seemed to shrink further. "My leg has given me a good deal of practice with the method."
Cautiously she stood. She braced her hands on the desk. "I strongly doubt that Mr. Woodfrey's idea of mild exercise is a hike from the guest wing, down a long staircase, and several hundred feet to the coldest part of the house," she said.
"I don't care what his idea is," Mr. Carsington said. His voice dropped to a throbbing undercurrent. "I must speak with you about yesterday. You accused me of seducing you."
"You need not announce it to the household." Mirabel hastily skirted the desk and him and closed the door. She stood in front of the door in case she needed to make a speedy exit, before she added a blatant outrage to her rapidly mounting heap of indiscretions, something she couldn't cover up with sarcasm or by taking the offensive, as she'd done previously. He remained where he was, but a pace or two away.
"You announced it in front of my valet," he said.
"I forgot he was there," she said. "Crewe is discreet to the point of invisibility."
"His master is not," said Mr. Carsington. "I am indiscreet, and very stupid at times, but I am not duplicitous. I do not go about seducing women in order to further business aims."
"I see," she said. "You do it merely for amusement." He regarded her with half-closed eyes, yet she detected the glitter in them.
"I am not the one who left London strewn with broken hearts," he said.
Was he mocking her? "I told you that was nonsense," she said tightly.
"You made a start at breaking mine," he said.
"I what?" She could not believe her ears. "Are you delirious?"
"You accused me of seducing you," he said. "You seem to have forgotten who made the first move."
It had been she, and she couldn't pretend otherwise. Heat washed over her, not all of it from shame. She remembered the feel of his mouth against her hand, and the way the world had gone away. She experienced again the spill of sensations she had no name for, and the sense of toppling off balance. She did not know how to come right, and wasn't sure she wanted to. She looked up and saw his mouth curve a very little. It seemed like a taunt, daring her to contradict him. She didn't want to. All she wanted to do was lay her fingers over his mouth and feel those sensations again. She didn't want to talk or listen or think. She didn't want to be sensible. She was always sensible and thinking ahead. She was 31 years old. Why could she not be a fool this once? "Well, if you must split hairs so fine," she said unsteadily.
"I certainly must," he said. "Furthermore, I am not cultivating your father. He has been kind and amiable to me, and altogether impossible to dislike, even for your sake. If anyone is being won over, it is I. This is why—"
He broke off with a gasp as she grabbed his lapels.
"Miss Aldridge."
She looked up at him. He looked down at her hands.
"You're wrinkling my coat," he said in horrified tones.
Mirabel smiled, though her heart banged as loudly as a cannon volley. His gaze went from her hands to her mouth, and the horrified look faded. His eyes darkened. Her breath came and went too fast, and her knees wanted to buckle. She tipped her head back. He bent toward her, then drew back.
"No, there is too much at stake. I cannot be—"
Mirabel tugged on the lapels, pulling him to her, and kissed him, full on the lips. It was like kissing a block of wood. Her spirits, a moment ago so agitated, plunged into a black abyss. She started to draw away.
"Oh, don't look like that," he said. "I'm only—it isn't that I don't oh, what's the use?"
He let go of the cane, and it toppled to the floor. He caught her face in his hands, and gazed at her for a long moment. She brought her hands up to cover his. They were warm, and his touch was gentle, as though she were fragile. She wasn't, and for a moment nothing at all made sense, and butterflies fluttered in the pit of her stomach. Then he lowered his mouth to hers, and with the first gentle pressure of his lips, the world changed. Mirabelle had been kissed before, and passionately too, and she'd responded passionately because she'd been in love. But this was different as another universe, and she didn't care about passion or love, only that it was sweet and made her limbs weak. He wrapped his arms about her and drew her closer and deepened the kiss. The intimacy of it, the first taste of him, made her shiver. It shut down her mind as well, and left her in a haze of feeling. She was aware of the tickle of his neckcloth, and the faint mingled fragrances of starch and soap, and something else, something far headier, the scent of his skin. She wanted to bury her face in his neck. She wanted to feel his skin against hers, everywhere. She pressed herself closer, tucking into the hard length of his body. His arms tightened about her, so strong, and she, who'd spent years relying only on her own strength, ached with the sweetness of it. To be held so, to want and be wanted, it hurt, and the hurt showed her how carefully, safely numb she'd been all these long years. She didn't want to be safe now. Their kiss grew fiercer, much more wicked, and hazy pleasure thickened into intoxication. She dragged her hands through his hair and broke the kiss to press her mouth to the corner of his, the place where he hid his smiles. She drank in the scent of him, male and clean, yet dark too and faintly dangerous, like the hint of danger in his bedchamber, the languor that seemed to hang in the air, the sultry atmosphere hinting at sin. He turned his head and teased as she did, his mouth caressing her cheek, her jaw, her neck. Some sound escaped her, foreign, a sigh, a moan. She felt his hands slide downward to cup her bottom. She gasped at the intimacy, those long hands touching her there, and then he was lifting her up, as smoothly and easily as if she were made of air. A moment later he deposited her, breathless, on the desk. He leaned in and kissed her, and she forgot she was shocked, forgot everything but him. Instinctively she opened her legs so that he could get closer, and when he did she wrapped her arms about his neck. He made a sound, something between a groan and a growl, and broke the kiss. For a moment he rested his forehead against hers. He drew a long, shaky breath, then lifted his head. He tangled his fingers in her hair and drew her head back and looked at her. He was breathing hard, and his eyes were very dark.
"Now would be a good time to tell me to stop," he growled.
"Oh," Mirabelle said. It was hard to get out the one syllable, and it sounded thick and muffled, not her voice at all. "Yes, thank you. I didn't know when—" Didn't know, didn't care.
"I thought not."
He dragged his fingers through her hair and smiled rather sadly, then let go and took a step back.
"It is fortunate for you that I am mending my ways, and may I say that it is uphill work."
She wished he'd picked another time to mend his ways. He cleared his throat.
"You took a great chance, leaving it to me to call a halt to the proceedings. Another few minutes and I should have had all your buttons and strings undone, at which point I should be beyond caring about the consequences."
"Oh," Mirabelle said, and then, as his words sank in, "Oh." Another few minutes. What would it have been like?
"I should like to know what use it is to have a chaperone when she is never about, when she is needed," he said irritably. "If the lady were doing her job, this sort of thing would not happen."
"It isn't as though I do this sort of thing all the time," Mirabelle said.
"That is obvious," he said.
She slid down from the desk. "I'm sorry if my lack of skill annoys you. I should be much better at this if I had practice, but as you can imagine, the opportunities are rare." She sighed. "Non-existent, actually."
"That isn't the issue. The issue is your ignorance about protecting your virtue. Someone should have taught you ages ago."
"I was taught," she said. "But it was ages ago, and I barely remember. And anyway, I'm not sure what the point is of protecting it any more."
"The point?" he said. "The point?"
"It does not seem very important," she said. "It seemed completely wrong at the moment, in fact. Perverse."
"It doesn't need a point."
He raked his fingers through his hair, adding to the wonderful disorder she'd made.
"It is a moral principle, part of the higher order of things, a matter of honor."
"Honor is so important to men," she said. "Can you not look after it yourself, if it is so important? You should have fought me off the way you fought the French. You should not leave it all to me. I do not have 7 or 8 love affairs worth of experience in these things. It is most unjust to expect a woman of little experience to resist an attractive man of extensive experience."
"It is unjust," he said between his teeth. "But that is the way it is. I cannot believe I am trying to explain the facts of life to a woman of 31. Men are animals, Miss Aldridge. It is most unwise to leave such things to us. This is a perfect example. I had resolved most firmly to remain deaf, dumb, and blind to your attractions." I am here on crucial business," he went on. "The most important of my life. You can have no inkling how much depends upon it. Yet every encounter with you serves only to drive it farther and farther from my mind. This must not continue. I cannot become entangled with you, no matter how much I want to."
"No matter how much you—"
"When you are about, I forget why I am here and how much depends upon me," he said. "The longer I am under this roof, the more addled I become. I cannot believe I went to the length of hunting you down this day, but yes, I can, as I can believe what followed. If I remain any longer, I shall turn into a dithering imbecile, and your reputation will be in shreds."
"If he remained?"
Mirabel's lust-drugged mind abruptly cleared.
"You cannot be thinking of leaving," she said. "I am sure Dr. Woodfrey did not give permission for that." It was then she noticed the discarded cane lying on the floor. "Oh, I had forgotten your ankle," she said. "You are not supposed to put any weight on it." She was sure he wasn't supposed to be picking up a woman who weighed rather more than air. If his ankle did not heal properly, it would be her fault. "I should have considered—" He picked up the cane.
"Pray do not add me to your responsibilities," he said. "You have more than enough. I have far too few. I reckon I can meet the challenge of being responsible for myself, if nothing else."
He limped to the desk and collected a handful of hairpins.
"Here, let me do something useful. It will reduce the whispering in the servants' hall if you do not emerge from this room looking as though your house-guest had ravished you."
Aware he must leave before his limited willpower gave way, Alistair made quick work of Miss Aldridge's hair. Then, ignoring her protests, he hastened to his chamber and ordered Crewe to start packing. Crewe didn't argue. He only gave a sad little cough and donned a stoic expression. This was his way of saying, "You are wrong, tragically wrong." Alistair ignored it. He could not ignore Captain Hughes, however, who marched in a short time later without so much as a by your leave, and briskly announced that Mr. Carsington would stay at his house. Alistair thanked him and politely declined.
"I must urge you to reconsider," said the captain. "If you return to Wilkerson's, Miss Aldridge will worry herself sick." "There is nothing to worry about," Alistair said. "I only need to rest, which I can do as well in my hotel as here."
He doubted he would rest at all until he was far away from Mirabel Aldridge. If not for the canal, he would head straight back to London this instant.
"She's worried about Crewe," Hughes said. "He sits up with you most of the night, she says, then attends you all day. At the hotel he'll have no help. There aren't enough servants, and they are always busy. He'll have to supervise Wilkerson's cook closely as well, because she can't be relied upon to prepare correctly the light dishes Dr. Woodfrey has prescribed. In short, Miss Aldridge asks you to consider your valet, if you won't consider yourself." Alistair looked at Crewe, who went on with the packing. pretending to be deaf. "Miss Aldridge blames herself for upsetting you," the captain went on. "She did not upset me," Alistair said. "I am entirely to blame." Hughes rolled his eyes. "I cannot believe these dramatics, about a canal, no less. I couldn't believe my ears when Miss Aldridge declared she'd go with Mrs. Entwistle to Cromford so that you'd remain here." "That's ridiculous," Alistair said. "I have no wish to drive the lady from her own home." "I should hope not. She'll spend the whole time fretting about everything here, and what is or isn't being done in her absence, and what might go wrong, and 100 other anxieties. Not to mention that Mrs. Entwistle will be obliged to pack again and travel when she's scarcely arrived." "Miss Aldridge oughtn't have so much to worry about," Alistair snapped. "I like Mr. Aldridge, but it is wrong for him to leave everything to her. If he must indulge his botanical passions, he should hire a proper steward to look after estate business. It is unreasonable to expect her to be both mistress of the house and lord of the manor. Have you seen her desk? Great heaps of letters in that beastly law hand, and judging by the expression on her face when I entered, it was about as plain to her as Chinese is to me."
Alistair wished he could forget what he'd seen, during the moment he'd stood unnoticed in the study doorway watching her. She was dragging one hand through her hair, covering the legal correspondence with hairpins. In the other she had a pen whose ink she'd spattered on her sleeve. But it was her face that troubled him most. She looked so weary and despairing. He wanted to scoop her up in his arms and carry her away. On his white charger, no doubt.
"She's clever and capable," he said tightly, "but it is too much for one person. Even my father, who reads every confounded tradesman's bill and can tell me to the farthing how much I have outspent each quarter's allowance, even he leaves the better part of managing his properties to his agents. He has a secretary as well. Miss Aldridge does it all herself and receives no thanks or even acknowledgment. It is a wonder she hasn't had every feminine feeling ground out of her by now. That only her wardrobe and hair suffer is testament to what I consider a miraculous resilience." "You don't know the half of it," said Captain Hughes. "Maybe there's no reason for you to know, but I can tell you that you don't improve matters by running away to Wilkerson's."
Chapter 11. Alistair might have withstood the other arguments, though they sent his conscience into spasms. What demolished his resistance was the "you don't know the half of it," and the captain's tone hinting at revelations to come. Alistair wished he could pretend his motive was practical. The more he knew about Miss Aldridge, the better equipped he would be to either win her support for the canal or weaken her influence over others. But that was a monstrous lie. The truth was, he wanted to know more about her in the same way he wanted more of her on every other count, because he was thoroughly, fatally besotted. His case being fatal, he yielded to the captain and moved next door. Though not built on the grand scale of Aldridge Hall, Bramblehurst was not the country cottage one might envision as the residence of a half-pay captain. It was not, furthermore, a typically untidy bachelor abode. The place was scrubbed and polished to within an inch of its life. Captain Hughes obviously believed naval discipline applied as well on land as at sea. He adhered as strictly to Dr. Woodfrey's rules as if they came direct from the Admiralty. He rigorously enforced the no visitors and no mental exertion rules, and made certain Alistair had the proper amount of exercise. He shared his guests' restricted diet, much as he would have shared his officers' privations during extended periods between ports. He was a congenial and thoughtful host, who neither intruded too much upon his guests' solitude, nor left Alistair too much on his own. Nonetheless, the nightmares worsened, night by night, revealing more of what had previously remained hidden in a dark corner of Alistair's mind. Now he wasn't sure which was worse, the gaping hole in his memory, and the nagging anxiety that something was irreparably wrong there, or the moments of painfully vivid recollection that revealed a man he hardly recognized, one who was the antithesis of all he'd supposed himself to be. He didn't know how much to believe. Were these true memories as they seemed,
or were they distortions, as dreams so often were? He kept these worries to himself, however, as he'd kept the missing piece of memory secret, with one exception, along with the uncertainty it produced about the health and wholeness of his mind. Every morning at breakfast, when the captain asked if he'd slept well, Alistair claimed he'd slept like a top. But on Friday, when he gave the usual answer, Hughes shook his head. "I wonder how you can sleep so soundly with such dismal results," he said. "Your eyes are sunk halfway into your skull, and it appears someone has blacked both your eyes. You're not lying awake fretting about your canal, I hope?"
"Certainly not," Alistair said. "That accomplishes nothing."
"You shouldn't weary your mind with trying to guess what Miss Aldridge will do either," said the captain. "You'll imagine she'll act according to rational rules of engagement, when in fact she'll do nothing of the kind."
"Ah, well, women's and men's minds are different," Alistair said.
"The most desperate engagement I ever undertook at sea was child's play compared to the smallest dispute with a woman," the captain said. "They invent their own weapons, their own rules, and change 'em when the whim takes 'em. You'd think that a fellow who's seen the world a dozen times over, a fellow a very few years short of the half-century mark—" Black eyebrows knit, and an angry glitter in his eye, he plunged his fork into a slab of bacon. "You'd think that an old sailor would have learnt their ways by now, or at least learnt to steer clear."
"But if we steered clear, life would lose so much of its sweetness, and more than a little of its excitement," Alistair said.
As he looked back on the years since Waterloo, the womanless years, the time seemed dreary beyond describing. How had he lived through it? He was amazed he hadn't hanged himself. They ate in silence for a time. Then the captain muttered, "But he must take some of the blame. Stuffy, preachy little pig's rump. What possessed her to marry him, I'll never know. She said he was settled. Settled." Alistair's jaw dropped. Hastily he reassembled his composure.
"Miss Aldridge has been married?"
The union had been annulled, of course, else she wouldn't be Miss Aldridge. She might not be a virgin then, after all, which meant the rules had changed. As soon as he thought it, he was furious with himself. He could not believe he'd grown so deranged as to look for loopholes that would permit him to bed her. He found the captain regarding him gravely.
"Not Miss O," he said. "I was speaking, grumbling, about the other lady, Mrs. E. Talking to myself. We old bachelors do that sometimes."
He went on eating.
"I see," Alistair said. "The other lady."
The captain's woman troubles were located in the person of Mrs. Entwistle, not Miss Aldridge, who had never been married. Of course she hadn't been. Hadn't she told him she was inexperienced? She was untouched, and she had not been saving herself for him.
"Miss Aldridge likes 'em lively," Captain Hughes said after a moment. "Or at least she did. The fellow she was to be shackled to was a man of spirit. I was sure he'd carry all before him, not the sort to take no for an answer. When she broke it off, he followed her here and insisted on staying until she got matters sorted out."
In response to Alistair's questioning look, the captain explained. Following his wife's death, Mr. Aldridge had neglected his affairs sadly, and his estate began a swift descent downhill. Matters had reached a crisis shortly after Miss Aldridge became engaged in London. She broke it off and returned home. This was 11 years ago.
"Mr. Aldridge's affairs were in a wretched tangle," the captain went on. "Anyone could see it would take years to sort out. I believe 1 or 2 matters are still in dispute, in the lawyer's hands."
That would explain, Alistair thought, why she supervised her bailiff so closely.
"But how was William Poynton to wait years in Derbyshire?"
Captain Hughes said.
"Poynton?" Alistair said. "William Poynton, the artist?"
The captain nodded.
"He was only starting out then. He'd been commissioned to paint a mural in some Venetian nobleman's palazzo. A great opportunity. He couldn't tell the signore to wait 2 or 3 or 5 years. Today he could. Not then."
Poynton was a highly regarded artist who travelled extensively abroad. Alistair remembered the marvellous Egyptian scenes hanging in the drawing-room of Aldridge Hall. Poynton's work, of course.
"She had to save the estate, and he had to make his name," the captain said. "Mrs. E. claims he should have waited. After a year or two, she says, the girl would have been less fearful about leaving the place in charge of a new bailiff. That's absurd, and so I've told her. Poynton could no more turn down the commission or bid his patron wait than I could decline a ship, or tell the Admiralty Board it wasn't convenient at the moment. When you're at the bottom, and your superiors offer a step up the ladder, you don't make conditions." "But to give a woman up for the sake of professional advancement?" Alistair said. "He couldn't have truly loved her."
The captain shook his head.
"Poynton was mad in love with her. It was the talk of London. He came here after she'd broken off with him. All the world knew of it. But he cared nothing for what a pitiful spectacle he must appear to his sophisticated friends."
"He's an artist," Alistair said. "They go in for such theatrical gestures. They are masters at grand passions. I don't call that love. If he had truly loved her, he would have found a way." Though he turned the breakfast conversation to topics other than Mr. Carsington's unhealthy appearance, and was much encouraged by his reaction to the Poynton matter, Captain Hughes was not at all sanguine about his guest's health. Instead of steadily improving, he seemed to be growing steadily worse. His confidence in Dr. Woodfrey shaken, the captain sought out Mrs. Entwistle. While he enjoyed arguing with her and often contradicted her insights regarding human nature, Captain Hughes had nearly as high regard for her intelligence as for her physical attributes. A short time after breakfast he met up with her in the park of Aldridge Hall. As he'd hoped, she was taking her usual brisk morning walk along the same woodland path she'd favoured during her governess days. In the old days she dressed simply in dull shades of grey and brown, as her position required. These days she was more colourful. This morning she wore a red pelisse. The matching bonnet was a fetching concoction of feathers and ruffles. Captain Hughes paid her compliments, which she accepted with indifference, never slackening her pace. She grew more interested, however, when he told her how his guest reacted to the Poynton story. She agreed that Mr. Carsington's affections seemed to be engaged. The affair could not progress, however, if the man's health was failing, and this, Captain Hughes explained, was his primary concern at present. "I can't believe he looks so ill because he's languishing for Miss Aldridge," he said. "If you tell me this is the case, I'll be ill myself."
"Yesterday Mirabell received a letter from her aunt in London," said Mrs. Entwistle. "It included a detailed account which she read to me of Mr. Carsington's love affairs. Given this report, I believe it is safe to say that languishing is not in his style. His style runs rather to dramatic scenes, impassioned speeches, and riots. These activities require a degree of physical effort incompatible with pining away or languishing."
"Riots?"
said the captain.
"Over women?"
Mrs. Entwistle's frivolous bonnet bobbed up and down.
"Well, that's more like it, then," the captain said. "A man of action, exactly as I supposed him."
"Regrettably, your perceptions are not as acute as some people believe," Mrs. Entwistle said. "Mr. Aldridge is convinced that you alone understand what is wrong with Mr. Carsington."
The captain looked at her incredulously.
"I?"
Another bob of the bonnet.
"Something to do with Egyptians, poppies, and—"
She thought for a moment, biting her lip in a way that made Captain Hughes impatient.
"Egyptians?" he said. "Poppies? What the devil? How is a fellow to make heads or tails of that?"
"Mr. Aldridge wondered at Dr. Woodfrey's not prescribing laudanum," she said. "If I understand correctly, Mr. Aldridge does not believe a concussion is the trouble. He seems sure that you know what the ailment is. He has mentioned this more than once."
"I only know Carsington don't sleep and won't admit it," Captain Hughes said. "I thought he was worrying about his canal, or about Miss Aldridge blasting holes in his—"
He trailed off, because something was teasing in a far corner of his mind. It was like a dot of white sail on the horizon, just far enough away to elude identification. He waited, but it never drew nearer.
"There's no help for it," he said at last. I'll have to talk to Mr. Aldridge myself. It'll end in a headache, but it's in a good cause, I reckon."
Mirabell, meanwhile, was also hearing about Mr. Carsington. While Captain Hughes was hunting down her father for enlightenment, she was receiving enlightenment from a group of ordinary women concerned about their and their husbands' livelihoods. Her mother had started the informal meetings many years earlier. The women gathered once a month to discuss worthy community projects and how best to carry them out. The meeting also provided an opportunity to air grievances before the one local member best circumstanced to address them, the lady of Aldridge Hall. At one such meeting 11 years ago she'd gleaned the first clues about Caleb Finch. The current topic was Mr. Carsington. By now everyone knew why Lord Hargate's third son had come to this part of Derbyshire. Not everyone was as thrilled as the gentry families with unmarried daughters. The miller Jacob Riddler, like millers everywhere a canal had ever been proposed, was vehemently opposed, according to his wife. But he wasn't the only one. Even those who'd seemingly benefit objected. The lime burners to the north, who needed coal for their kilns, for instance, purveyors of the various minerals, who had to transport heavy loads, and farmers looking to sell their produce and manure beyond the local market. "The water is a great worry, miss," AnAn Ingersoll, a farmer's wife, said, while they prepared clothes for a needy family. "If the canal drains away Jacob Riddler's water, he can't run the mill. Then where do we grind our corn?" "My Tom says they'll send all our mutton, beef, and corn on barges down to London and leave us to live on potatoes," another woman said grimly. "Jacob says they have to build a reservoir," said Mrs. Riddler. "But where, miss? Where's a big enough parcel of land that don't have a farm or quarry or livestock on it?" "They don't build reservoirs proper," said another. "They burst, and somebody's killed." These were merely a few of the objections. Mirabell listened to them all. When the women had finished unburdening themselves, she said, "I've made no secret of my opposition, but I'm only one woman, and it's the men who'll decide this." Mr. Carsington must hold a public meeting to form a canal committee and draft a petition to Parliament, she explained. This would offer the best opportunity for those opposed to speak up. "But they won't," AnAn Ingersoll said. "Even Hiram, who, as you know, never fears to speak his mind, don't like to come out against Lord Hargate's son." "Same with all of them," said the woman beside her. "They grumble at home and amongst themselves, but they'd as soon be pilloried to say anything against him in public. Jacob said he'd feel like a traitor. Everyone knows how Mr. Carsington got hurt. It was plain soldiers he risked his life for, like our own menfolk. Besides which, Lord Hargate and the older sons have done so much good hereabouts. If it was anyone else but him, the men had loosened their tongues, to be sure, miss." Mirabell had realized the local gentry would prefer to avoid conflict with a member of Lord Hargate's family, consoling themselves with their material gains from the canal. She had not imagined, though, that prosperous tradesmen and farmers would behave like medieval serfs. If no one would speak up, she could not mount a successful opposition. Her counter-petition to Parliament would be dismissed out of hand. She left the meeting and climbed into the gig, her spirits at low ebb. Canal projects had been killed before, and she knew how it had been done. She had money enough to mount a battle that would tie up the parliamentary committee until Judgment Day, with lawyers, witnesses, and petitions. But she couldn't do it alone. She was a woman, and couldn't vote. Parliament would take no notice of her objections. They certainly wouldn't believe she spoke for others if not one of these others would make the slightest murmur against the canal. It was her own fault, she told herself, for not devising a better counter-attack. If she'd devoted less attention to Mr. Carsington's manly beauty and more to the canal, if she'd occupied her mind with business, instead of finding pretexts to throw herself into his arms, she might have weakened his position by now. Instead, he was advancing at a prodigious rate without doing a single thing. From Sir Roger on down, everyone simply surrendered to the famous Waterloo hero. And how could she blame them, when she too had surrendered? Not her opposition to the canal, but everything else. Her intellect and morals, her common sense and pride. Not to mention she'd put herself in precisely the situation she'd been so determined to avoid. Once again, as she'd done 11 years ago with Mr. Poynton, she was going to make herself completely wretched because of a man. Why couldn't she just once become smitten with a man whose plans and ambitions were not in irreconcilable conflict with hers? She released a sigh and tried to let her surroundings quiet her mind. It was early afternoon, and cold, though not bitterly so. Masses of grey clouds shifted restlessly overhead. She drove along one of the deep, twisting country lanes Mr. Carsington so abhorred. In spring the roadside would be thick with wildflowers, and the trees would form a graceful green archway over the road. At present the lane was a study in drab greens and dull browns, lonely and melancholy to some eyes, perhaps. It was not so to hers. She could hear the wind make the evergreens seem to whisper among themselves, and she could watch it catch up handfuls of last autumn's fallen leaves and scatter them, as a fairy queen's attendants might strew flower-petals along their lady's path. The steady clip-clop of her horse's hooves, the sigh of the wind, the nearby chirp of an optimistic bird, the chatter of a squirrel, all these simple country sights and sounds about her gradually soothed her troubled heart. As the unnatural gloom dissipated, Mirabel's natural buoyancy returned. Few cases were truly hopeless, she told herself. They only appeared so to people lacking courage and imagination. She was not one of those people. She should not feel stupid because she hadn't yet discovered a way to defeat Mr. Carsington. Aunt Clotilde was one of London's most fashionable hostesses. Married to Lord Sheffield, an active politician, she dealt with politicians daily. Yet even she had admitted Mr. Carsington was a challenge. For a man, Lady Sheffield had written, he was amazingly intelligent. He was chivalrous as well. Even his affairs, the 7 or 8 he'd referred to, which Aunt Clotilde had described in juicy detail, only testified to his noble qualities. He did not use and discard women as rakes did. He was loyal to a fault, even with harlots and thieves. He was gallant and honourable. Then Mirabel saw it. The glimmer of hope. Hadn't he said time and again that he wanted to understand the objections so that he could address them? It had upset him when she'd told him that people were too overawed by his family and his fame to contradict him. He had restrained himself with her, he said, because he wanted to behave honourably. How would he feel, then, if she told him what the women had said today? How would he feel upon learning that simple, hard-working people were too mindful of his heroism and sacrifice, and his family's long list of good deeds, to express their true feelings? If she could make him understand how very great and unfair his advantage was, perhaps he'd return to London and let someone else take his place here. Even with Lord Gordmore, the ordinary people would stand a better chance. Respect for his title would not stop them from speaking out on behalf of their families and their livelihoods. Surely Mr. Carsington's honour would oblige him to leave the field to a less godlike individual. And when he was gone? She mustn't think about that. Luckily, she had only a short way to go, and her resolve hadn't time to melt away under the memory of boyish grins and pathetic puns and feverish kisses. She still had her priorities in order a short while later, when she drove up to Captain Hughes's door. But before she could climb down from the gig, his butler came out and told her, with effusive apologies, that they weren't receiving visitors. The master had gone out and left strict orders. Mr. Carsington was not to be disturbed under any circumstances. "Nancarrow, this is absurd," Mirabel said. "You know that Mr. Carsington was staying at Aldridge Hall recently. I'm sure Dr. Woodfrey never forbade my visiting." The butler's face turned bright red.
"I'm sorry, miss," he said. "Orders is orders. I'm obliged particular not to make exceptions, as it sets a bad example and bound to lead to mutiny."
Nancarrow was the captain's former boatswain, and fanatically devoted. "Very well," Mirabel said, though it wasn't well at all. "Perhaps you would be so good as to provide me with pen, ink, and paper, that I might write Mr. Carsington a note."
"No letters, miss," said Nancarrow. "Too taxing for the gentleman's brain."
"It is only a few lines." Mirabell began, then thought better of it. Unlike her own butler, Nankara was unaccustomed to thinking for himself, and could not, as Benton did, distinguish the proper circumstances for making exceptions to general rules. If she pressed the matter, she would only vex herself and make him miserable. She drove away, but not, as Nankara assumed, home. Alistair returned from his daily perambulation of the captain's neatly manicured park about the time the gig made a detour, invisible to Nankara, onto a back lane. Unaware of the recent dispute at the front of the house, Alistair was startled when a shower of pebbles struck his bedroom window, which was on the first floor at the back of the house. Advancing to the window, he beheld Miss Aldridge standing in a flower-bed below. His spirits instantly broke free of the gloomy mire into which they had been steadily sinking since breakfast. He opened the window. "Miss Shh!" She pointed to one side. Alistair looked. A tall, ancient-looking ladder stood against the building. While he watched in blank disbelief, she shifted the decrepit ladder until it rested next to his bedroom window. "Miss Aldridge," he began. She gave him an admonishing look and put her finger to her lips. Then she began climbing up. Alistair wondered if he was dreaming. Since this was far pleasanter than his usual dreams, he was content to enjoy it for as long as it lasted. In very short order, the top of her ugly grey bonnet was level with the window ledge. An instant later she was looking up at him, as though it were an everyday sort of thing for her to be perched on a rickety ladder a full story above ground level. Dizzy, Alistair gazed into her twilight-blue eyes and debated whether it was safe to sweep her off the ladder and into his arms. "Mr. Carsington," she said.
"Miss Aldridge."
She beamed up at him. "I have come to beg a boon." The smile reduced his brain to jelly.
"Anything," he said.
"I thought you would wish to be apprised." Her brow creased. She leant back, her smile fading. Alistair grabbed the ladder.
"Don't do that! Are you insane?"
"You're very ill," she said. "No wonder Nankara was so obstinate. I should have realized." She started to climb down.
"I am not ill," he said.
She paused. "You look dreadful. I am sure you should not be standing at an open window."
"Miss Aldridge, if you do not tell me what this is about, I shall climb down after you," he said, "without my overcoat or my hat." She came back up. "You'll do nothing of the kind," she said. "I only came about business. I had not considered how much it would tax your mind." "What business? You said you wanted a boon."
"In a manner of speaking." She stared at the rung she was holding. "But I did not think it through. I had not taken into account your great debt to Lord Gordmore. To have to choose between fair play and loyalty." She shook her head. "It is too much to burden you with when you are ill."
"I'm not ill," he said.
She looked up at him. "Something is wrong."
"Yes, something is wrong," he said. "Something is terribly wrong. You, me, this."
A sweep of his hand took in the space between them.
"What is between us?"
She looked down toward the ground. A dreadfully long way down, it seemed to him. Her gloved hands curved more tightly about the rung she held on to. "I wish you had not said that," she said.
"I didn't mean to, but you—"
He broke off because she was ascending quickly and then she was shifting onto the ledge.
"Good God!"
Heart pounding, he grabbed her and hauled her inside. He wanted to shake her, but she broke free and stepped back out of reach.
"You could have been killed,"
he growled. "Only if you dropped me." Her voice was shaky. "You shouldn't have grabbed me. I knew what I was doing."
"Did you?"
"I'm a country woman." She straightened her bonnet. "Not like your London ladies."
"No, not at all," he said. "You are not like anybody. You are...
Her blue gaze lifted to his, and memories flooded him, every look, every touch, the whispery sound of her voice, the infinite variety of her smiles, the sweet yielding of her body. He, with his renowned tact and powers of address, he who'd always used words so effortlessly, couldn't string a thought together. let alone find words to express what he felt. He made a helpless gesture and said stupidly, inadequately,
"You are turning everything upside down and inside out."
She flung herself at him, wrapping her arms about his waist and smashing her ugly bonnet against his chest simultaneously. He caught his breath, closed his arms tightly about her, and crushed her to him.
"You shouldn't have come,"
he growled into the top of her bonnet.
"But I'm so glad you did."
"I should have stayed away, but I couldn't," she said, her voice muffled against his coat. "I jumped at the first excuse."
"I've missed you so much,"
he said. "Good. I've been perfectly wretched about you." She drew back enough to look up into his face. "Ever since you left, I've been wishing we'd finished what we started. I've wished you hadn't stopped. I've wished you had undone all my buttons and strings and didn't care about the consequences."
"You don't know what you're saying,"
he said. He did, and wished he didn't. He was not made of iron. "I'm telling you the truth," she said. "Why should I pretend? I'm always making excuses, telling myself as well as you tales to protect." Her voice wavered. "I don't know what I'm protecting. My vanity, my pride."
"Your honor,"
he said. "Must I protect it?" she said. "Shall I leave now? Why didn't you chase me away before I spoke?" She pulled away, her lower lip trembling. Wretched man.
"My dear."
Oh, he was lost. He wished she'd simply stick a dagger in his heart and be done with it. "You're dear," she said. "You're dear." She gave a short laugh and wiped her eyes. "Oh, don't look don't look that way. I shan't weep. I despise women who use tears to get what they want. I was merely overcome for a moment with exasperation."
"I should give anything," he said, "to have it otherwise."
There was a long, taut pause. Then she said, "You wish I were not a gently bred maiden, is that it? If I were not an unwed lady, what then?" She pulled off her gloves and dropped them on the floor. Then she began to untie her bonnet ribbons. "What then?" she repeated. "What if I were not quite a lady after all?" Alistair stared at the gloves and at her naked hands, swiftly undoing the ribbons.
"You cannot be—"
He trailed off while his mind struggled with an incredible possibility. She pulled off the bonnet and tossed it onto a chair.
"No,"
he said. She began unbuttoning her pelisse. "I am 31 years old," she said. "I should like to gather my rosebuds before the petals shrivel up and fall off.